The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows. Welcome to Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. It is June the 30th, 2024, and here is what happened on this day in history. In 1520, Spanish conquistadors are expelled from Tenochtitlan following an Aztec revolt against their rule under Hernan Cortez. During La Noche Triste, the Night of Sadness, many soldiers drowned in the escape, and Aztec Emperor Moctezuma II dies in the struggle. In 1860, famous debate on Charles Darwin's theory of evolution held at Oxford University Museum and dominated by arguments between Thomas Henry Huxley and Bishop Samuel Wilberforce. In 1905, in Russia, the Potemkin arrives in Odessa, where sailors take the bodies of dead crewmen ashore. Sailors join civilians in revolutionary actions of the 1905 revolution. In 1908, a giant fireball, most likely caused by the airburst of a large meteorite comet, flattens 80 million trees near the stony Tunguski River in Yenskaski Governorate, Russia, in the largest impact event in recorded history. Why, today's been an eventful day for Russia. You're telling me. In 1934, Night of the Long Knives, Hitler stages a bloody purge of a Nazi party. In 1938, Superman first appears in DC Comics Action Comics series issue number 1. In 1992, South Africa ANC President Nelson Mandela meets with UN Secretary General at Dakar. In 1997, British lease on the new territories in Hong Kong established by Second Convention of Peking expires. In 2023, U.S. Supreme Court rules 6-3 against Biden administration's student debt forgiveness plan for 40 million students, saying the president overstepped his authority. In 1955, Johnny Carson Show debuts on CBS TV. In 1992, End of the Road single released by Boyz II Men, Grammy Award, Best R&B Performance by a Duo or Group with Vocals, and Best R&B Song 1993, Billboard Song of the Year 1992. In 2002, FIFA World Cup Final, International Stadium, Yokohama, Japan, Ronaldo scores twice as Brazil beats Germany 2-0 to win record 5th title. First World Cup held in Asia. And that was This Day in History. Now let's get on with the shows. Hey, Matt, who's on first? Why, it's Bud Abbott and Lou Costello who are up next.
C-A-M-E-L-S. That's right, folks. C for comedy, A for Abbott, M for Maxwell, E for Ennis, L for Lou Costello. Yes, they spell camel. Experience is the best teacher. Try a Camel. Let your own experience tell you why more people are smoking Camels than ever before. And draw up a chair for tonight's Camel Show, starring Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Costello. Come over here. Isn't it wonderful to be back in California, Lou?
Oh, Abbott, it's nice to be back in California.
Yes.
Boy, did I have fun coming in on a plane. I told jokes, and all the passengers rolled on the floor.
Were your jokes that funny?
No, I loosened all their safety belts.
Hey, what about that beautiful
on
blonde?
top of each other, huh?
What about that beautiful blonde? You know, the one you met in New York. Are you going to write to her?
It's no use, Abbott. I couldn't get to first base with her.
Why not?
Her husband was on second.
Oh, you idiot. You idiot. I don't know what woman would see in you anyway.
Oh, I guess I'm just irresistible. Well, even tonight, coming down here on the bus, the lady conductor punched out, "I love you," on my transfer.
Oh. Costello, you'll never be happy. Like my wife, Betty, and I.
Oh, yes.
Did you see her tonight? Oh, Betty. Oh, didn't she look beautiful, Lou?
Yeah, she was wearing her new makeup.
Yeah.
Dutch cleanser number 4.
Never mind that. Did my brother Norman meet you at the airport?
Yes, and right away he dragged me into a joint to celebrate. Abbott, Norman had 1 bottle of beer and passed out cold.
My brother Norman passed out from drinking 1 bottle of beer.
He didn't drink it. I hit him over the head with it.
You idiot.
You know he parts his hair in the middle now?
Yes, all right, wait a minute, just a minute. Didn't I see you and your brother Pat down at San Pedro this morning? What were you doing there?
Well, Pat was trying to buy one of them new Navy surplus boats. He'd have got one, too, if he hadn't have been a veteran.
Well, what do you and your brother Pat want with a boat? You know nothing about boats.
Oh, is that so, Abbott? I joined the Navy when I was 4 years old.
How did you do that?
I lied about my age.
Look. Who did you sail with?
Who did I sail with?
Yes.
I was on a ship with Captain Epson.
I never heard of Captain Epson.
He's an old salt.
Look, did you have any dangerous experiences in the Navy?
Well, one time a schooner capsized on me.
What did you do?
What could I do? I wiped off the bar and ordered another one.
Oh, don't be a dope, Lou. I don't believe you've ever been to sea. You know absolutely nothing about the sea.
Abbott, it so happens tonight that my bedtime story is going to be all about the sea. It's the story of Moby Dick. I tell the story all by myself, Abbott, and I don't need any help from you. So why don't you call up the Automobile Club and show them what a real wreck looks like?
All right, now, look. Go ahead and tell your story.
Now, Moby Dick was a great big whale.
Yes,
and Moby Dick, as I said before,
a mammal.
he was a big whale.
A mammal.
A
whale is a mammal.
You're interrupting a little early,
I said a whale is a mammal.
Yes, he was a mammal.
Yeah.
He was not a mammal,
Yeah.
Abbott. How could he be a mammal? His name was Dick. He was a papal, and he had 7 fiddles. Now shut up and let me tell the story.
All right, go ahead.
You get me a little burnt up already.
Take it easy. Don't get excited now.
I'm not getting excited.
All right, you look it.
Oh, do I? Now, Moby Dick was a great big whale, and he lived in the ocean. He loved to swim. When the water came up, he'd swim in. When the water went down, he'd swim out.
Yeah, he swam with the tide.
Yes. Could I have that again?
He swam with the tides.
Oh, he didn't wear any tides. He was so big, he couldn't get a pair of tides to fit him, Abbott. Yes, Abbott. Don't get me mixed up in the story now. I'm getting a little mad.
Go ahead.
Now I gotta be nice again.
All right, go ahead.
Now, nobody could catch Moby Dick.
When do we laugh at this thing?
They're laughing before they're supposed to.
All right.
Don't laugh now, folks.
All right, take it easy.
Now, when anybody come after Moby Dick, he'd squirt water at them through his nose.
Not nose, spout. Spout.
Yes, he spout.
Yeah.
Spout time, you keep your big mouth shut. Now, Abbott, let me finish the story.
Well, go ahead, I'm waiting for the finish.
Now, one day, Moby Dick was swimming along, and he passed a shark that was choking up his queue. What kind of shark?
Now, who said that?
I did. That's in case you asked.
I'm not interrupting.
This was a pool shark. Now, get out of here before I bank your head in the side pocket.
Nah, take it easy.
Now, Moby Dick was hungry. He was very hungry for a big whale, so he grabbed a great big clam.
Abalone?
Huh?
What'd you say? Abalone.
Abbott, this is no baloney. This is a true story.
No, you said anything about baloney. Who said it?
Who did?
You did. I didn't say anything.
What did you say?
I said abalone.
There you go. You said it again.
No,
abalone.
you dummy. I said the whale was eating abalone.
Where would the whale get baloney in the ocean?
No.
Abbott, he was eating a great big clam.
Abalone is a clam.
How do you like that? They're making baloney out of clams.
No. They don't make bologna out of clams. The kind of clam I'm talking about is abalone.
A clam is abalone?
That's right.
One of us is nuts. Abbott, why don't you baloney up and let me finish my story.
You mean clam.
Didn't you just tell me that clam is abalone?
That's right.
Well, if you don't shut your clam, I'll hit you over the head with a baloney.
All right, now, don't get excited. Take it easy.
Now, Moby Dick was a friendly whale. He liked to play with the fish, especially the itty-bitty little fishy.
Guppies?
Sure, he. What was that?
Guppies. Haven't you ever heard of guppies?
Oh, I listen to guppies all the time. Guppy's Tavern. Now, Moby Dick was swimming along. One day he saw a swordfish fighting with a mackerel. The swordfish stabbed the mackerel, then he stabbed him again, and he stabbed him again, and he stabbed him again.
That poor little
and
mackerel.
he stabbed him again.
That poor little mackerel must have been full of holes.
Yeah, he was a holy mackerel.
Hold on.
Will you stop laughing now?
Well, when do we laugh at it?
I'm
Come
not
on.
even finished with the story
Go
yet. Now, then the swordfish saw Moby Dick, and he lunged at him. and he lunged at him. And Moby Dick
and what happened?
lunged at the swordfish, and
What
the swordfish lunged at Moby Dick.
Well, what happened?
They had lunch together. And then Moby Dick paid the check. He was a very wealthy whale, Abbott. He owned stores all over the country.
Oh, now, look, don't get silly. What kind of store's got a whale
Abbott,
own?
ain't you never heard of the whale and drugstores?
Well, all right, go ahead.
Now, Moby Dick didn't feel so good, so he went to see the Dr. Fish.
Dr. Fish?
Yeah, he was a famous surgeon.
Well,
Well, he was, too. He
All
was
right,
a
well,
great
go-
physician.
physician.
Now, when he got to the surgeon's office, there was a walrus in there having a tooth pulled.
Not tooth, tusk.
Huh?
Tusk.
Oh, yes. Well, tusk to you and a couple of poo-poos.
All right.
Now, also in the surgeon's office was a big fish with Band-Aids stuck on both sides of his jaws.
What was the matter with him?
He was plastered to the gills.
Oh, why didn't he come to the surgeon's office?
Well, he just stopped in for the halibut.
For the hell, all right, go ahead.
Then a quartet of fish came in and started singing.
Now, wait a minute. A quartet of fish?
Oh, what a quartet of it. First tuna, second tuna, barracuda, and bass. They sang for scale.
Oh,
They were always good for a fin apiece. Suddenly a voice hollered, "Eyes regusted, brother crawfish. Let's all go home."
Who was that?
That was a kingfish.
The king?
Now, on the way home, Moby Dick, he passed a school of fish.
Well, what kind of fish?
How do I know what kind of fish?
Well, were they weak fish?
What do I know about their physical condition?
All right.
All I know that a couple of them were Gershwin fish.
Gershwin fish?
Yeah, porgy and bass.
Now, look, just a minute. Porgy and Bess had nothing to do with this.
Oh, they did too.
Oh,
Some
no.
of our best tunas come from Porgy and Bess. I got plenty of nothing.
Oh, stop, Costello. This is ridiculous. What happened to Moby Dick?
Now we're getting near the end.
That's it. Come on.
Very sad ending, Abbott.
All right, let's hear it.
One day he swam away and nobody ever saw the big whale again. He swam away. Abbott, you're supposed to say Costello. I'll tell you where he went. And I say to you, keep out of this. Okay,
Listen,
now.
Go ahead. I'll tell you that.
Okay.
I naturally would ask
I
you that.
started the story and I'm going to finish it. Whales are just like elephants, Abbott. They have a graveyard where they go to die. No matter where a whale lives, he goes to the whale's graveyard to die. Whales swim thousands of miles. From the Pacific Ocean to the Atlantic Ocean, from the Atlantic Ocean to the Pacific Ocean, against currents, over reefs, through storms, hurricanes, typhoons, and monsoons. They swim and they swim until they get to the whale graveyard. And when they get there, Abbott, they die.
They die?
Yeah, it's the trip that kills them.
Experience is the best teacher.
Remember during the war when we all had experiences like this?
Joe, look. 3 whole packs of cigarettes. Of course, I walked 23 blocks to find them, but...
Did you find any camels? Nope, not a camel in the bunch. Oh, well, a cigarette's a smoke these days. But say, smoking all these different kinds sure makes you realize more than ever how good camels are.
Yes, during that wartime cigarette shortage, smokers smoked whatever brand they could get. They compared the different brands, whether they intended to or not. That experience taught millions the differences in cigarette quality. The result?
Today, more people smoke Camels than ever before.
Yes, millions have found that Camels suit their T-zone, that's T for taste and T for throat, to a T. They've found that their taste delights in the rich, full flavor of Camels, that their throats welcome Camel's cool mildness. Experience is the best teacher. Try a Camel.
Time to light up a camel and listen to Skinny Anna sing.
You'll always be the one I love, Every hour, every day, every year, you'll always be the one I love. Through each smile, through each sigh, through each tear, my heart will feel the same old glow. Even though the stars may fade from above, I promise there will be no other arms for me. You'll always be the one I love. La-da-da-dum. You'll always be the one I love. La-da-da-dum. Through each smile, through each sigh, through each tear, my heart will feel the same old glow. Even though the stars may fade from above, I promise there will be no other arms for me. You'll always be the one I love.
Hey, Abbott, I just bought a boat, Abbott, at the government auction. Here's a picture of it.
My, she looks beautiful standing there in her slip.
She's in a slip. Oh, wrong picture.
No, you dummy. This is the right picture. It's a picture of a yawl in a slip.
A picture of what?
Yawl in a slip.
Abbott, yawl is crazy. I never had a picture taken in a slip.
No. A yawl is a boat, an old tub.
You did it. Now, that did it, Abbott. You all can't insult me. Just for that, I'm going to hold off and give you...
What?
The dirtiest look you ever had.
Now, listen, you idiot. If you're going to sail this boat, you'll have to get a license. Now, run across the street to City Hall, and you'll find that the boat license is in room 310. That's it.
Okay, room 310.
Yeah.
We'll invite the whole gang out on a fishing party, Abbott. I think
it.
I'll make it formal. No fish admitted without tails. Wait right here, Abbott. I'll go over to room 310 and get the license.
Go
See you
ahead.
later.
Oh, that dummy, I hope he gets a license without balling things up. Wait a minute. 310? That's the Marriage License Bureau. Costello! Uh-oh. Oh, it's too late. He's gone.
How do you do, clerk? I'm Lou Costello, and I'd like to take out a license.
A license? Well, congratulations, Mr. Costello. Where did you find her?
Government surplus?
No kidding. Say, were there many of them down there?
Oh, sure, hundreds of them. Some from the Coast Guard, some from the Marines, some from the Navy, and 2 or 3 from private parties.
Were most of them in good shape?
Nah, a lot of them needed a new bridge. On some, the paint was cracked. Others were bulging a little at the seams, but I picked the best one.
Yes, sir, I'll bet you did. When does the ceremony take place?
Tomorrow. I'm going to shove her into the Pacific Ocean. Yeah.
Attaboy. Right away, show her who's the boss.
Oh, I'll be the master, all right. I'm going to start the ceremony by cracking a bottle of champagne on her nose.
Brother, you got the right idea. By the way, how old is she?
Oh, she's pretty old. But she'll be all right when she gets the barnacles scraped off.
Barnacles? Barnacles, eh? I thought mine was bad just because she had a couple of bunions.
Bunions? Bunions on a boat?
Costello! Yeah, Costello, come out of here. Come on.
Hey, Abbott, this guy is nuts. His boat's got bunions.
Who's talking about boats?
I am. That's what I want a license for.
Look, this is the Marriage License Bureau, Costello. I've got the boat license. Come on. We'll pick up Skinny and Marilyn and start off on that fishing trip. Hurry up.
Hiya, fellas. Well, I'm all ready to go out on the boat with you, Costello.
You're going on this boat in that outfit? What's the idea of wearing a woman's nightgown and carrying a doll?
That's in case the boat sinks. You know the rule of the sea. Women and children first.
Skinny, why don't you crawl up in the crow's nest?
What for?
Get one of those crows to sit on that egg you just laid.
Ah, there you are, Louis, my love. My, what a beautiful boat.
Marilyn, my sweet, let's you and I sail away to some tropical island. We'll sit alone in the moonlight and I'll sing a romantic song in your ear like beer barrel polka.
Oh, but Louis, there's nothing romantic about a beer barrel.
There is if you drink the beer first.
Ah, Louis, my love, you're so cute. When we get back from this boat trip, I'm going to take you to my house.
Yes?
I'll fix you a big dinner. Roast duck, chocolate cake,
Chocolate cake.
strawberry ice cream.
Strawberry ice cream.
And then after dinner, we'll go in the living room.
Oh, yes.
And have a demitasse.
I knew it. I knew you weren't treating me that nice for nothing.
Well, Costello, I weighed the anchor and we're ready to cast off. Get up on the bridge there and act as first mate.
Aye, aye, sir.
Okay.
Okay.
Haul anchor! Haul anchor! Port you're missing!
Port you're missing!
Loop your poop deck! Loop your poop deck! Batten down the hatches. Run up the rigging. Reef in the mainsail. Furl the spinsail. Hard the starboard. Man the foresail. Loop your poop deck! Costello, I thought you were a sailor. Look, you got the helm caught in the rigging.
Well, get the helm out of here.
Hello, Louis. Hello. Louis Costello's a lousy sailor.
Who said that? That's the ship's parrot.
Oh. Hello, Polly. Polly, want a cracker?
Polly want a cracker? Polly want a cracker? That's all I hear. Why don't somebody offer me a rye Christie?
Never mind that bird, Costello. I should have never come on this fishing trip with you. But there's dangerous reefs out there. There's a storm coming up. Now man the wheel and get us through those reefs.
Aye, aye, sir. What a terrible storm. This is my chance to be a hero. Can I get my ship and my crew safely through these savage seas? Can I navigate the swirling waters of the jagged reef? Can I bring my ship untouched through the treacherous shoals? Well, evidently not.
Camel presents lovely Marilyn Maxwell from Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of Lady in the Lake. Assisted by the 4 hits, Marilyn sings for Camel fans everywhere, Wish I May, Wish I Might.
Needles,
Pins,
triplets,
twins.
when a man marries, his trouble begins.
When a man dies, his trouble ends. Let's touch thumbs and see who wins.
Wish I may, wish I might, get the wishes I'm wishing tonight. A young cadet, blonde or brunette, a Romeo in search of Juliet. Wish I might, wish I may, get the wishes I'm wishing today. A lot of noise, a lot of boys, and an awful lot of poise. I want a date who'll stay out late, a brother rat who'll leave me flat, won't rate, plus an orchid from New York. A raft of taffeta will be round me, scads of lads will harm me, and they will cheer for the belle of the brawl of the year. So hold me close and hug me tight and get the wish I may, I might.
I wish I may.
Wish I had a dozen roses.
I wish I might.
Wish I had the proper clothes.
I wish I may.
Wish I had a slinky hairdo.
I wish I might.
Wish my evening gown was bare too.
I wish I may.
I would knock the little eyes out if I could get the wish I wish tonight. Wish I didn't have a chaperone. Wish we had a chance to be all alone. We could slip away and tell jokes and drink cokes, but we're afraid the prof would never condone it. So we wish we may, we wish we might.
Wish I may.
Wish we had a secret hideaway.
Wish I might.
And a car in which to drive away.
Wish I may.
In a private rendezvous we'll dance.
Wish I might.
What an invitation to romance. So just say needles, pins, triplets, twins. Give a yell, give a cheer, for the belle of the brawl of the year. So hold me close and hug me tight,
'cause that's the wish
I may.
I'm mine.
According to a recent nationwide survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
You have probably heard about that survey. 3 leading independent research organizations put this question to 113,597 doctors. What cigarette do you smoke, doctor? The brand named most was Camel. Camel's rich, full flavor and cool mildness hit the spot with doctors as with millions of other smokers. If you're not smoking Camels now, try a Camel on your T-zone. That's T for taste and T for throat, the true proving ground for any cigarette. See if Camel's rich flavor of superbly blended choice tobaccos isn't welcomed by your taste. See if Camel's cool mildness isn't mighty acceptable to your throat. See if you too don't say, yes, Camels certainly suit my T-zone to a T.
Well, now you've done it, Costello.
Oh, yeah.
We're shipwrecked on this deserted island. We can't even tell where we are.
I could tell in a minute if I had one of those little round gadgets.
What little round gadget?
You know that little round thing with a needle in it that says north, north by east, north, north, south, east, east, east by east, east by southwest, west, west by south, west by southwest, south, south by north, south by northwest.
Wait a minute, you mean a compass?
Isn't it funny I can never remember that word?
Well, I wish we knew where we were.
Hey, Abbott, we're in the land of the Incas.
How do you know?
If I didn't
There you are, the 4 Inca spots.
The Inca.
Oh, Louis, honey, we've got to get off this island. I just saw 4 big Incas.
Yeah, they're 4 of the biggest Incas I ever saw. But don't worry, Marilyn, darling. You're talking to a great sailor, a great fisherman. I'll get us off this island.
Sailing, sailing over the bounding sea, you'll always find Costello, for a fisherman is he. Lou Costello, the famous fisherman.
I was hitting the puss with a salmon while the salmon was in the can.
Sailing, sailing over the bounding sea, you'll always find Costello, for a fisherman is he. He went sailing before he became a blimp.
My father used me for bait 'cause I was a little shrimp.
Costello, I didn't know you were so fond of the sea.
I'm a regular Isaac Walton. It's in my blood. My red corpuscles go in and out with the tide. The Costellos were all great sailors, Abbott, all the way back to 1492.
America was discovered by Christopher Costello. There never was a sailor who was neater. He sailed the ocean in his 3 famous boats.
The Pinta, the Nina, and the Santa Anita. They're running at Hollywood Park. Bazooka is going to the front. Bingo is second. Clinker is third. Coming into the stretch, it's Rosebud in front. Bonnie B by 4 lengths. Firefly is third by 8. And the winner is Girdle. They let him out in the stretch.
Ah, Louis, my little stout trout. What thrilling adventures you must have had on the ocean.
Yes, I had mal de mer, too.
Mal de mer?
Yup, that's French for you can't take it with you.
Oh, Louis, you're so smart and wonderful. Dear Louis, to me, you're a hero in bell-bottom slacks.
When I'm on the sea, I'm the pride of the waves and the wax.
When you're at my side, I could sail in a sea full of squalls.
Let's go for a ride.
Yes, yes.
In a barrel down Niagara Falls.
He's a sailor man and a fisherman too. He's the smartest fisherman you ever knew.
Avast ye lovers, make fast the mainsail, strip down the mizzenmast, swab those decks, you dirty swabs, lube the poop deck.
Hey, Costello, wait a minute. Do you mean to tell me that you really understand all of those nautical terms?
Did I say something nautical? I'm sorry.
No, I mean, do you understand navigation?
Yeah, but I'm a real navigator. When I was a baby, I played with boats just like a sailor. And then as a Boy Scout, I learned to tie knots just like a sailor. Then last night, I whistled at a girl just like a sailor.
How did you make out?
Shake hands with a landlubber. Ah, but I love the ocean. When I see the sea, then my heart starts to melt. I have fished every fish, and I've smelled every smelt. I've dueled in the sun with the swordfish. I have frolicked with fin and with paddy. But I can eat fish because I'm a fodder, and a fish may be somebody's daddy. I swam with the fish in the lakes and the pools. I got a degree from attending their schools. I once kissed a mermaid just for a laugh, and now that same mermaid is my better half. Many brave hearts are asleep in that deep. So beware,
Costello! How's it feel to be away down there?
I'm feeling mighty low.
Well, Costello, there's only one way we can get off this island. Somebody has got to swim to the mainland and get help. Here, buckle on this life preserver and get going.
Okay, Abbott. I'll go behind these bushes, take off my clothes, put on the life preserver, and I'll swim for help.
Oh, this is terrible, Mr. Abbott. We're slowly starving to death.
Yeah, Costello's been gone for 4 days and 4 nights.
Poor Costello. I'm glad I gave him that life preserver. I can see him battling those waves, struggling through that surf, I will. Oh, my goodness, my mind's off it. But for 4 days and 4 nights, I wonder what's taking him so long. Hey, look, it's Costello. He's back. He's made it.
Oh, Louis, honey, you don't know how I've worried for 4 days and 4 nights while we waited for you to come back.
Costello, I've never been so happy to see you. I'm glad you're back, Lou.
Back? I didn't even start yet. How in the heck do you get into this life preserver?
What?
Abbott and Costello will be back in just a moment for Camel Cigarettes.
During the war, the makers of Camel cigarettes sent a total of more than 150 million free Camels to our fighting men overseas. Now, free Camels are sent to servicemen's hospitals instead. This week, the Camels go to Veterans Hospital, Van Nuys, California, U.S. Army Pratt General Hospital, Coral Gables, Florida, U.S. Naval Hospital, Brooklyn, New York, U.S. Marine Hospital, Cleveland, Ohio, and Veterans Hospital, Newcastle, Delaware.
Camel broadcasts go out to the United States 3 times a week, are rebroadcast to practically every area in the world where our men are still stationed, and to our good neighbors in Central and South America. And now here are Bud Abbott and Lou Costello with a final word.
Well, Costello, tomorrow's Valentine's Day.
Yes, Abbott, and I've written a beautiful Valentine poem all for you.
Oh, that's very sweet. Would you like to read it?
Certainly. Here it goes. What Harpo means to Groucho and Chico, what Cugat means to Tico Tico, what Molly means to Fibber Magee, what a few beads mean to Gypsy Rose Lee, what a patch on a seat means to the pants of a fellow, Abbott, my pal, that's what you mean to Lou Costello.
Good night, folks.
Good night, everybody. Good night.
When the tobacco in your pipe is full-flavored and rich, when it smokes cool and mild, why, that's pipe appeal. And the way to enjoy that kind of pipe appeal is to remember that PA stands both for pipe appeal and for Prince Albert. Yes, Prince Albert is the smoking tobacco with a rich, full flavor and cool mildness. Burns slow and even, too, because it's crimp cut. Give your pipe appeal with Prince Albert. And for ear appeal, tune in to hear Prince Albert's Grand Ole Opry Saturday night. Remember, Grand Ole Opry Saturday night on NBC.
Be sure to tune in next week for another great Abbott and Costello show brought to you by Camel Cigarettes. And remember, experience is the best teacher. Try a Camel. Let your own experience tell you why more people are smoking Camels than ever before.
C-A-M-E-L-S.
This is Michael Roy in Hollywood wishing you all a pleasant good night for Camel. Stay tuned now for the Eddie Cantor Show.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Gone with the Wind has captured the imagination and acclaim of the entire world. The screen has never known a love story to compare with this. When Rhett Butler meets Scarlett O'Hara.
I love you more than I've ever loved any woman. And I've waited longer for you than I've ever waited for any woman.
Let me alone.
Kiss me once.
Can't we ever forget that day at 12 Oaks?
Do you think I could ever forget it? Have you forgotten it? Can you honestly say you don't love me?
No, I don't love you.
It's a lie.
Well, even if it is a lie, do you think I'd go off and leave Melanie and the baby?
I'm not cornered. And you'll never corner me, Rhett Butler, or frighten me. You've lived in dirt so long you can't understand anything else. And you're jealous of something you can't understand. Good night.
It's not that easy, Scarlett. You turned me out while you chased Ashley Wilkes, while you dreamed of Ashley Wilkes. This is one night you're not turning me out.
A love affair you'll remember as long as you live, filled with all the fire and fury of the times in which it happened. Gone with the Wind. First picture to win 10 Academy Awards. The most honored, the most talked about motion picture in all film history.
From the sound of music. And Bing Crosby is up next.
Thank you, Professor Kirby. Thank you very much. What do you got in that package, Rosie?
Instant entertainment.
Oh, well, stir the whole batch up.
What a day this has been. What a rare mood I'm in. Why, it's almost like being in love. There's a smile on my face for the whole human race. Why, it's almost like being in love. All the music of life seems to be like a bell that is ringing for me. And from the way that I feel when that bell starts to peal, I would swear I was falling, could swear I was falling. It's almost like being in love. Like a bell that is ringing for me. And from the way that I feel when that bell starts to peal, I would swear I was falling. I could swear I was falling. It's almost like being in love. Apple and spice and everything nice.
What do you got there, Rosie? What's that bit? A new Sara Lee limerick?
A new Sara Lee cake, Bing. New Sara Lee apple and spice cake.
Apple and spice. Sure sounds great.
There's never been a cake like this before, Bing. Its delectable goodness comes from the flavor of orchard fresh apples blended with imported spices, grade AA creamery butter, and toasted hazelnuts.
Hazelnuts, too.
Why, sure. It's got toasted hazelnut icing. It's the most fabulous frosting a cake ever had.
How about that?
And like all Sara Lee cakes, it's completely baked and iced. All you do is serve and enjoy.
Perchance you have a limerick on that?
Yes, listen. A gal whose cakes were so fine, to bake can now sweetly decline. She said you can see why I buy Sara Lee. They're apple and spice cakes divine.
Oh, we might even sing a song to it.
Merrily, merrily, only Sara Lee tastes so good.
Professor Cole, I tell you what you do. Just kind of vamp a little, huh? Let's see what ensues. Every little breeze is sighing of love undying at sundown. Every little bird is resting, feather nesting at sundown. Each little rosebud is sleeping while shadows are creeping in a little cottage cozy. The world seems rosy at sundown, where a loving smile will greet me and always meet me at sundown. I seem to sigh, I'm in heaven, when night is falling, love is calling me home. I seem to sigh, I'm in heaven, when night is falling, love is calling me home. You know, quick relief from cold miseries is a show business must. No singer or actor can feel his best when he has a miserable cold. And that's why smart performers insist on fast relief from cold miseries. Listen.
Movie stars can't let cold and sinus congestion spoil their performance. So what do? Listen to Rod Cameron's answer.
When my head gets stopped up from cold and sinus trouble, I take the new medicine for those miseries. New 4-way cold tablets. Today's 4-way contains a decongestant to drain sinus congestion while it relieves cold distress. Then you feel better fast.
Tests show 4-way acts faster than any other leading cold or sinus tablet. In minutes, 4-way speeds pain-relieving medicine all through your body. In the same time, no trace with other brands. Only 4-way starts so fast to relieve muscular pains, reduce fever, relieve headache without upsetting stomach. And 4-way drains sinus congestion to restore free breathing, too. Right, Rod Cameron?
It sure is. With 4-way, I start to feel better right away.
To relieve cold miseries while you drain sinus congestion, get new 4-way. Fastest acting of all the leading cold and sinus tablets. New improved formula, same familiar package. Only 39 cents.
This moment, friends, I'm delighted to report that Miss Rosemary Clooney is sashaying to the mic to engage in a song with me.
What type of song shall we do, Bing?
Well, I don't know.
Or what do you say we do a love song?
Might be nice. You know, I was wondering, shall we do an out-and-out mushy love song or something sultry and sophisticated and sneaky?
What do you mean, a sneaky love song?
Ooh, a song like People Will Say We're in Love.
Oh, that's a good example.
I think so.
Okay, let's sneak into it.
We should have worn our sneakers.
Let's kick our shoes off at least.
Oh, it's better with your shoes off. Don't throw bouquets at me.
Don't please my folks too much.
Don't laugh at my jokes too much. People will say we're in love.
Don't sigh and gaze at me. Your sighs are so like mine.
Your eyes mustn't glow like mine. People will say we're in love.
Don't start collecting things. Give me my rose and my glove.
Sweetheart, they're suspecting things. People will say we're in love.
Don't start collecting things. Give me my rose and my glove.
Sweetheart, they're suspecting things. People will say we're in love, so in love. All the people will say we're in love.
How about a game of charades, gang?
Charades?
That's one of my favorites, Rosie. Someone acts out a story, and the others try to guess it.
That sounds like fun. Go ahead, Ken. You start.
Let's see now. He's kind of drooping. His tongue is sticking out.
I got it. You're an old shoe.
Right. Now get this.
The letter S, and he's shooting a gun.
Oh, that's easy. S and kill. Skill.
Great. Now watch me closely. This one's important. Meow.
I got the cat, but what's the bit with your hair?
Black. Get it? Black cat. You don't have to go any further, Ken. I think we've got the whole story now.
Oh, what you're trying to say is that discarding shoes with lots of wear left is downright wasteful.
And that the shoe repairer with skill and modern equipment can turn old shoes into better than new ones.
It sounds almost as though we rehearsed this.
No. Anyone could have guessed you were telling the story of a skilled craftsman who can make a family's budget stretch further.
One thing nobody has to guess at. You can quickly tell your shoe repairer is giving you top-quality products as well as first-class service by the famous cat's paw sign in his window.
Outstanding products like cat's paw twin grip soft resilient heels and soles. And lighter than leather, lighter than rubber microlight soles by cat's paw. Guarantee you the best underfoot.
So visit your shoe repairer who displays the famous cat's paw cat when any pair of your family shoes need mending. And add many miles of walking comfort economically.
Be sure to ask for cat's paw products by name. And look for cat's paw on new shoes, too. I love you. Oh, how I love you. My every hour is spent dreaming of you. I need you. Oh, how I need you. When I feel
so blue. I never knew unhappiness or that a heart could ache. But now that I've known happiness, I fear my heart will break. I love you. Oh, how I love you. My every thought is you.
You know, Ken, ever since you told me that the women of this country spend $7 billion a year for beauty, I have been, really, I've been more or less in a state of shock. That was a traumatic revelation.
Kind of rocked you.
Oh.
Billions for beauty. The new beauty salons really show it, Bing.
Oh, boy, they're a far cry, aren't they, from the first beauty parlors?
That's what they called them, too. They were always beauty parlors.
You know, we had one in Spokane.
And now look at how many there are.
Hundreds. They're salons, too.
Yeah. Remember the old beauty parlors? They were uninspired, poorly lit. The equipment was, well, just primitive.
Yeah, but the customers, they were eager.
Oh, yes. Those operators were they weren't skilled at all.
Not in those days.
They were learners, more or less, really untrained.
I can't believe it.
Facts, Rosie. We're giving you the straight.
Oh, but the first beauty operators were quite expert at burning scalps and charring hair and generally putting their clients through all sorts of torture.
Oh, yes. Actually, the beauty business in its early years was more or less like an inquisition, torture chambers, sort of, yeah.
I can still remember walking by the beauty parlor back in Peoria and getting dizzy from the smell of burning hair.
Yeah. How about that henna wrench?
Oh, murder.
Were conditions really that bad,
They
fellas?
were worse. We're playing it down. See, in those days, plenty of women were injured in the early days.
Yeah, those were the pioneer women of this century.
Apparently.
Yeah, they were the types, who formerly were only found in wagon trains and peeping over stockades, trying to get a pot shot at an invader. They were the sort of women who could shoulder a musket. These women were, you bet. At least that's the strain from whence they descended.
And, Rosie, these brave ladies who gritted their teeth and clenched their fists and endured the pain inflicted by the early beauty operators, they're the ones who paved the plush way for the luxurious and lavish and perfectly safe treatments that you girls enjoy nowadays.
You see?
Yeah, someone had to do it, I guess.
It's just like the singing around here. Someone's got to do it. Well, the snow is snowing. Oh, wind keeps blowing. But I can weather this storm. What do I care how much it may storm? I've got my love to keep me warm. Really can't remember the worst December. Just watch those icicles form. What do I care if icicles form? I've got my love to keep me warm. Off with my overcoat, off with my glove. I need no overcoat, I'm burning with love. My heart's on fire, the flame grows higher, so I will weather the storm. What do I care how much it may storm? I've got my love to keep me warm.
coat, losing my glove. I need no overcoat. I'm burning with love. My heart's on fire. The flame grows higher. So I will weather the storm. What do I care how much it may storm? I've got my love to keep me warm.
Bye, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you.
Au revoir. Listen again now, won't you?
Bing Crosby and Rosemary Clooney with Buddy Cole's music were presented from Hollywood. Produced by Bill Morrow and Murdo McKenzie. This is Ken Carpenter inviting you to join us again tomorrow.
Frisco Kid is coming. The Frisco Kid.
He's the most dangerous man on the Barbary Coast. If he's looking for trouble, he's come to the right place.
Too lucky.
My business to be lucky.
Not a bad business.
You playing?
Playing. That makes us even.
We'll give him his choice of weapons, knives or pistols. No, we better make it pistols with this guy, and we'll make it 10 paces. When we start the pace off, I'll turn on 8 and shoot, and you shoot too. And we'll make a good job of it.
You're gonna marry me.
I can't lie to you, Bat. I love you, but we can never mean anything to each other. There's a world of difference between us. You won't change and live my life.
And you certainly won't live mine.
No.
Well, nevertheless, you're gonna marry me.
But what Mora needs is hanging. And if his friends object, we'll hang them too.
A true legend of American comedy, Bob Hope, is up next.
Lever Brothers, makers of the new Rinso with Solium, Spry, and other fine products, bring you the Bob Hope Show. Yes, from Washington, D.C. and Hollywood, California, it's The Bob Hope Show, transcribed. With Doris Day, Jack Kirkwood, Irene Ryan, yours truly, Hy Averback, Les Brown and his band of renown, our special guest, Arthur Godfrey. And here he is, Lever Brothers' delightful deduction, Bob Hope!
Thank you. How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob Washington, D.C. Hope. Saying I've been here 2 days and nearly starved to death. I went to a chicken dinner last night, didn't even get a wing. I sat next to a senator, and he refused to pass anything. Yes, sir, here I am in Washington, D.C. D.C., that's a Washington abbreviation meaning, hey, Sam, you filibuster while I go out and find out which side we're on. I took a taxi cab from the railroad station. I said to the driver, aren't you afraid of being investigated with a red upholstery? He said, it wasn't red until this morning. Senator McCarthy and Dean Acheson happened to come out of the station together. Y'all through? But I want to tell you the communist situation is really delicate. Yesterday, Congress appropriated 80 cents for Red Skelton to dye his hair black. Even Lassie is worried. She won't touch your red heart anymore. Whenever I come to Washington, I always take in the sights. I went out this morning and saw the Lincoln Memorial, the Washington Monument, the State Department with its granite columns, and the Treasury Building with the bust of Crosby over the door. You know, Crosby's income runs into boxcar figures, and his figure looks like it ran into a boxcar. I took a sightseeing tour around the city. I asked one of the guards at the Mint if he knew who I was, and he said, why do you think we're here? I want to tell you that the real reason I'm here in Washington is to help the campaign against juvenile delinquency. They thought I'd know more about it than people who've only had one childhood. The juveniles are the only ones we have to worry about. Secretary Snyder takes care of the older delinquents. Of course, here in Washington, they're not called juvenile delinquents. They're referred to as young Republicans. But doing this show for juvenile delinquents reminds me of those days when I was a kid. And I was always a problem to my folks. My mother wanted me to go to Yale. My father wanted me to go. But I had a tough childhood. I came up the hard way. I had to. Besides me and the cats, there was a rock in that sack. This may turn into a quiz show, you know. We had a lot of games. We played post office until the G-men came around and made us put it back. I just want to say that there's no future in being a juvenile delinquent. My brother was one. He turned out to be a crook, and yesterday they caught him. He was taking pictures of people through a dirty windshield and selling them to television for old movies.
Happy little wash day song for a wash that's whiter and brighter than new. Rinso washes, Rinso new, Rinso white,
Whiter than new,
Rinso bright,
brighter than new,
Rinso white, Rinso bright.
Rinso new.
Rinso New. It's an amazing fact, but it's true. Rinso, the only soap that contains solium, gets white clothes whiter than new and washable colors brighter than new. Yes, Rinso gets clothes Rinso New. Wonderful Rinso puts sunshine in your wash, even on rainy days, even if you dry your clothes indoors. In all the world, only one soap, Rinso, can get your wash so white or colors so bright, because no other soap contains the scientific sunlight ingredient, solium. Use Rinso for your heaviest wash, and you'll see for yourself that Rinso gets out more dirt than any other type of wash day product. And yet Rinso is so safe for your clothes and so kind to your hands. Get the economical giant-size Rinso with a red solium label. On wash day, use Rinso and see your wash turn out whiter brighter than new.
Rinse so white, rinse so bright.
Rinse so new.
Happy little wash day song.
Ladies and gentlemen, this week Bob Hope flew here to Washington, D.C. to play in the annual Celebrities Golf Tournament to raise funds to help fight juvenile delinquency. To find out how he made out in the tournament, let's look in on Bob and Doris as they return to Bob's hotel room after the match.
Gee, it's good to be back in the hotel, Doris. What a golf tournament. The least they could have done was provide enough caddies. Imagine walking 18 holes carrying a heavy leather bag with 20 clubs in it.
Yeah, Bob. Can I put it down now?
Be careful you don't scratch the clubs.
Well, I don't understand why you had so much trouble getting someone to carry your clubs, Bob. All those congressmen who played in the tournament had caddies following them around.
Well, they weren't caddies, Doris.
Oh, they weren't?
No, they were just taxpayers who'd been left holding the bag. I may never get out of Washington, you know? But I sure showed them how to play golf today, didn't I?
Oh, that's right, Bob. You were in good form.
Well, you deserve some of the credit for my form. I couldn't have done it without your encouragement and your help.
And my girdle.
It's a little large for me, but I went through with it. That I can read good. Wasn't it a great day? Say, what a tournament. Gee, I'm pooped.
Well, maybe you'll feel better after you have your rub down.
Yeah, I wish that masseur would get here. I'm really tired. I don't know if I'll be able to make it out tonight.
Bob, if you're going out tonight, you better call the hotel valet and get that suit pressed.
Pressed? Doris, this is the way the suit is supposed to look. It's a casual, informal number. This is what they call a sack suit.
It looks like they left some of the grapefruit in it.
One more like that, and you'll be picking them next year. And that girdle was so big. Believe me. Gee, after all that... Maybe that's the masseur. I'll get it. Say, it must have been the maid, Doris. She left her mop standing out here in the hall.
Mr. Hope, it's me.
Well, Miss Irene Ryan. Miss Ryan, how'd you like the golf match today?
Oh, it was wonderful. It made me feel sorry I ever gave up playing golf.
Miss Ryan, you used to play golf?
Oh, yes. Oh. My doctor told me to get out and play some.
For your health?
I guess so. His prescription was in Latin. It said, in hoc pluribus secula degustibus unum.
What does that mean?
Enjoy yourself. It's later than you think.
Oh, gee, it's a shame you had to give up golf, Miss Ryan.
Well, I had to because it was so expensive. You see, when I play golf, I have to use 2 caddies.
2 caddies?
Yes. One to carry my bag and one to carry me.
Well, that's understandable. 2 bags, 2 caddies.
And another reason I don't play golf is because I keep having trouble with the ball.
What do you mean?
It keeps dropping in those little holes.
Aside from the golf match, have you been seeing much of Washington, Miss Ryan?
Oh, yes.
You've been making the rounds of all the nightclubs?
Oh, in my condition. Oh, no, I'm past all that.
What do you mean?
I've sold all my wild oats. There's nothing left for me but bran flakes.
Oh, come now, Miss Ryan. You're exaggerating.
It's the truth, honestly. After all, I'm not as young as I used to be.
Were you ever?
Well, you may not believe this, Mr. Hope, but once I was a bright young thing with a sparkle in my eye, radiant and all aglow.
And now?
I think I've got a short in my battery.
Maybe your guarantees run out.
What did you say?
Maybe your guarantees run out.
You'll have to speak a little louder, Mr. Hope.
A little louder. What's the trouble?
The same trouble I always have in Washington.
What do you mean?
Well, this is D.C., and my hearing aid is AC.
Hey, that must be the masseur now. Come in. Oh, are you here to give me my rub down?
That's right, boy. I'm the masseur.
Oh, parlez-vous français?
Careful, lady. I'm also the house detective.
Come on, Miss Ryan. We're going to run, Bob. See you later.
Bye.
All right, boy. The ladies are gone. Now, will you strip down, please?
Okay.
Now, wait a minute. You'll have to take off that baggy, long underwear.
I did. This is my skin.
Mother Nature hasn't been too kind to you, has she, boy? Just look at those arms, those legs, those stomachs.
People who live in steam cabinets shouldn't throw Chiron tablets.
I haven't got all day. Let's get on with the massage.
Now, wait a minute. Are you a good man?
I'm the best masseur in Washington, D.C. I got a medical background. I used to be a baby doctor, but the government put me out of business.
How'd they do that?
They passed a new rule, only one delivery a day.
Well, how about that rub down?
Let's see. Where's the rubbing alcohol? Oh, here it is.
Hey, wait a minute. You're not supposed to drink it. You're supposed to rub me with it. I'm the one that's stiff.
I'll be the same way in a minute, boy. Well, I'm ready for your rub down now. What's your trouble?
Oh, I think I strained myself playing golf. I'd like you to loosen up the muscle in my arm.
Okay.
Well?
Don't rush me, boy. I can't loosen it till I find it. You sure you had it with you when you came in?
Look, there's the muscle right there.
Gee, if I had a grape crusher, we could make some wine.
No. Look, I'm too tired to argue. Get on with the rub down.
Okay, boy. And I call him boy only because this is option time. Say, that neck looks awfully sore. Think I'll work on that a bit. There's an awful lot of play in that head. Well, let me get a hold of that leg. Maybe I can bend it into shape.
Easy now. Oh. By the way, how much do you charge?
$5.
I only pay $2.50.
The price is $5.
Not a cent more than $2.50.
$5.
$2.50. What happened?
Don't look now, boy. We just split the difference.
All over the world, more women use Rinso than any other wash day soap. Today's Rinso with amazing solium gets white clothes whiter than new and washable colors brighter than brand new. Yes, your wash comes Rinso new. And it's because only Rinso contains the scientific sunlight ingredient, solium. What's more, even if you dry your clothes indoors, Rinso with solium puts sunshine in your wash. Use Rinso for your heaviest wash. See for yourself. Rinso gets out more dirt than any other type of wash day product. Your clothes will turn out whiter, brighter than new. Rinso new. Yet Rinso is safe for your clothes and kind to your hands. Get the economical giant-size Rinso, the only soap that contains solium.
Evans and Livingston wrote a number, the title number, by the way, of George Marshall's new picture, Fancy Pants. And here's Doris Day, Les Brown and Band, and Cool Boy Hope to do it for you. Woe is me, what goes with me? I hate this living I've chose for me.
Tired of meeting misery, shoulda never roamed and left that home cooking, home cooking. Life is cruel, I was a fool to roam. I climb this hill, I try this dale, and then I step on a rusty nail.
Never even get no mail. I'm so far from all that goes with
home cooking, home cooking. I'm afraid I should have stayed at home.
I meet a gal, her name is Sal. I want to keep her in my corral.
But she says she's just a pal, and she's never home when he wants home cooking, home cooking. Life is cruel, I was a fool to roam. Rock of Ages on the organ, Thanksgiving every day. Give me that home cooking, and I'll never go. My ticket calls for Jasper Fall. I'm heading home and I'm gonna stay.
Right now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to have you meet a man that could run for president. And if only his sponsors voted for him, he'd win by a majority. Here he is, Arthur Byam by the Carton Godfrey.
Thank you, Bob. Well, thank you very, very much, Bob and folks. And remember, if you're looking for a good cigarette, enjoy a smoke that really does satisfy. Smoke milder Chesterfield.
Are you all done?
Yes, Bob.
He has to give a commercial every hour in the hour, folks, or the financial structure of the country collapses.
It's so wonderful seeing you again, Bob.
Thanks, Arthur. It's always a pleasure seeing you, and I might add, it's been a lot of fun playing golf with you here in Washington.
Thank you, Bob. But you know I wasn't too happy with my score.
Well, after all, how far can you hit a ball with a ukulele?
I sure envied you. You hit your ball real hard.
Yeah, well, there's a reason.
I know. I saw that picture of Burl painted on the ball. Boy, those clothes you wear. What was that outfit you were wearing?
Well, that's not only correct attire, but it serves to identify me on the course, you see. How did you like that sweater with a big H?
Well, it's okay, but I think you were kind of silly to give Hildegard $3 for it.
Well, I thought the opera-length gloves were cute.
Oh,
Anyway.
yeah, they were beautiful.
You know, Arthur, your farm's near here. We passed over it, I think, on the way in.
Uh-huh.
Are you still living there?
Oh, yeah. After knocking myself out at the studio all week, it's great to get down there, too.
The last time I saw you was when you had me down to your farm in Virginia.
That's right.
Well, it was real fun being a farmer for a few days, but I don't think I did too well.
Why not?
Well, I was milking a cow, and she turned around and started singing, "Try a Little Tenderness."
Oh, but we have some very clever cows.
That's right. Down on your farm was the first time I ever saw a cow with a Lipton tea bag.
Not only that, she gives 3 quarts of glass wax a day.
Well, seriously, it's a wonderful farm, though. You have some great equipment. By the way, what do you keep in that big 50-foot silo? Corn? Alfalfa?
Ukuleles.
Ukuleles, huh? Well, how about that?
Ooh, well, you see, I work awful hard. And I'm busy all the time, Bob.
But you work pretty hard. I don't think you should knock yourself out for money. After all, you can't take it with you.
I'm not going.
You mean?
Yeah. Robert Q. Lewis is going to replace me.
Say, but really, Arthur, you know what I was thinking of on the way over here to the studio? Wait a minute, I didn't say it yet. Wait a minute. Arthur, what's with that laugh of yours?
I can't help it, Bob. You tickle me.
I do?
Yeah, would you mind turning your nose the other way?
Joe knocked at it. It's my career on television, you know.
That's right. My gosh, you just finished your second big TV show.
Mm-hmm.
I hear it was great.
You heard?
Tell me now, seriously, how do you like being on television?
Oh, it's swell. It's just like making movies. There's really only one difference.
What's that?
Well, in movies, the mistakes end up on the cutting room floor. In television, you have to mop them out of your living room. But I like it. Radio, television, movies, it's wonderful.
Yes, Bob. We can kid about how hard we work now, but don't forget, when we started in this racket, we worked pretty hard and no loot.
No, not much, but Uncle Sam didn't grab it so fast in those days either.
Well, let's say we drift back into a couple of those nostalgic nuances and show the people how lucky we've been.
Say, that's not a bad idea. Gee, I wonder what it would have been like if the two of us worked together in early radio.
Well, let's find out.
All right.
Presenting those two snappy chappies, Arthur and Bob, half corn and half Slav.
It's a good day for singing a song, and it's a good day for swinging along. So take a deep breath. How can anything go wrong? Yes, sir. There goes that old alarm clock. Let's all get up and greet the day. What are we starting with this morning, Arthur?
Well, let's give the ladies some beauty hints, shall we?
Shoot.
Dear little housewife, are your fingers always red? Are your hands always red?
They are?
Well, get back in your wigwam, kid. You're an Indian.
And now a word about our sponsor, the No Problem Credit Company. If you should need money, we'll lend it. Just borrow 1,000 and spend it. And if you don't pay us, it doesn't dismay us. We just take your skull and we bend it.
And now we present Jazzy Arthur Godfrey and Bebop Bob in their original radio record show, Make Believe Washroom.
Hi, gang. This is your old disc jockey, Bebop Bob, with another knocked-out record session. It's all on wax, and it's real crazy. It's cool. So you kids who want to get your kicks, lace up your boots, and latch on to some of this frantic jive that we're going to send swinging your way. Right now, cats, I'd like to tell you that the next minute and a half of our show is sponsored by Dr. Capstaff's weight-reducing plan.
We'd like a word with those of you ladies who weigh over 400 pounds. Do you have the feeling that you're being followed? You are. It's you.
And you men over 400 pounds, do you have large stomachs? When you get your shoes shined, do you have to take the bootblack's word for it?
Then why not try Dr. Capstaff's weight-reducing plan?
Yes, to take off those extra pounds, try Dr. Capstaff's method. No diet, no pills, no injections, no exercise. Once a week, Dr. Capstaff comes to your house and beats you with a rubber hose. And now we're going to play our first record. It's a little tune called I'm Dancing with Tears in My Eyes because the girl in my arms had onions for dinner. It's going to be played by Woody Grivness and his orchestra.
Okay, but first a word from our sponsor.
This next record is coming to you through the courtesy of Slushies, the only breakfast cereal that's shot out of a water pistol.
Folks, you'll just love Slushies. They don't snap, crackle, and pop like other breakfast cereals. They just lie there and ooze.
Mothers, you'll cheer when you see the way your kids dive into a bowl of Slushies. They never come up again. Listen to what one happy user of Slushies has to say.
I've been eating Slushies for now under 30 years. And I want to tell you something. I'm getting darn sick and tired of them.
Thank you, F.E. Spoon of Battle Creek, Michigan.
And now our popular Western feature, Cowboy Trails, bringing you once again those popular riders of the range, Tex Godfrey and Smoky Hope.
Oh, bury me not on a lone prairie.
Now, wait a minute, Galoot. I ain't a hankering your style of singing.
I resent that. I think I sing powerful good. In fact, I've been referred to as the man with the barefoot voice. I know, I've heard you, and you sound like your big toe has got a hangnail. Well, I'm going to convince you, partner. Just to listen to this. Oh, bury me not on a lone prairie. It will do, Daddy. Oh, bury me out on a lone prairie.
Anybody got a shovel? Oh, thanks for the memory of the cerebral palsy campaign and their efforts to obtain the needed funds for the helpless ones. This drive we must sustain. And we thank you so much. And thanks for the memory of the groups in every state who work to educate. Take this crusade, we'll bring the aid against cerebral palsy fate. And we thank you so much. Folks, the dollars you give are assuring new hope for the ones who need curing. The help that you give is procuring the winning goal against palsy's toe. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a great thrill to play here in Washington in the Celebrities Golf Tournament with such eminent Americans as General Vandenberg, Senator Lucas, Ben Hogan, Tom Hearn, Gordon McRae, and to do our show tonight on behalf of their number one cause, juvenile delinquency. I especially want to thank Arthur Godfrey for giving us a big lift tonight. The old redhead did very well in the tournament, too. Tapped the apple around just like Carrie Middlecoff. I got a hunch that between commercials, Arthur studies Doc's new dictionary for dubs and a terrific textbook for any golf addict, The Golf Doctor. Yes, sir, get yourself a copy of The Golf Doctor by Carrie Middlecoff. Learn to croon like Crosby, and you, too, might be invited to the British Amateur and have to swim back. Folks, next Tuesday is our last chance before the summer siesta to remind you that donations are still desperately needed to fight cerebral palsy. So send them to me, Bob Hope, Paramount, New York City. Thanks again, Washington, D.C., and so long till next Tuesday. Good night.
Spry is a new Spry, better than ever Spry. You'll be a better cook when you use Spry.
That's true. I became a better cook as soon as I started using Spry and Aunt Jenny's can't-fail cake-making method. Now my cakes are always light and high, so delicious, too. No more cake failures for me.
That's a statement from Mrs. Henry R. Klein, 2726, the Alameda, Baltimore, Maryland. Aunt Jenny and Spry can make you a better cook, too. Just follow these two simple steps. 1, use new better than ever Spry. And 2, follow Aunt Jenny's can't-fail cake-making methods you'll find right on the Spry labels. So get new Spry tomorrow from your grocer and see how Spry's wonderful cake improver ingredient helps you get the highest, lightest, richest tasting cakes you ever baked. Prove it to yourself. You'll be a better cook when you use Spry.
Lever Brothers Company has brought you the Bob Hope Show, transcribed from Washington, D.C. and Hollywood, California.
Now, the new Penny Singleton Show on NBC.
We didn't lie to you, folks. We told you we had living, breathing monstrosities. You laughed at them, shuddered at them, and yet, but for the accident of birth, you might be even as they are. They did not ask to be brought into the world, but into the world they came. Their code is a law unto themselves. Offend one, and you offend them all. And now, folks, if you'll just step this way, you are about to witness the most amazing, the most astounding living monstrosity of all time. Friends, she was once a beautiful woman. A royal prince shot himself for love of her. She was known as the peacock of the air.
Sie ist aber prachtvoll, nicht wahr, Hans? She's the most beautiful big woman I have ever seen. Why, Hans, how you talk. I should be jealous pretty soon. Don't be silly. Don't be silly. I've seen these women making ice at my Hans. Course, I ain't jealous. Oh, Frida, my dear. I have ice for only one woman. The woman I asked to be my wife.
Fräulein Frida. Ich habe den Gürtel enger gemacht.
Das ist viel besser. Er war immer hinuntergerutscht. Er war zu lose. Dankeschön.
True crime stories of the LAPD are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
Sound off for Chesterfield. Chesterfield, the only cigarette in America to give you premium quality in both regular and king size, brings you Dragnet.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent. You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to forgery detail. A check forger has been hitting the merchants in your city. From the M.O. she uses, you know she's an expert. You've got a description. Your job, get her. There's only one premium quality cigarette in America, available in both regular and king size, and that is Chesterfield.
Premium quality in a cigarette means the world's best tobaccos, the best ingredients, the best cigarette paper. Only Chesterfield gives you this premium quality in both popular sizes.
King size Chesterfield contains tobaccos of better quality and higher price than any other king size cigarette. That's certainly important to every king size smoker. Of course, it's the same fine tobacco as in regular Chesterfield. There is absolutely no difference, except that king size Chesterfield is larger, contains so much more of these premium quality tobaccos that you get more than a fifth longer smoke from king size Chesterfield.
Yes, the modern way to sell cigarettes is the Chesterfield way. Premium quality, both regular and king size.
And either way you like them, Chesterfields are much milder. Chesterfield is best for you.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Wednesday, February 6th. It was cool in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of forgery detail. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Welch. My name's Friday. I was on my way back from the forgery office, and it was 10:22 a.m. when I got to the mug room.
I'm sure about it, officer. If I ever see that woman again, I'll know her. Don't you have any doubt about it, I'll know her.
Yes, ma'am. Now, if you'll just look through this book, please. Have you seen anyone who might be the woman, Miss Parkinson?
No, not yet, Sergeant, but if she's got her picture in here, I'll find it for you. Never forget that face. So sweet and kindly. Sort of reminded me of my mother, rest her soul. I think that's why I cashed the check for her. I never would have done it if there hadn't been something like that.
Yes, ma'am. I wonder if you'd mind running over it again for us. Might have been something you forgot, maybe.
No. I wouldn't forget anything about her, but I can tell you about it if you'd like.
All right, fine, Miss Parkinson. If you just start at the beginning again.
Fine. Would you mind calling me Ethel? I don't much care for formality. Feel better when people call me by my given name.
Yes, ma'am. If you go right ahead, please.
Well, this morning's when I found out about it. Like to keeled right over when the check came back from the bank. Opened up the other mail, mostly from people who want to sell me things for the store, and there it was. Letter from the bank with the check inside. Stapled to one of those forms, you know, the kind they just check with a pencil.
Uh-huh.
Well, like I said, there it was. The place it was checked said the account was unknown. Well, you can just bet I got on the phone and called the bank people.
Yes, ma'am, I understand.
I told them they'd made some sort of mistake, that they'd better set it right. I was so sure that you wouldn't do a thing like this. Well, you know how banks are. They said they'd check it for me, and I waited on the phone while they did. And they said it wasn't any mistake. Well, you can just bet that I was hopping mad.
Yeah, well, what kind of identification did the woman use to get you to cash the check?
Well, she had several letters from her son. At least that's who she said they were from. I just bet she hasn't even got a son. No, sir, I'll bet she hasn't.
Well, do you usually cash checks with that little identification?
No, I don't, as a rule. I usually ask for a driver's license and a Social Security card. Figure that if a person's got one of those, that means that he's working. Figures that the check is good.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's not always true, you know, ma'am.
Don't I know it now? You just bet I do. Last time I'll cash a check for anyone I haven't known for 10 years.
Mm-hmm. Had you seen this woman around your store before this time?
I've been trying to think about that. The shop isn't very big, but we do a pretty good business. Sometimes there are several people waiting. Get in a hurry, you know, and you aren't sure who you talk to.
Yes, ma'am.
To me, I've seen her in the store before, but when I stop and really think about it, I'm not too sure. You know how that is?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
When you boil it right down, I don't think I have seen her before. She just had one of those faces that you figure sure you know. Looks like such a lovely person.
I see. About how old do you figure she was, ma'am?
Well, like I said, I guess about 62, maybe a little older.
Uh-huh.
Might have been 65. Not much over that, though. Such pretty hair. Pure white-headed, fixed in a real soft wave over her forehead. Old-fashioned kind of. Wore it in a bun, you know.
Ma'am?
Bun. Had the hair all rolled up and then pinned up back. Here. Back of her neck.
It was white, you say? Her hair was white?
Yes. Looks so nice to see a woman act and look her age. So many of them try to look younger, you know.
Yes, ma'am. How about her clothes?
Oh, she was well-dressed. Had a sort of teal blue suit on, a black coat. Looked kind of like it might have been cashmere. Looked real nice. Little string gloves and all.
You say she was a small woman, is that right?
Yes, she was little. Stood real straight, you know, shoulders back. But she was a little one, not more than 5'1" or maybe 2.
Mm-hmm. Would she be slight or heavy?
Beg pardon?
Well, how much would you say she weighed?
Maybe 100 pounds. Say she wasn't much heavier than that. No, sir, 100 pounds.
Was there anything unusual about her, anything that might make her stand out?
No, I don't think so, except maybe it was the perfume.
Ma'am?
Perfume, you know, how you kind of expect a little old lady to wear something kind of mild like violet, maybe. Something light.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, she had a real heavy perfume on. Smelled kind of like a French scent. Real heavy, like I said. It was one thing I couldn't figure out.
What's that, ma'am?
Well, she did have nice clothes and all, but all in all, she didn't look like she had a lot of money. Just moderate, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that perfume must have been expensive. Must have cost a lot.
Well, I guess she's making enough to afford it, ma'am. 10:34 a.m. Mrs. Parkinson continued to look through the mug books. She was unable to identify the woman who had passed the bad check. The merchants of the city had been victimized for the past 3 weeks by a forger. All of them described her as a kindly old lady using letters from her son in the East as identification. Frank and I had run the description we'd gotten through R&I with no result. The stats office had made several runs on the M.O., and all leads furnished by them had been checked out, but they led us nowhere. We'd obtained copies of the forged checks, and they'd been processed by Don Meyer in handwriting, but he'd been unable to offer us any new information. The names on each of the checks were different. We checked each of them out, but the leads went nowhere. All of the stores in the central area had been alerted. Descriptions had been distributed to the neighborhood merchants, but the check passing continued. We checked with our informants, but they failed to come up with any information. 2 weeks passed. The woman hit 12 more times. Her take was estimated to be over $2,500. The checks she passed were always for the same amount, $50. When it seemed necessary, she would purchase merchandise in order to cash the check. The articles she chose were in a price range so that the store owner would often cash the check rather than lose the sale. Thursday, February 21st, 8:34 a.m. Frank and I got back to the office. I'll get it. Forgery, Friday. Yeah. All right, where? How soon? All right. No, we'll see you there. What is it? Harry Allenson. Informant? Yeah, says he wants to see us right away. Yeah? Says he knows the woman we're looking for. The working detective knows that he's usually only as good as his informants. Quite often, when all other means of bringing a case to a successful conclusion have failed, the only thing that'll break it is information supplied by an informant. A detective will protect his informant. For as long as the informant can operate, the detective is assured of a steady flow of information. 9:45 a.m. Frank and I drove over to the coffee shop at the corner of Crawford and Spring Streets. Harry Allenson wasn't there when we arrived. We sat down and ordered a cup of coffee. Oh, that's good and hot. Yeah, it is. Hey, pass the sugar, will you, Joe? Yeah. There you go. Thanks. Okay. Wonder where Allenson is. What time did he say he'd be here? 9:45. Well, it's only a couple of minutes after that now. He'll be here. Wonder how right his story is. What did he tell you on the phone? Oh, nothing, just that he knew what we were looking for. Said if we'd meet him here, he'd fill us in. There he is. Oh, yeah.
Righty.
Harry? Sit down.
Yeah. Sorry I'm late. Got hung up in traffic.
Oh, you got a car now, Harry?
No, missed my streetcar. Had to wait for another. Say, you guys had breakfast yet?
Yeah, we did a little earlier.
You mind if I have something to eat?
No, go ahead.
Where's the waitress?
Well, she was here a minute ago. I don't see her now.
I'll go get her myself. Sure you guys don't want anything to eat?
No, thanks just the same, Harry.
Okay, be right back.
Well, here we go again, Joe. Yep. Last time we met him, his meal cost $2.50. How much dough you got on you? Oh, I got a couple of bucks. How are you fixed? Oh, not much better. Let's hope he doesn't order too much, though.
How about some more coffee for you guys?
No, thanks, Harry.
Chow will be up in a minute.
All right, how about this information, Harry, about the paper hanger?
Oh, yeah. Funny the way I got it.
Is that right?
Yeah, I was up in Jack's bar last night. You know, just having a beer, shooting the breeze. All of a sudden, this old girl comes into the place. Kind of set everybody back on their heels. Looks so nice.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, she slides up on one of the stools and orders a drink. Even Jack was taken in. Changed his apron and all. Anyway, she climbs up on the stool and orders some sherry. Made a big thing of it.
How do you mean?
Well, Jack started to pour some of it for her, and she stopped him. Said that she wanted California sherry. Said she didn't want any of that imported stuff. Said her family was one of the first ones in the state and that she believed in using homegrown products. She was kind of cute about it. Real little woman perched up on that stool. Looked a little like a cartoon. You know, the ones of the little old lady guzzling martini.
Yeah,
Oh, say, hold on a minute, will you? My food's ready. Be right back.
Okay, Harry. How do you like that guy? It takes him 5 hours to get a point over. Well, there's nothing you can do about it, Frank. He's got to tell it his way.
I suppose so. Nothing like a big breakfast. I always say if you stoke up in the morning, you got it made for the day.
Yeah, that's right, Harry.
Farm breakfast, they call this. Tell you, that's eating. Oh, look at that sausage. Fried real good. I like it when it's like a rock. Can't stand pork that hasn't been cooked enough.
Yeah. You want to go on with the story?
Oh, yeah. Don't mind if I eat, do you? Got a big day today. A lot of things to do.
No, you go right ahead, Harry.
All right. Well, like I said, this old broad ordered the sherry. Well, as time went on, she must have had 3 or 4 of them.
Yeah.
A couple other guys came in, and I moved over to make room for them. Ended up sitting right next to the woman. Say, pass the ketchup, will you?
Oh, yeah. There you go.
Eggs aren't much good without a lot of ketchup. Gives them real flavor.
Yeah. Harry, could you get to the point maybe a little sooner?
Oh, well, first off, I noticed this perfume this broad's wearing. Well, now I tell you, it's been a long time since I smelled anything like that. Real heavy. Like the stuff they sell in France.
Yeah.
Didn't fit the woman. Now, sir, didn't seem to go with the rest of her. I tried to strike up a conversation, you know. Talked about the weather, stuff like that, but she wouldn't have none of it. She didn't actually tell me, but I could tell the way she answered me, you know, kind of cool.
What makes you think she might be the one we're looking for?
The way she looked. The way she worked.
What do you mean, the way she worked?
Well, I'm getting to it. Anyway, after she's had the sherry, she reached into her purse to pay for him. Fumbles around in it for a while. Well, I couldn't help seeing what was in it, you know, what was sitting right next to her and all.
Yeah, sure.
Well, she don't come up with any money. And she starts going through her pockets. Still can't find any money. Finally, she asked Jack.
Who's that, the bartender?
Yeah, Jack. He owns the place. She asked him if he'll cash a check.
Yeah.
Well, now I ask you. Neither one of you guys know Jack?
No, I don't think we do, Harry. No, I don't.
Well, Jack wouldn't cash a check for the treasurer of the country. Not even if he had the president to vouch for him. Been stung too many times.
Yeah.
Well, this old gal gets to him, see? I can see him start to go. He kind of hems and haws around all the time. He's trying to figure out a nice way to say no to her. Finally, he just ups and says it. Well, right after he kind of waits and expects her to tell him off for being so mean to somebody like her, but she doesn't. Just kind of hunches her shoulders and then starts digging in her purse again. Takes everything out, puts it on the bar.
Yeah.
Well, it happens that her driver's license is lying right there on the bar in front of me. Couldn't help but read it, you know.
Yeah, we know.
Well, I saw her name. And I asked her if she'd let me buy the wine for her.
What'd she say to that?
Well, when I called her by name, she acted kind of startled, like she didn't expect it, and then she kind of smiled and said she was financially embarrassed at the moment. Something about coming away from the house without any money, but she said she thought it'd be very sweet of me if I'd take care of the tab. So I paid Jack the money, and I asked her if she'd like another one. She said she didn't think so. And then she got all her stuff together and put it back into her purse and thanks me. Then she got up and left.
Yeah, well, what was the name on the driver's license? Do you remember that?
Yeah. Got it written down here someplace. After she left, Jack and me got to talking about her. Then it hit me that she might be the one you're looking for. So I jotted down the name.
You ever see this woman before, Harry?
No, never laid eyes on her before she walked into Jack's last night. Now, here it is.
Thanks.
Yeah, that's the name at the top of the paper. Right under, that's her address.
The name on the piece of paper was Lillian Halstead. It was a new name in the case. It gave an address out near Bel Air. Frank and I called the name into R&I, but they had no record on anyone answering that description. We paid the check and thanked Harry Allenson for the information, and then we drove out to the address. It was a large house just off Sunset Boulevard. Mrs. Halstead wasn't in, but the maid told us that we'd find her husband at the Halstead School of Dramatic Arts. She gave us the address, and Frank and I drove out to the school. It was located in a large modern building out on Wilshire Boulevard. When we got there, Mr. Halstead was working with the advanced class in the drama section. We took a seat at the rear of the auditorium and waited for him to finish.
You gentlemen wish to see me?
Yes, sir. You're Mr. Halstead, are you?
That's correct.
Police officer, sir. This is my partner, Frank Smith. My name's Friday.
How do you do?
How do you do?
What is it that you'd like to see me about?
Well, can you tell us where your wife is, sir?
Lillian?
Yes.
Well, she's out of town. Why? What do you want with her?
Well, what if you could describe her for us?
Why, certainly. I don't understand what this is all about, though.
Well, it's just a routine investigation.
The routine? What's that mean?
Well, just that we're conducting an investigation and a woman with the same name as your wife came up. We're just checking it out. Now, if you could give us a description of your wife, please.
Yes, well, let me see. Lillian's 36. Yes, I would say she's 5 feet 6 1/2 inches. Weighs perhaps 130 pounds.
Mm-hmm. What color's her hair, Mr. Halstead?
Well, before she left, it was sort of an auburn. Lillian said something about dyeing it red. Might have done it since she's been gone.
Where's your wife now?
She's back in Washington. They're holding a drama festival, and she's back there looking it over.
Do you have a picture of your wife here, Mr. Halstead?
Yes, sir. I have one on my desk in the office.
What if we take a look at it?
Why, certainly. You can go out this way.
Fine, thank you.
Here, down this way, please.
Thank you.
You tell me what this investigation is that you're working on.
Well, no, sir, not right now. We can't.
Oh, you can. Cloak and dagger stuff, eh?
No, sir, it's not exactly that.
Oh, here, I'll get the door for you.
Thank you.
Yes, right this way. Excuse me a moment. Oh, here. Here's the picture. Lovely woman. Been a great help here at the school.
Yes, sir. How long ago was this picture taken?
Several months ago, I believe.
Mr. Halstead, how long has your wife been out of town?
Perhaps a week, 10 days, perhaps. Something like that.
Mm-hmm. Does your wife drive a car, Mr. Halstead?
Yes, sir, she does. Oh, I understand. The license.
Sir?
Lillian's driver's license. That's what you're here about, isn't it?
Well, I don't understand, sir.
Oh, you don't have to be cagey with me. Lillian lost her driver's license some time ago, asked me to get her a new one. I didn't quite get a chance to do it. You found it. That's it, isn't it?
No, sir, that's not. We think your wife's license has been used as identification by some check forger.
Do you happen to know where your wife might have lost the license?
Why, no, we don't know exactly. It must have been about 3 months ago. She says that she dropped it here at the school, but I've looked all over for it, haven't been able to find it. I think she just left it someplace. She's terribly careless about things like that.
Yes, sir.
Is this about the old woman that's been forging the checks?
Why do you ask that, sir?
Well, that's another thing that I've been meaning to call you about. I was reading the paper one night, and all of a sudden it hit me.
Sir?
Well, I could be wrong, but I think I know the girl who's doing this.
You are listening to Dragnet, the authentic story of your police force in action.
The modern way to sell cigarettes is the Chesterfield way. Premium quality in both regular and king size. And we're the only one that does it. We tell you what Chesterfields are made of to give you that premium quality in both popular sizes. Our scientists select the best materials. They select for Chesterfield the world's best tobaccos, blend them just right. And they keep Chesterfields tasty and fresh with the best of moistening agents. Now, here's something else that's completely modern about Chesterfield. People smoke Chesterfield, and we tell you what happens. Scientifically, but simply.
A medical specialist is making regular bi-monthly examinations of a group of people from various walks of life. 45% of this group have smoked Chesterfield for an average of over 10 years. After 8 months, the medical specialist reports that he observed no adverse effects on the nose, throat, and sinuses of the group from smoking Chesterfield.
Well, I'd say that means real mildness. And finally, we ask you to try Chesterfield and prove what we say. Chesterfield is best for you. They're much milder to give you all the pleasure that the modern cigarette can give.
2:37 p.m. We ran the name Bert Halstead through R&I, but we got no make on anyone answering his description. Halstead told us that he thought we might be looking for a girl he identified as Peggy Small. He told us that the Small girl had enrolled in the dramatic school over a year before. We asked him if he had a picture of her that we could have. He told us that he thought there was one in the files. He took us down the hall to the registration office and checked his files. He located a picture of the girl and handed it to Frank.
Just why do you think this might be the girl we're looking for, Mr. Halstead?
Well, it's the oddest thing, officer. Peggy. Oh, that's Miss Small.
Yes, sir.
Well, Peggy came to us about a year ago, as I said. She came out here to the coast from some little town in Idaho, I think it was. I'd have to check her entrance application to be sure, but I think it was Idaho.
Yes, sir.
Well, instantly I knew that this girl had talent, real talent, deep down, talent. Right off the bat, she had the feel. Would have been a fine character actress.
Well, why do you say would have?
She didn't want to work. Wasn't interested in anything but learning how to be an old woman.
Sir?
All she was interested in was learning to act like a little old woman. Oh. Now, we have a theory here at Halstead. Don't act, live. She did just that. Learned the makeup problems, dress, walk, everything. She even used to practice writing like a woman of 60 or so. I used to see her practicing by the hour.
Did she ever give you any reason for all this?
No. I asked her once, but she said that this was the way she wanted it. Now, I thought that she was trying to tell me to keep my nose out of her affairs in a nice way, so I didn't ask her again.
Mm-hmm.
Now, we have presentations here. You know, each term the class presents a play that's been written and produced by the students themselves.
Yes, sir.
Peggy would always do the oldest female part in them. Never was interested in anything else. She had several good offers, but for some reason she did not take them.
What do you mean by that, sir?
Well, one night a talent scout from one of the majors came out to see our play.
Well,
he
what?
was quite... Majors? Oh, the studio. He was quite impressed with Peggy, offered her a term contract, good money. She'd have done well, but she just was not interested. I just can't understand it.
Well, do you know where she is now?
No, officer, I haven't seen Peggy since she left here. That was about 4 months ago.
I wonder if you could tell us where she lived when she was enrolled here.
Certainly. I have the address on her enrollment card.
Well, that's fine. We'd like to have the names and addresses of any of her close friends, too, if we could.
Oh, certainly glad to help. You think it could be her? Peggy, the woman you're looking for?
Well, it could be, yes, sir.
Odd. Now, I got to thinking about it when I read about it in the papers. Right away, it made me think of Peggy. How she used to talk about acting.
How's that, sir?
Well, she used to always say there was only one reason for doing anything, and that was to come out on it. That was the trouble with most people. They just didn't know where they wanted to end up. But she knew where she was going.
Well, maybe she was right.
I beg your pardon?
If she's the one we're looking for, we know, too. 3:12 p.m. We got Peggy Small's address from Mr. Halstead, and then we went back to the office. We ran the name through R&I, but there was no record on the girl. 4:02 p.m. Frank and I drove out to the last known address of the Small girl. It was a boarding house on 92nd Street. Peggy Small wasn't in, but the landlady told us that she usually didn't get back from work until 7 or 7:30. We asked if she knew where the girl worked, but she told us that she didn't. We arranged for a stakeout on the house, and at 4:37 p.m., we checked back into the office.
You want to check the book? Right.
Anything?
Don't think so. There's a call from Faye. Wants to know if I'll be home for dinner. I better give her a call, Joe.
Mm-hmm.
Faye's getting a little hacked at me.
Was that so?
Yeah. Last 3 nights she's waited dinner for me, and I didn't make it.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, honey. Yeah. Well, I don't know yet. Yeah? Well, I think so. I know. Well, maybe another hour or so I'll know. Yeah. Okay, honey. Bye. Well, if I don't make it tonight, she's going to scalp me.
I get it. Forgery Friday. Yes, ma'am. What's that address again? All right. Yes, ma'am. We'll be right there. Oh, Your dinner's going to have to wait again.
Why?
Dry goods store out on Main. Forger's there now. In the process of the investigation, the police department had alerted the merchants throughout the city to the method of operation of the woman forger. Thousands of printed circulars had been distributed bearing her description. An artist's conception of the woman had been published in the daily papers, and the drawing had also been broadcast over the local television stations. The clerk in the store we'd gotten the call from had noticed a similarity between a woman waiting to cash a check and the description. From the information we'd gotten on the hot shot, the woman was waiting for an authorization for the check. When Frank and I got to the store, we met a small elderly woman. She produced identification in the form of a driver's license bearing the name Lillian Halstead. Frank and I asked her to go with us to the city hall for questioning. A policewoman was called, and the interrogation started. One look at her, and you could see that she was covered with a heavy makeup.
I want you gentlemen to know that I resent the implication you're making. The idea of trying to make me out a vicious criminal.
Ma'am, we're not trying to embarrass you. We just want to get to the truth here.
I'm giving you that. I'm telling you what you want to know.
All right, now let's get it over with. What's your name?
Lillian Halstead.
Is this your driver's license?
Yes, it is.
Then the thumbprint on it should be yours, too. Is that right?
I'd imagine so, yes.
Well, then suppose we go down the hall and take your fingerprints and compare it, huh?
Now, you look here, young man. I know my rights. You're not dealing with some little schoolgirl this time. I've lived a long time, and I know just exactly what you can do and what you can't do. I know, for instance, that you can't take my fingerprints unless you want to arrest me for something. If you want to make a fool out of yourself to that extent, then you go right ahead and do it. And mark this well, young man. I'll sue you for every nickel you own. I'll let the papers know about this. They love to know how you treat old women. They just love to know.
You ever been mistreated in any way, ma'am?
No, and I don't intend to be.
There's a man on the way down here, ma'am, the name of Halstead. Wife's name is Lillian Halstead. That driver's license we found in your purse, the one you claim is yours, that's registered to his wife. He's coming down here to tell us that you aren't his wife, that you stole that license, that you were a student in his dramatic school. Now, why don't you save us all a lot of trouble here? Why don't you admit that you're the woman we're looking for, that you're Peggy Small, you're no old woman? Come on, how about it, Miss Small?
All right, I lose. I guess I should have known. Mind if I take this wig off? It's kind of warm in here.
We've been kind of waiting for it. Go right ahead.
It's a good racket while it lasted. Crummy driver's license. I was doing all right as long as I used the letters. They should have been good enough for me. I should have known.
What'd you do with the money?
I got it all, every last nickel of it. I almost had enough, too.
Enough for what?
Leave this lousy town and get out of here. Go back east, New York. A couple more pieces of paper and I'd have it made. Could have left. Almost showed him. Showed him good.
Ma'am?
Phony town. Months I pounded on doors, talking to agents, casting directors, talking to anybody who'd listen to me, trying to get a job, trying to get a break in pictures. None of them would talk to me. Wouldn't even see me. It's a phony town.
Yes, ma'am.
They wanted character women. Didn't want any young women, character women. That's what they wanted. So I got to be the best of them. They didn't want me the way I am. I didn't want to work any other way, none. Had you fooled, didn't I? Had the whole town fooled. All of them. It's a phony place. I was going back east, back to New York. They know talent back there. They recognize it. They know whether you're real there or whether you're just a phony. They know it there.
Yes, ma'am. We know it here, too.
The story you have just heard was true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On June 19th, trial was held in Department 89, Superior Court of the State of California, in and for the County of Los Angeles. In a moment, the results of that trial.
Now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you, George Fenneman. Friends, only the modern cigarette Chesterfield gives you this scientific evidence on the effects of smoking. No adverse effects on the nose, throat, and sinuses of the group from smoking Chesterfield. And only the modern cigarette Chesterfield gives you premium quality in both regular and king size. Now, I know Chesterfield is best for me and best for you. Buy them regular or king size. Either way, they're much milder to give you all the pleasure the modern cigarette can give.
Peggy Janice Small was tried and convicted of forgery, 10 counts. She was sentenced to the California Institution for Women at Corona, California, for the term prescribed by law. Forgery is punishable by imprisonment for a period of from 1 to 14 years in the state penitentiary. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department. Technical advisors, Captain Jack Donahoe, Sergeant Marty Wynn, Sergeant Vance Brasher. Heard tonight were Ben Alexander, June Whitley, Jack Crucian, Gene Tatum. Script by John Robinson. Music by Walter Schumann. Hal Gibney speaking.
Sound off for Chesterfield. Either way you like them, regular or king size, you'll find premium quality Chesterfields much milder.
Chesterfield has brought you Dragnet, transcribed from Los Angeles.
Tonight, it's Adventure with Barry Craig, confidential investigator on NBC.
We're going out there, Tom. We're going to get them skunks. We're going to kill them the way they killed Joe.
Whatever you say, Charlie. And whenever.
What are you talking about? Are you crazy?
I know he's alive, Charlie. I know he's alive.
You shut your mouth.
Let me talk to my please. Please, let me tell her I didn't mean to. Let me ask her to forgive me.
That stormed and burned the jail and lynched Joseph Wilson.
What are you trying to do, Hummel?
Where did you say you spent the night before last? I ain't answering the questions, buddy. You are. Come on, get out.
Will you swear that during those hours, Frederick Garrett was peaceably at home?
Yes.
The witness. We've got him.
Same as everybody else. Talking and drinking.
She must love you an awful lot.
And now, let's drop in to Duffy's Tavern.
The Special Service Division invites you soldiers, sailors, and Marines of the United Nations to drop in at Duffy's Tavern.
Hello, Duffy's, where the elite meat to eat. Archie, the manager, speaking. Duffy ain't here. Hello, Duffy. Tonight, Lucille Ball from Hollywood. The tomato with the carrot hair. Yeah, very nourishing. Oh, you'd like a dish like that, huh? But you also like blondes and brunettes, too. Where do you draw the line? Oh, you don't like bald-headed dames. Yeah, well, Duffy, I can't talk now. I gotta get ready for good old Lucille. Oh, sure. Her and I used to be nips in the bud together. Yeah, certainly. She's from Brooklyn. Huh? No, when she was a kid, her parents migrated out of there. Yeah, to escape persecution. Her father was a Yankee fan. Yeah, Duffy, this is going to be old home week. Okay, I'll call you back. Goodbye.
Hey, Mr. Archer?
Yeah, Eddie?
Now, that movie actress, Miss Ball, just called.
Oh, yeah, huh? Good old Lucille, my dear friend and childish sweetheart.
Yeah. Your dear friend and childish sweetheart just called and wants to know who's Archie.
She was kidding, Eddie. Why, she and me was tomboys together. Gee, she was a pretty girl.
Yeah, she was a pretty girl, and she was madly in love with you, and she would die for you, and she wanted to marry you.
You're psychopathic, Eddie. How did you know?
That's easy. I just thought of the truth and stayed as far away from it as I could.
Listen, Eddie, yesterday that might have been funny, but, because yesterday I was a nobody. Today, who knows? Maybe I will be. An old friend of mine is going to have me listed in that book of famous men. Who's that?
You don't mean whom's who?
Eddie, whom's who? You mean who's whom? When you split an infinitive, you must first modify the participle. No, Eddie, this is a similar anthropology. It's called Who's That? Read this letter, Eddie.
Dear...
read the name of the publisher.
Human and Shyster. Dear boyhood friend Archie. How are you, Arch, old pal? I am doing very well, as you can see by feeling this very expensive stationery. I just remember that you are an old friend, and consequently, I am in a position to have your name listed in our book, Who's That? Since you are an old friend, this will cost you nothing. Always glad to help an old friend. Signed, your old friend, J. Wentworth Ashley, formerly Joe Clinker.
Yep, good old Stinker Clinker. Haven't seen him in years. That was his nickname, Stinker.
Why did you call him that?
And besides, none of us could stand him. So, you see, Eddie, with me name coming out and Who's That, Lucille Bull is in no position to snub her toes at me. I'm a somebody, too.
Good evening, Arch.
Good evening, Finnegan.
How do I look tonight? Pretty?
No uglier than usual. Why?
Well, don't you notice, Arch? I shaved off my mustache.
Finnegan, you never had no mustache.
No? I wonder who I shaved this morning.
Well, let me look at the back of your head. I thought so. I think you better shave it back on again, Finnegan. Look, why are you so worried about your looks tonight, outside of what's obvious?
Lucille Ball's coming down here, ain't she?
So what?
Arch, I got naughty thoughts.
What do you mean?
I figure maybe if I play my cards right, she'll give me a free pass to the movies.
Finnegan, that's a very naughty thought.
Yeah, I know, Arch. Sometimes I don't know what comes over me. Hey, Arch, this Lucille Ball, the red hair of hers, is that real?
Well, certainly it's real. Been that way for more than a year. Natural hair, it's probably hereditary.
Yeah, I don't believe in heredity.
Why not?
Well, look at my mother, red hair. Look at my father, red hair. Look at me, no hair.
Yeah, and interesting for my mama.
Hey, Mr. Archie, a gentleman is here to see you.
Well, if it isn't my old pal, my old friend Archie.
Wait a minute. You're not...
Yep, J. Wentworth Ashley.
Stinker Clinker. Excuse me, I mean, Stinker Ashley.
Oh, no, you can't say that anymore, Arch. It doesn't rhyme with Ashley like it did with Clinker.
Never knew it did rhyme. Well, how are you doing?
Oh, never mind about me. How are you doing, Arch?
Well, I can't say that I'm as rich as Croesus, but I've saved up a pretty penny or two.
Good. I'm glad I'm not wasting my time. I'm glad you're not wasting your life. Well, Arch, always glad to see an old friend. Now, let's get down to business.
Here comes the gold brick.
Archie, Schumann and Shyster have sent me here to say that they would be honored to list you, the author of Duffy's first reader, in the 1944 edition of Who's That?
You mean I'm going to be immortalized? Gee, that's an honor, huh?
An honor? Well, just look at some of the names you would be listed with. John Charles Roberts, H.V. Castellanets, Cecil B. DeGaulle, And Mendel Wilkie.
Boy, what names? And my name will be there, too, huh?
Mr. Ashley.
Yeah.
Yes, sir, Archie. And let's go over to the table and fill out this questionnaire.
Now, Eddie, don't let nobody bother me. I got to fill out this questionnaire for Shuman and Shyster. Let's see here now. Name, Archie. Address, 113 and a quarter East 13th Street.
You better put down your zone number.
Zone, huh? Oh, yeah. Upstairs in the back. Boy, Eddie, getting in this book is some honor, huh?
Miss Archie, do you send in an application to get on these sucker lists, or do they just pick your name at random?
What do you mean? The guy didn't ask me for no dough, did he?
The day is still young.
Eddie, please, don't be so skeptical.
Archie, have you got another actress coming down here tonight?
Yeah, Miss Duffy, Lucille Ball. And what's wrong with actresses?
Nothing. But why do they always have to be girls?
They got a strict rule in Hollywood that all actresses have to be girls. Listen, why was you so late tonight? Where was you?
Down at the 10 Jolly Girls AC and Athletic Club canteen.
Them 10 ugly dames got a canteen now? Well, what do you do for the guys?
Well, first we give the soldier a cup of coffee, and then we ask if he has a sweetheart back home.
And if he has a sweetheart?
We just keep asking till we find one that hasn't.
Well, suppose you don't find one that hasn't.
Then we close for the night. But usually we find at least one.
What a man trap.
Don't worry, Archie. We have very strict rules. No jolly girl is allowed to kiss a fella unless he's been overseas. Gee, you should have seen the handsome soldier Vera Fogarty kiss tonight.
Mm-hmm. Whereabouts overseas had he been?
Oklahoma.
That ain't overseas.
You gotta cross the Mississippi to get there, and the ocean flows into the Mississippi, doesn't it?
No, the Mississippi flows into the ocean.
Too late. Vera's already kissed him.
I'm surprised you don't just put a pan of salt water in a joint and hop across it. The ocean flows into the Mississippi.
Miss Duffy, could I come down to your canteen some night?
Oh, of course, Mr. Johnston. You can come down and sing for us.
Oh, I'd be glad to. What time do the doors close?
Well, the doors are locked at 12 o'clock.
Yeah, the doors are locked at 12 o'clock, but you're a strong-looking guy, Johnny. You can fight your way out. Listen, pay no attention to it. Go ahead and sing something. Sing that paper doll, huh?
I'm gonna buy a paper doll that I can call my own. A doll that other fellas couldn't steal. And then the flirty, flirty guys with their flirty, flirty eyes will have to flirt with dollies that are real. When I come home at night, she will be waiting. She'll be the truest doll in all the world. I'd rather have a paper doll to call my own than have a fickle-minded, real live girl. I'm gonna buy a paper doll that I can call my own, a doll that other fellows wouldn't steal. And then the flirty, flirty guys with the flirty, flirty eyes will have to flirt with dollies that are real. When I come home at night, she will be waiting. She'll be the truest dolly in the world. I'd rather have a doll that I can call my own than have a fickle-minded, real live girl.
Listen now, Eddie, I got to finish this questionnaire. Now, leave a C here. Education. What'll I put there?
Ooh, tell him the truth. Leave it blank.
Cut it out, Eddie. Let's see now. Education. For 3 years, I attended at the varsity at UCLA at Ann Arbor, Michigan.
UCLA? That ain't in Michigan.
No, huh? Okay, I'll change it to University of Montana. I know that's in Michigan. Let's see. University of M-O-N... Funny, Eddie, I went there and I can't spell it. Well, make it UCLA.
That you can spell.
Yeah, sure. I matriculated from UCLA, where I graduated non-campus mentis. I got it down. What does it mean, Eddie?
That means with high honors.
Oh, naturally. Sure. PhD. Now, let's see. Postgraduate work.
What does that mean?
That means PG, you know. Correspondence course.
Wait. Put in that one you took on muscle building.
Nah, I can't. Never got no diploma.
Never got no muscles, neither.
Hey, wait a minute, Eddie. Here comes Lucille Ball. Now, you better beat us.
Why?
Well, she probably wanted to be alone with me, you know. This is a sentimental moment. Well, Lucille Ball. Well, Lucille, you haven't changed a bit. It certainly touches me heart to see you again.
Who are you? This show is a sentimental moment.
Who am I? Lucille, think of some of the nicknames of guys you used to know when you was a kid.
Well, let's see. There was one that we called Shorty the Jerk. That wasn't you.
No. I was a tall guy.
And then there was another one we called Handsome. No.
Ah, come on, think.
Wait, you're not Sammy the Sissy.
Perish forbid. Look, Lucille, maybe I can refreshen up your memory. Remember how the gang used to get under the fire hydrant? Remember? Get under the fire hydrant, whole gang on a hot day, and you was such a snob. You always insisted on wearing the bathing suit.
Fire hydrant?
Yeah. Look, you remember Lefty's Metropolitan Museum of Pool? Where all the bums used to hang out?
Oh, now I remember you. Oh, yeah.
Archie, yeah. If I had told you my nickname, you would have remembered me in a second.
What was it?
I don't want to say it.
Go ahead. What was it?
I don't know.
What was it?
The Sheik.
Perish forbid. So you're Archie, huh?
Yeah, and this is Miss Duffy. You remember her, the little homely kid that everybody said she'd grow out of it, and she didn't?
Oh, yes, I remember. The one who used to chase all the little boys, trip them, sit on them, and kiss them.
Likewise, I'm sure.
How are you, Miss Duffy? You look very, very lovely.
Very lovely. No wonder the dame didn't recognize me. She's blind.
You know, Miss Ball, it's surprising. You've been in Hollywood for years, and yet you still got a Brooklyn accent in your verse.
You're a nerd. If you'll pardon my church of words.
Oh, think nothing to it. So, here you are, a Hollywood star.
Well, what's wrong with that?
Well, it's all a matter of what a girl wants. Hollywood and its movie stars.
Well, Brooklyn, its Navy Yard.
You remember? But what I mean is, movies is all right if one wants to make a silly career of kissing a different fella every day. One day, Clark Gable kissing you, and then the next day, Tyrone Power, and then the next day, Robert Taylor. Anyways, where could Papa get another cashier?
Look, Miss Duffy, please. Papa desires the monthly inventory. Go count the pickled pig's feet, please. Well, Lucille, oh, by the way, you don't mind me calling you Lucille.
Not at all, Cheek.
Well, Miss Ball, You haven't mentioned how you like the place here.
Oh, yes, I have. Under my breath.
Well, let's hear it. We like ladies' comments.
This isn't a lady's comment.
Well, anyways, it's lovely to see you again. You don't know what it's been like, you know. You in Hollywood, me in New York, over 300 miles apart.
As the crow flies.
How else would I go? Yeah, I was afraid with all that horrible expanse betwixt us that our twains would never meet.
How tragic.
Yeah, it was. What was I saying again?
You were saying something about you being a nobody.
Was I?
Well, I assumed it.
Well, that's where you were wrong. I am no longer a nobody since I wrote this book, this Duffy's First Reader. You remember, I always had a talent for writing.
Yes, I remember those fences in Brooklyn.
Not only fences. I used to write on... Well, mostly it was fences. Anyways, suddenly I write this book, and lo and get hold. Overnight, I wake up, and who's that?
What's that?
Who's that?
Who's on first?
Lucille. Who's that? There's sort of a who's who of what's what in the world.
Well, now that makes it really hard.
Makes it really hard. What do you mean?
Well, now, if you and I take up where we left off, Archie, all the columnists will say, what's their name fell for who's it because he's in who's that.
Yeah. Ah, silly girl. Don't worry about her. What do you care what idle gossip mongers? And don't forget the old proverb. Any publicity is good publicity as long as they don't mention your name. Ah, Lucille, you look lovely standing there with that red hair of yours lighted up by the soft glow from the pinball machine. You know something about that hair of yours?
What about it?
Well, I believe in traffic rules, but that red don't make me want to stop.
I believe in traffic rules, too, but that complexion of yours.
What about it?
That green makes me want to go.
Great sense of humor. Lucille, you know, I'm filling out a questionnaire here, and there's a question that says type of woman preferred. What do you think I'm going to put down?
Female.
Well, yeah, but with a little coaxing, I could change it from female to red-headed female. And where it says name, I could easily change it from Archie to Archibald.
Are you sure you're not Shorty the Jerk?
Cut the kid. This is wonderful, Lucille. You and me working on this questionnaire together, you know. Sort of intimate, like sending out our laundry in the same bag. Hey, that's an idea, sending out our laundry together. You think there's any chance, Lucille?
About as much chance as there is of getting it back.
You mind to take it that you spurned to be known as the future Mrs. Archie?
Crazy, ain't I?
Well, Archie, have you finished the questionnaire yet?
Oh, yeah. By the way, Miss Ball, this is Mr. Ashley. Mr. Ashley, Miss Ball, Mr. Ashley. May I present?
How do you do? I understand this is a sort of a reunion.
Biggest laugh we got tonight. This is old home week. You know, Stinker here is from the old neighborhood.
Oh, please, Archie. Miss Ball, Stinker is just a boyhood nickname. You know, children sometimes have cruel tongues.
But good noses.
Thank you, I think.
You can talk plainer than that.
Now, Archie, I'd like your opinion of one more thing. What kind of leather do you think the book should be bound in?
Bound.
Well, all books are bound.
Oh, I must remember that. That's a good thing for a writer to know. What kind of boundings have you got?
Well, Morocco, pigskin, pin seal, calfskin, suede.
Well, suede is nice, but hate to think of them killing all them little suedes just to cover foot.
Well, Archie, I'll be running along now. Oh, Miss Ball, before I leave, could I have your autograph? And, Archie, I would like to have you sign here, too. Huh?
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you both. And, Archie, old friend, next time I come to see you, I hope I'll be bringing you news that you've been awarded the Nobel Prize.
Well, I'll be just satisfied with a Putzeler prize. Well, so long, Stinker.
So long, Arch, and here's your receipt.
Thanks. You know, Lucille, there's nothing like old friends. Hey, what did he mean by a receipt? Wait a minute, what is this thing?
Let me see.
I,
the undersigned, agree to purchase 10 volumes of Who's That for the Summer.
How do you like that? What an Ashley that stinker turned out to be.
Wait a minute. I signed one of those things, too.
How do you like that? An old friend from Brooklyn.
Yeah, and he sold us the bridge.
Now, before we leave Duffy's Tavern, Levis put a couple of nickels in Duffy's jukebox. Duffy's jukebox, where the feet meet the beat. Well, the platter's spinning, the needle's in the groove, and here's the first number coming up. Tavern was rebroadcast especially for you men and women in the armed forces of the United Nations by the Special Service Division of the War Department of the United States of America.
Stop! Look! He's gunning for trouble. 007. It spells Bond.
Shocking.
He's the idol of every woman.
Who are you? Bond. James Bond.
The envy of every man. The nemesis of the treacherous Mr. Goldfinger. Goldfinger, a triumph in thrill-making cinema entertainment.
The man with the mind.
A three-time winner for Fleming's Secret Agent 007.
Who are you?
My name is Pussy Galore.
Isn't it customary to grant the condemned man his last request?
You've asked for this.
Come and purr over Honor Blackman as Pussy Galore. The female who is all feline. Also starring Gert Frober as Goldfinger. International cheat. International menace.
Gentlemen!
Goldfinger, why weren't we told the New York and the West Coast were in on this?
Goldfinger, I made a delivery. Where is my money?
And you owe me $1 million.
Goldfinger, the man with a finger in every pie. His goal, Fort Knox, the world's biggest bank. His enemy, 007, the world's wiliest, toughest gentleman agent with a license to kill. 007, it spells Bond. James Bond, mixing business with girls and thrills. Girls and fun. Girls and danger. The hotter the danger, the cooler he takes it.
I think you've made your point, Goldfinger. Thank you for the demonstration.
Choose your next witticism carefully, Mr. Bond. It may be your last. Do you expect me to talk?
No, Mr. Bond, I expect you to die.
Now it's time to spend a day with Jack Benny's favorite crooner. It's A Day in the Life of Denis Day, coming up next.
gentlemen, Dennis Day.
That makes life seem worthwhile dwells in your eyes and the spell of your smile.
Dennis Day is brought to you by Palmolive Soap and Colgate Dental Cream. Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope, and Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. The Dennis Day Show with Barbara Eiler, B. Benaderet, Dink Trout, George Dooning in the orchestra, and yours truly, Vern Smith, is written by Frank Galen and stars our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Here's Dennis to sing Love Somebody.
Love somebody, yes I do. Love somebody, yes I do. Love somebody, yes I do. Love somebody, but I won't say who. I get feeling warm and gay when she sends her smile my way. I would marry her today, but who she is I will not say. I love somebody, yes I do. Love somebody, yes I do. Love somebody, yes I do. Love somebody, but I won't say who. Don't know why she acts so shy. Really, I'm a harmless guy. Hope she doesn't pass me by. But if she did, I'd die. I know I'd die. I love somebody, yes I do. Love somebody, yes I do. Love somebody, yes I do. Love somebody, but I won't say who.
And now, here is a very important announcement. Palmolive Soap is giving away prizes worth $67,000. A grand prize of $25,000 in one lump sum, or $100 a month for life.
And that's not all. There are over 2,000 prizes in Palmolive's big treasure chest contest.
Ford sedans,
Westinghouse laundromat,
from Silver Fox scarves,
Toastmaster toasters.
And it's easy to enter. Complete the last line of this jingle.
A fresher, brighter-looking skin is something I would like to win. I'll get Palmolive soap today. Da-da, 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 da-da.
Write your last line on a plain sheet of paper or get an official entry blank from your dealer giving complete rules. Include your own and dealer's name and address and mail with the big word Palmolive from the front of the wrapper of one regular and one bath-size cake of Palmolive soap to Box 92, New York 8, New York.
Now, here's the jingle once more.
A fresher, brighter-looking skin is something I would like to win. I'll get Palmolive soap today. Da-da, 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 da-da.
Mail your entry to Palmolive, Box 92, New York 8, New York.
Get Palmolive soap for a lovelier complexion. Remember, doctors prove Palmolive's beauty results.
Well, tonight, excitement mounts at fever pitch in the little town of Weaverville. For tomorrow is the traditional football game between Weaverville High and their bitter and hated rivals, Middletown Prep. Needless to say, every loyal Weaverville alumnus is praying for his team to win. For when one spends 4 years at a school, one becomes enormously attached to it. And our young hero Dennis Day's feelings go even deeper than that, having been there for 7 years. We find him now in the living room of the Anderson boarding house, where he's been telling his girlfriend Mildred of his past days of glory on the gridiron.
Of course, I don't say I was the best water boy we ever had, Mildred.
Oh, no?
No. As a matter of fact, they fired me after the first day. I guess it was because I took so long to bring them the water.
You couldn't run fast enough?
Oh, it wasn't that. I used to take it out a cup at a time. The regular bucket was too heavy for me.
Well, maybe you weren't so strong, but I'll bet you were awfully cute when you were in high school.
Oh, sure, naturally.
Oh, well, I probably wouldn't have paid any attention to you if I'd known you. I thought I was madly in love with my French teacher. Did you ever have a crush on one of your teachers?
Nah.
Well, that's funny. I thought every kid got a crush on one of his teachers at school.
Oh, not me. I was too mature. Besides, all my teachers were men.
guess that might have had something to do with it. Gee, I wonder if my French teacher still remembers me.
I'll bet mine remembers me. I took French for 2 years, and when I got finished, all I could say was "si."
Oh, silly. But a football game like this certainly brings back memories, doesn't it?
Yeah. Gosh, I sure hope we win it. I've never seen the town as excited about the game as they are this year.
I know. That's all anyone talks about. Even Mother and Daddy can't think of anything but beating... Oh, hi, Daddy.
Rah, rah, rah. Just boom, bah. Hit him in the belly with a trolley car.
We will, Daddy. Don't worry.
Oh, you bet we will. Say, Poopsie and I are going down to the school to see the team off for Middletown. You kids care to join us?
Oh, sure. I hear the coach is an old friend of yours, Mr. Anderson.
Yes. Old Rocky was coaching the football team when I went to Weaverville.
He was?
Oh, that was football in those days. No passes and trick plays. It was bone against bone, muscle against muscle. Skulls cracked like celluloid. Why, I was lucky if I lasted through the first quarter.
You mean you played on the team?
No, just watching. I had a weak stomach.
Well, I'm ready to leave, Herbert.
Why, Mother, you're wearing your old Weaverville sweater with a W on it.
Yes, and it still looks as good as the day I bought it. Except that the W seems to have shrunk a little.
I doubt it, Poopsie. The background's just gotten bigger, that's all.
Well, maybe. After all, it was 28 years ago that I first wore this sweater.
No, 28 years ago. Gosh, it doesn't seem that long, does it?
Well, not to me, naturally. I'm only 10 years older. Well, come on, everyone, let's go. Oh, I'm so excited.
Do you really think we'll beat Middletown this year, Mrs. Anderson?
Well, of course we will. I've even bet $5 on it.
$5? Oh, Poopsie, you shouldn't have. You know how badly I need new shoes. I could have taken that $5 and added it to the $5 I have under my handkerchiefs in the bottom drawer of the... Oh, now I've told you where it's hidden.
Don't be silly. What $5 do you think I bet?
Quite a crowd down to see the boys off, huh, Denis? Where did Poopsie and Mildred disappear to?
Oh, they're over at the bus talking to some of the boys on the team. Gosh, those football players sure are big guys, aren't they, though?
Yes. I'm certainly glad I'm not that vulgar, muscular type of man.
Yeah, me too. I like my bones where I can see them.
Now, just look at the fuss Mildred and Poopsie are making over them. Impressed by a few biceps.
Yeah, women are such primitive creatures.
Certainly. What good are muscles, anyway?
All they do is put a strain on your skin.
Muscles, blah.
And also fat.
And likewise poo.
Darn right. And I'd say the same thing if I had some.
Oh, there's the coach. Hey, Rocky.
Gosh, Mr. Anderson, I wonder why he's looking so sad.
Hello, Herbie.
Hi, Rocky. You remember this young fella, don't you?
Huh?
I used to be the water boy.
Yeah, well, we've had so many water boys, you know.
Oh, I was the one you said carried less water in his bucket than on his brain.
Oh, Denis Day! Glad to see you again, Day.
Say, is anything wrong, Rocky? You seem kind of upset.
Upset? I'm half crazy. Didn't you hear what happened? I just found out 10 minutes ago that a spy from Middletown sneaked into our secret practice and stole every one of our plays.
What?
Yes, they've got all our plays, and it's now too late to line up any new ones. We'll be slaughtered.
Oh, my gosh, the rats.
You said it. Of all the dirty, low-down, sneaking, unethical tricks to pull.
But where were you at the time, Rocky?
In Middletown on a roof across from their field with my telescope.
Did you spot any of their plays?
Not one. They chased me away the minute they saw me.
Oh, dear.
Oh, there you are, Herbert. Why, what's the conference?
A Middletown spy stole all our plays, Mrs. Anderson. We're sunk.
What?
It's true, fairy flower.
But they can't do this to us. Do you realize what's at stake? The glory and honor and pride of Weaverville High and my $5. Action, that's what we need. We'll send a spy up to Middletown to steal their plays.
Oh, if they caught him, they'd murder him and skin him alive. I couldn't order anyone to go on a mission like that.
I've got 2 volunteers for you, Herbert and Denis.
Huh? But, Poopsie, you just heard how dangerous it'd be. You might lose me.
Herbert, Weaverville High gave you to me. Weaverville High has the right to take you away.
Well, it is our only chance. Now, look, they'll have a secret practice session before the game. All we got to do is figure a way to get you two guys in.
I have it. They can pose as doctors.
Doctors?
It's perfect. Tell them you're there from the Board of Health to check on the players. I'll go home right now and clean out the medicine chest and throw it all into a little black bag. I'll meet you back here in 10 minutes.
Well, I guess it's for Weaverville, Rocky. If they get me, see that I'm buried back of the chemistry lab, will you, old man? That's where I spent my happiest hours in school.
You're a brave man, huh? How about you, Denis? Any last requests?
Yeah, bury me in the principal's office. Many's the time I wished I were dead there.
Okay, fellas. I don't have to tell you what this means to the old school.
Oh, I'd die for dear old Weaverville, Rocky. You know that. Shall we all sing our alma mater together for what may be the last time?
Yeah, let's.
Very well. Bow your heads, gentlemen, and face the east.
Weaverville, oh Weaverville, we loved you then, we love thee still. Thy hallowed walls, thy color serene, hails of magenta and aquamarine.
Oh, Weaverville, oh, Weaverville, thou art so much more than a learning mill.
Defend thyself from all attacks.
All attacks.
Oh, Lord, give brains to thy quarterback.
Oh, graduate, thou shalt always thrill at mention of the name of Weaverville. And wherever thou dost travel at, thou shalt bear thy head by removing thy hat. Weaverville, oh Weaverville, we're nuts about thee, Weaverville.
Gee, I sure hope this works, Mr. Anderson.
Oh, me too. If we can only make these Middletown coaches think that we're really doctors.
Well, in case he wants proof, I brought along a pack of camels.
Well, I hope it's enough. Look, there he is coming toward us. On your toes now, Denis.
Sorry, gents, but this is a secret practice. Can't allow anybody on the field during...
Oh, just a second, my good man. We happen to be from the Board of Health. I'm Dr. Cronkite, and this is my colleague, Dr. Weltschmerz.
From the Board of Health?
Yes, we're investigating football. A very unsanitary game from what we hear. Most unsanitary.
Unsanitary? That's ridiculous.
You can't argue with facts, Coach. A recent survey of the Harvard football team of 1839 showed that every one of those players are dead at the present time. Every one.
Well, of course they're dead.
And not only that, but at the end, they all showed exactly the same symptoms.
Yes, extreme old age.
Oh, now look here.
Now, I'm sure that you'll agree there must be something basically wrong with a sport that takes fine young boys and turns them into old men within 70 years.
Yes, this threat to public health cannot go unchallenged.
We've got to find out what makes this game so unsanitary. Now, tell me, how many men are there on each side?
11, but...
Please, don't interrupt. How many footballs are used in the game?
1.
What? 22 men all using the same football? Shocking.
It's a disgrace.
No wonder football teams go around with their eyeballs twitching, their hands shaking, and their backfields in motion.
Well, gosh, Doc, maybe you got something. I never thought about it before.
Of course. Here, give one of these pills to every man on your team immediately.
Yeah, well, what are they?
They're new secret vitamin pills. Each pill contains as much nourishment as 3 dozen eggs, 5 quarts of milk, 4 T-bone steaks, and an order of chopped liver with schmaltz.
Oh, yeah. Well, sure, Doc, whatever you say. Thanks a lot.
Dennis, what did you do that for? Look, he is giving the team the pills.
Oh, they were only some aspirin tablets I found in the bag.
But even so,
Well, we had to get rid of them, didn't we? We want to write down those plays. Anyway, it made them less suspicious of us.
Well, maybe. Say, that is a pretty nifty football team he's got, isn't it?
Yeah, I'll say. Hey, look at that play they're running now. That's pretty cute.
Well, don't you worry. I'm putting it right into my little black book here.
Attaboy.
Our boys will... Oh, my gosh, Dennis, look. One of the boys just got hurt on that last play.
Yeah. Holy smoke, they're bringing them over here.
Oh, I know. We're supposed to be doctors.
Oh, my gosh, that's right. I wouldn't be in that kid's shoes for anything.
We've got to keep up the bluffer.
Yeah.
Here they come.
Here's a patient for you, Doc. He was just hurt in the scrimmage.
In the scrimmage, huh? Bad. That's bad. That's right near the liver.
It's nothing, Doc. I'm just a little shaken up.
Oh, don't be too sure of that, my boy. We better play it safe and take a post-mortem.
A post-mortem?
I think maybe the first thing to do is feel his pulse, Doctor.
All right, Doctor. We'll work it out together. You find it and I'll feel it. On the other hand, why bother? This man's ailment is quite clear. Appendicitis.
Hey, but Doc, I had my appendix out last year.
Oh, well, what I meant was tonsillitis.
I had my tonsils out the year before.
Okay, you've had a heart attack. Let's see you get out of that one.
Well, how is he, Doc?
Oh, he's very bad, Coach. This boy must have complete quiet. I want him to stay right where he is for 48 hours.
48 hours? But we got a football game to play in this field at 2 o'clock.
Well, in that case, warn the players not to step on him. Complications might arise. Come, Dr. Welchmerels. We must be going.
Coming, Dr. Cronkite.
I'll see you later, Coach.
Okay, Mike. Get up, get back in there.
Hey, but Coach, the doctor just said...
Doctor, my eye. Those guys aren't doctors. They're a couple of spies from Weaverville trying to get a line on our plays.
What? But they even gave us pills.
Nothing but aspirin. I saw the bottle in their bag. I also saw a little book with one of our plays in it.
And you're letting them get away with it?
Don't be a dope. I tore out the play they had and filled up the book with phony ones. Now every time they think they know what's coming, they'll get something else. We'll murder them, Mike.
Ah, Coach, you're a genius. That game will be a massacre.
Yes, operator. Weaverville 227. Oh, thank you. Hello, Poopsie. This is your lover boy, the Matahari of Weaverville. Sure, we just delivered a whole notebook full of their plays to Rocky. Yeah, I think your $5 is safe, dear.
Tell her to bet some more. Pack the furniture, everything. It's in the bag.
Bet all you can get down, Poopsie. It's a cinch. Yeah. No, we're not staying for the game. Someone might get wise to us. And we'll be home on the next bus. Huh? Well, you're my big booful baby doll, Smokey Wookie, too.
Oh, you wonderful boys. Why, Weaverville will run all over Middletown now.
Yep, thanks to us. We did a pretty brilliant job, didn't we, Denis?
Brilliant. Oh, shucks, there must be a stronger word than that.
Oh, I agree with you.
Sure, who needs muscles? We may not have them, but we got brains. Mr. Anderson was so clever about writing down those plays in his book, I didn't even see him do it myself.
Me? I didn't write those plays down. You did.
No, I didn't.
But you must have.
Well, I ought to know. I never left my side for an instant.
Well, but if you didn't write them, and I didn't write them, who did?
Well, let's face the facts. There were only 3 of us anywhere near the bag. You, me, and the Middletown coach. Now, if it wasn't you and it wasn't me, it was... Oy, what a disgusting face on this fact.
Yes. Denis, do you know what this means?
Uh-huh. No muscles, no brains, nothing.
Will someone please tell me what this is all about?
We've been tricked, Mildred. That coach must have gotten wise and written the plays in our book himself while we were working on an injured player. Meanwhile, Weaverville will get the worst beating in its history.
Oh, I feel faint. Take my hand and lead me to the sofa.
We'll have a pretty long walk. That was one of the things Mother hopped to bet on the game.
Oh, my gosh.
Well, something's got to be done. She'll be down any minute to listen to the football scores on the radio.
Oh, my soul and former body.
Well, my 2 brave, wonderful heroes.
Hello, Poopsie.
Well, what are we waiting for? Jack Collins is on right now with his sports broadcast. Let's turn him on and get the good news.
Oh, we can't hear him now. We got to tune in the Green Hornet.
Oh, yeah, we just must have to hear that. Yeah.
The Green Hornet? Why this sudden interest in the Green Hornet?
In the last episode, a stinger was caught in the door and he was turning blue.
Stop it. I want to hear that score. There.
And here's another final score. Pomona Barber College, 27. North, Southeast, West, Virginia, 13. And here's a late one that just came in. Well, is this amazing? Weaverville High was supposed to beat Middletown by a margin of 1 touchdown. But the final score, which was just handed to me, reads, Middletown, 13, Weaverville, 110.
My gosh.
Why, he must have made a mistake.
Ladies and gentlemen, I just made a mistake on the last score.
Oh.
It should read Middletown 13, Weaverville 112.
Good heavens.
My scouts informed me that the Middletown team acted in a very strange manner. They started off well, but after the game had been underway for a few minutes, they began to stagger all over the field and fall down unaccountably without being touched. The final score again, Middletown 13, Weaverville 112.
Oh, happy day. Money, money, money. I'm loaded with it. Oh, you wonderful boys, you. Well, I know I shan't be able to sleep a wink tonight with all this excitement. Excuse me, I'll be right back.
Dennis, I can't believe it.
Me either. It must be a dream. If I thought I could stand the pain, I'd pinch myself.
It's no dream, my boy. But what do you suppose happened to the Middletown team?
We'll probably never know.
I've forgotten my excitement. Where's the little black bag I gave you? It has all the medicine in it, and I want a sleeping pill to calm my nerves.
Sleeping pill? A sleeping pill? But there weren't any sleeping pills in the bag, Mrs. Anderson.
Oh, yes, there were. I had them in an old aspirin bottle.
An aspirin bottle?
Yes.
The mists are beginning to clear away.
Gosh. So that's why they said... Gosh.
What are you talking about?
Oh, never mind. Mr. Anderson.
Yes, Dennis?
Shall we face the east?
Yes, Dennis.
Weaverville, oh, Weaverville, aren't you glad they took that pill? Weaverville, dear Weaverville, we love thee still. We always will.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth.
No other toothpaste does a better job of cleaning teeth than Colgate Dental Cream. For Colgate Dental Cream has a safe polishing agent that cleans your teeth both gently and thoroughly, brings out their natural sparkle and beauty. You can actually see and feel the difference.
And scientific tests prove that Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Yes, actual scientific tests prove conclusively that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth.
Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate's is preferred for flavor over every other brand tested. Yes, preferred over every other brand tested.
And no wonder, for Colgate Dental Cream is the result of constant effort to produce the finest toothpaste in the world today for cleaning teeth, for flavor, for sweetening breath.
So see if you don't agree with the millions who have made Colgate Dental Cream America's favorite toothpaste. Try Colgate Dental Cream to bring out the natural sparkle and beauty of your teeth. For a wake-up flavor you'll thoroughly enjoy.
And always use Colgate Dental Cream after you eat and before every date to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. With George Dooning in the orchestra, here's Denis to sing Bluebird of Happiness.
Feel like I hold your head up high till you find a bluebird of happiness. You will find greater peace
Next week, tune in to another Dennis Day Show brought to you by Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope, and Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth.
For soft, gleaming, glamorous hair, try Luster Cream Shampoo. Not a soap, not a liquid, but a dainty new cream shampoo. In tubes or jars, whichever you prefer. Be a lovely Luster Cream girl.
Dream girl, beautiful Luster Cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to a Luster Cream shampoo.
Listen again next week to Colgate's Hour of Fun, Judy Canova, followed by Dennis Day. And for another great comedy program, hear Blondie next Wednesday evening over your favorite NBC station. This month, your city's community chest is making its annual appeal for funds to meet the urgent needs of your community's vital health and welfare services. The community chest is many campaigns in one. Were it not for your community chest, as many as 35 separate appeals would have to be made. The need for health, welfare, and recreation services is greater than ever before, and operating costs have gone up. In addition, USO is being restored for our armed forces, and your community chest has been asked by Secretary of Defense James Forrestal to help raise funds for it. So open your heart and your purse. When a community chest representative calls, give, and give generously. Vern Smith speaking. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Ladies and gentlemen, Warner Brothers, the producers of Gold Diggers of 1933, who also produced 42nd Street, and Wonderbar,
and Footlight Parade, and Dames,
and Flirtation Wall,
now take pleasure in presenting for your entertainment
a bigger, brighter, breezier show than any of their previous musical productions, Gold Diggers of 1935.
Gracefully, like a swan. The very quintessence of grace, like a swan. Not like a geese, like a swan. Hasn't anybody here ever seen a swan? Well?
We have swans on our estate just outside of Philadelphia.
Like that?
Yes.
That is a Philadelphia swan. Come, everybody on your feet.
I'm so happy I feel like a bird. Oh, flutter, flutter.
Okay, I'll see if I can find you some worms. Good night, Humvee.
Good night, my dear. Oh! What is this?
Mrs. Prentice, you might as well realize this now. Anne and I are going to be married.
Married? How perfectly ridiculous. I'll have you run out of the hotel. I'll have you run out of the state. You male gold digger. My poor old mother used to get these dizzy spells.
Nothing would help her but a glass of champagne.
Can I get you a glass of water?
I don't need a chaser. I need a drink.
Don't come in just yet.
A table for two, a lady divine, a rhapsody blue, a bottle of wine. Then you'll listen to a siren song. Come and shuffle along.
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax, Johnson's Car New, and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber, Magee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. During the past few weeks, I've mentioned quite a few unusual uses for Johnson's Wax. As a matter of fact, I've been getting some very interesting letters passing along more of these helpful suggestions, and I intend to mention them from time to time. But today, I'd like to go back for just a moment to fundamentals and talk about the real number one purpose of Johnson's Wax, the principal reason for using it. It's protection, of course. Protection for the finish of your floors, your tabletops, windowsills, yes, and your leather goods, refrigerator, and countless other things. The wax itself takes the wear. The finish underneath is safe. That's why in times like these, it's so important to keep your floors, furniture, and woodwork regularly waxed. After all, it does save you hours of work, too. And that's important right now for all of us. And it makes your entire home gleam and glow with protected beauty. Men do three things so badly they never fail to send their ever-loving wives into gales of scornful laughter. 1, sew on buttons. 2, change the scenery on a baby. And 3, pack a suitcase. Get a load of number 3 as we meet Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
Hey, Molly, did you leave this suitcase of mine in a damp place someplace?
Why, of course not. Why?
Well, it's shrunk. I can't get the stuff into it I used to get into. Look, there's hardly room for my black shoes.
So I see. Are you packing your tan shoes, too?
I already got those in.
Oh.
Mhm.
Well, what are you going to wear on the train? Just your socks?
Huh? Oh, my gosh. I packed both pair of shoes.
Sure you did.
Oh, well. It's just a short trip. I can wear my tennis shoes.
Say, you never did tell me why we were taking this trip to Middleton.
I got to see a friend of mine on some very important business. Now, let me see. I got my fishing tackle, my squirt gun.
What? Why the squirt gun?
That's in case we have to come home on a night train. I always get a berth above some guy that snores. Now, see, what else? Hey, you better get packed, Molly. We haven't got much time.
Say, I've been packed for 2 hours,
Yeah?
and I still don't know why. You know, I have a sneaking suspicion this trip is silly and unnecessary.
What do you mean unnecessary? I got to see a guy in Middleton that's home for a few days from Washington, and it may mean my whole future is at stake.
Your future.
Yeah.
Let's just sit here and live in the past.
This is a necessary trip. This will affect the whole post-war travel industry of America.
You don't say.
I do indeed say. This is the greatest idea I ever had. In the years to come, the name of Magee is going to be synonymous with travel.
No. You mean synonymous.
I do not. Synonymous means moving pictures.
That's cinemas.
Huh?
That's cinemas.
Horse feathers. Cinema is a spice that they never put enough of in apple pie.
No, that's cinnamon.
Cinnamon? I don't suppose you'd be thinking of those fish that swim up the Columbia River every year to pawn their young.
No, you mean salmon and you mean spawn, and I'm not thinking any such thing.
Well, then, doggone it, what's anonymous?
Anonymous means without a name.
Exactly. Only now it's got a name, and the name is Magee. The Magee system of world travel.
Well, by an odd coincidence, my name is Magee, too. So would you mind breaking it to me? Gently, of course.
Why, it's very simple. You just buy up a couple of old aircraft carriers,
Yeah.
get a few planes and some good pilots, and whammo. I can land tourists anywhere in the world without even docking the boat. You get it?
Well, heavenly days, you've actually got an idea there,
Why,
Denis.
of course I have. It's going to revolutionize travel. That's why this trip is so important. This is government business. Have we got time to have a little lunch?
No, we'll eat on the train.
Oh.
They say the dining cars are so crowded and so short of help now, it's hard to get anything to eat, so I'm putting up a little box lunch for us.
Oh, that's swell. Just like old times.
Sure. You know, I feel guilty about going on this trip, Magee.
What do you mean, guilty?
Well, we shouldn't travel unnecessarily now. And if I stay home, that's one more seat for a soldier sailor. You know?
Oh, what do they got to do that's as important as what I got to do?
Oh, just win the war is all. Nothing urgent.
Oh. A couple of seats on the train ain't going to lose the war. Come on, get your grip and we'll get over
Look,
there.
Magee, why can't you do your business by mail or even by telegram?
Because this is a thing where I got to pound on a guy's desk and shout at him. You can't do that in all that. Oh, for the love of it. We never started any place yet that we didn't have a few dear, dear friends drop in for a lovely, lovely chat.
Yeah. And the way they keep coming back after we brush them off, you'd think they were lint and we were blue serge. Come in.
Hello, Mrs. Magee. Hello, Mr. Magee.
Hello, Mr. Wimple.
Hi, Wimp, old man. I haven't got much time to bat the fat with you on account of we're grabbing the Iron Horse for Middleton in a few minutes. Little business trip.
Really? Well, I may see you at the station then, folks. I'm going to meet a few trains. Sweetie Face has been away on a trip, you know.
Oh, what time is she coming in, Mr. Wimple?
Friday at 4:30.
Well, then what you meeting today's trains for?
Oh, I just thought it would be fun to see some trains come in that didn't have Sweetie Face on them. She sent me a postcard and said the trains were so crowded it was no fun traveling now.
No, I guess not, Wimp. Between the Army and the Navy and the civilians, the railroads have bitten off about as much as they can chew-chew. If you get what I mean, and you should, because that's one of my simpler jokes.
Say, where's your wife been, Mr. Wimple?
She went to one of the Eastern Army camps, Mrs. Magee, for a 2-week special commando training course. She's learning 43 new ways to kill a man.
New ways?
Yes. She knew 57 before she left and wanted to make it an even 100. She's been gone 10 days now.
Heavenly days.
Yes, 10 heavenly days.
Personally, Wimp, I'd be a touch twitchy about living with a wife that could bump me off in 100 different ways.
Oh, I'm not afraid, Mr. Magee. I have a few little tricks of my own.
Such as what, Mr. Wimple?
Oh, such as hiding a little bottle of nitroglycerin.
Hiding it where?
In her punching bag. Well, I'll probably see you at the station. Goodbye now.
So long, Wimp.
see such a busy place? Did you ever see so many lads in uniform?
Yeah.
Every bench is full of them.
Yeah, and they're all looking very thoughtful, too. This must be the army of preoccupation. You get it, Molly? Thoughtful, preoccupation. It's a play on words.
Ain't funny, Magee.
Ain't, huh? I gave Bob Hope 3 jokes about she was so fat that and trade for it, too.
By the way, did you make reservations for Middleton, dearie?
They wouldn't make any reservations. Said everything was full up. Our only chance is for somebody to make a cancellation.
Well, I told you we had no business traveling anywhere these days. Citizens ought to sit and let the troops have the trips.
Yeah, but I tell you, this is important stuff. The Magee system of post-war travel is one of the greatest ideas.
Hello there, kids. Going someplace?
Hello, Mr. Oldtimer. Yes, Magee is going to see a man in Middleton about promoting an idea.
Fellow from Washington, old-timer. He's a big man down there.
Is that so? I got a cousin down in Washington, Johnny. He's a bureaucrat.
No, you mean bureaucrat.
No, bureaucrat. Huh? He creates bureaus for people that got no place to put their furniture. Washington's pretty crowded now, kid.
Well, if this idea of mine goes the way I think it will, we'll most likely move into the White House, old-timer.
Yeah, and if it goes the way your ideas usually go, we'll move into the doghouse.
Anyway, if Washington is too crowded, I'll move my headquarters to New York.
Getting kind of ahead of yourself, ain't you, Johnny?
Huh?
It's always been a big job for you to move your hindquarters.
Is that so? Well, let me tell you, old
Now, take it easy, Magee. And you better be doing something about tickets or we won't go anyplace, which will be all right with me.
Well, I won't keep you kids any longer. But if you'll take my advice, you'll get onto the streetcar and go home.
Oh, yeah?
Yes, sir. Look at all them boys in uniform. Bad enough for them to be fighting Japs and Germans without having to fight Americans for a seat in the train. Think it over, Johnny.
Why, that nosy old grave digger. Here I am with the most important government project of the century.
Well, I think he's right, Magee. Your idea may be good, but it's not a government project.
Well, neither was the war till it was forced onto us. And this idea of mine is going to be the Pearl Harbor of transportation. It's going to wake people up. It's going to... Hey, let's get to the information desk while we got a chance.
All right, I'll go with you and help you think up some funny questions.
Hi, sis. What about trains to Middleton?
Yes.
Yes, what, dearie?
Yes, there are trains to Middleton.
Doggone it, I know there's trains to Middleton, but when?
1:32 a.m., 4:27 a.m., 8:50 a.m., 11 a.m., 2:56 p.m., 6:18 p.m., and midnight. Do you like to travel with the cream of society?
Absolutely, sis.
Then I'd suggest the Jersey Special at 4:27 a.m. That's the milk train.
Is it true that the trains are pretty crowded right now, dearie?
Yes, madam. But you must realize that space for civilian travel is necessarily restricted because of troop movements and war business.
Well, this is a fine state of how do you do. Who's in charge of transportation for the government anyway? I'm going to write that guy a dirty letter.
Mr. Joseph B. Eastman.
Oh, he'll help us. We've been using one of his cameras for years.
Splendid. I'm sure he'll send you one of his best negatives. Excuse me, please. Yes.
Well, looks like we'd be eating our box lunch right here in the station.
It's an outrage, that's what it is. My gosh, you'd think we were asking for a special train on a private track with a crew of cover girls. All we want is a seat on one of their sooty old bone shakers.
You're being slightly unreasonable, dearie.
Unreasonable, my clavicle. Is it unreasonable? Is it unreasonable to want to go a mere 250 miles to transact some legitimate business?
Certainly not, sweetheart.
Well...
What if some soldier sailor does have to spend his 10-day furlough in a railroad station because some civilians grabbed all the accommodations?
Oh, well.
Maybe they like railroad stations. They can have fun playing red cap as long as they're left holding the bag anyway.
Well, you wait till the Magee system of transportation
well,
is...
hello there, folks. Where are you bound for?
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hi, Junior. Do you smell something burning?
No, what's burning?
I am.
He wants to go see a man in Middleton on business, Mr. Wilcox, and there's no space on the train.
Yeah.
Well, what made him think there would be? You heard about the war, pal?
Huh?
You see, it all started when the Japs smacked us at Pearl Harbor.
Doggone it, of course I know about the war.
Well, then you ought to know better than to try to travel on trains these days, pal. They've got all they can handle with soldiers and sailors and government employees and military supplies.
I'm practically a government official myself, Wilcox. Or I will be as soon as they take a gander at my new transportation system.
Yeah. To go see a man in Middleton on business, Mr. Wilcox, and there's no space on the train.
Yeah.
Well, What made him think there would be? You heard about the war, pal?
Huh?
You see, it all started when the Japs smacked us at Pearl Harbor.
Doggone it, of course I know about the war.
Well, then you ought to know better than to try to travel on trains these days, pal. They've got all they can handle with soldiers and sailors and government employees and military supplies.
I'm practically a government official myself, Wilcox. Or I will be as soon as they take a gander at my new transportation system.
Yeah. And Mr. Wilcox, he won't be happy till he gets that system out of his briefcase. Or gets that briefcase out of his system, either one.
Well, take it easy, friend. These days, railroads are like a kitchen linoleum.
Oh, my gosh, there he goes.
When they have to handle too much traffic, something has to be done about it. Now, with the railroads, they have to cut down on traveling. With linoleum, the best treatment is Johnson's self-polishing glow coat.
You ever have a shoe come off in your hand, dragging them in by the heels like that?
Protection, that's the answer. The railroads have to protect themselves against breakdowns and overloading by persuading people not to travel unnecessarily. Just like linoleum is protected against wear and dampness and grinding dirt particles by Johnson's Glow Coat. And I'll bet the railroads wish they had some system of protection as easy to use as Glow Coat, that they could just apply and let dry and have the whole job done in 20 minutes or less.
Say, what are you doing down here at the railroad station, Mr. Wilcox?
Well, I was waiting for somebody.
Who?
You.
What'd you want to see Magee about?
I had a message for him.
Well, give it to me. What was the message?
Oh, the usual one about Johnson's Glow Coat. I just gave it to you. So long now.
You know, he's getting so he follows you all over town just to tell you about Johnson's products theory.
Yeah, I know. He keeps hoping he'll floor me, and the minute he does, I'll be glow-coated from scalp to scupper. I sometimes think he'd...
Look, Magee, here's your chance to get to the ticket window.
Oh, come on, hurry, Mom, hurry. Hi, Bud.
Thank you.
Middleton, sir.
Sorry, sold out.
But look, Bud, this is a very important government business.
Don't give me that government business, brother. I've heard all the switches on that gag.
Yeah, but if you have any cancellations on the train to Middleton...
If I do, lady, you're number 739 in line for 'em. Why don't you go home and bake a cherry pie?
Don't you talk that way to my wife, you big rubber stamp wrestler. You keep a civil tongue between your teeth while you still got teeth. I got a good nose
Move along, please. Next.
Well, personally, Magee, I'm convinced.
Well, I'm not. I got a legitimate reason for traveling. And by the cast iron cowcatcher of Casey Jones, I'm going to get to...
Uh-oh. Magee, here comes Mrs. Uppington.
Oh, fine. That's all I needed. One look at that prune-pussed old powder pigeon, and I'm as happy as a flea in a pox farm. If that superannuated old water spot...
Hush. I'll admit she's a nuisance. Hello there, Abigail, darling. It's so nice.
How do you do, Mrs. Magee? And Mr. Magee?
Hi.
What on earth is the matter with you, Mr. Magee? Or perhaps you're having the same difficulty I am.
Well, he's got his nose out of joint because he can't get a seat on a train, Abigail.
It's ridiculous, that's what it is. Keeping a businessman off the train when he's got the greatest transportation idea of the century in his briefcase, and he can... Hey, where's my briefcase?
Under your arm, Mr. Magee.
Where? Which arm?
Your left arm. No, the other one.
Oh, yeah. I think there's spies around here, Molly. I'd have swore I had this briefcase under the other arm.
Are you traveling with important documents, Mr. Magee?
Well, he isn't exactly traveling, Abigail, but he has a pretty good idea in that briefcase.
What do you mean, pretty good? Look, Uppy, you've done a lot of traveling, haven't you?
Oh, I have indeed, Mr. Magee. I have circumnavigated the globe 3 times.
Not only that, but she took a trip around the world once, too, Magee.
Well, then you ought to be a judge, Uppy. Look, what if you could get on a boat in New York, sail for 2 days, hop in an airplane, and land anywhere you wanted to in Europe inside of 6 or 8 hours?
Well, why not take an airplane in the first place? I imagine after the war, the clippers will go almost everywhere.
Heavenly days, I never thought of that.
But I did. With the Magee system, Uppy, you don't have to depend on regular schedules, see? Make up your mind at the last minute and go any place you want to in practically your own private plane.
He's got the idea all worked out, and he wants to go see a man from Washington who's in Middleton, Abigail.
Yes, and I can't get a seat on one of their flat-wheeled old cinder buckets. Imagine that. Me, the greatest brain in the transportation industry. Ain't that a laugh?
I think it's splendid.
Huh?
Why, Abigail?
Mrs. Magee, I came down here to meet my nephew, who is in the Marines.
Huh?
He had 5 days' liberty before leaving the country. And what happened?
What happened?
I just received a wire that he had to go back to camp because there was no room on the train. And why? Because selfish, unthinking, me-first civilians have taken all the extra space. So don't complain to me about your petty troubles, Mr. Magee. If you insist on being bullheaded, why don't you take a cattle car? Goodbye.
The King's Men sing In My Arms.
His cousin had sent him a sweater, and his sister wrote a letter. But he wanted something much better. This boy who was sailing away, for his buddies were there with their sweethearts, all around him with their sweethearts. Now he never had any sweethearts, and over he'd say, in my arms, ain't I never gonna get a girl in my arms, in my arms, ain't I never gonna get a bundle of charms. Comes the dawn, I'll be gone, I just gotta have a honey holding me tight.
You can't keep your knitting and your purling if I'm going to go to Berlin.
Give me a girl in my arms tonight. In my arms, ain't I never gonna get a girl in my arms, in my arms, ain't I never gonna get a bundle of charms. Comes the dawn, I'll be gone, all those presents you gave me were right.
Oh, that sweater really ought to wear well, but I could use a warmer farewell.
Give me a girl in my arms tonight. Comes the dawn, I'll be gone, and back home everybody help all your might.
If it's really your ambition to pass a little ammunition,
Give me a girl in my arms tonight. Comes the dawn, I'll be gone, and there ain't a pretty little armful inside.
I've got photographs to pin up, but if you want to keep my chin up,
Give me a girl in my arms tonight. In my arms, ain't I never gonna get a girl in my arms, in my arms, ain't I never gonna get a bundle of charms. Comes the dawn, I'll be gone, now I've been around and seen every side. If I had a girl I wouldn't trifle, but who can hug and kiss a rifle? Give me a girl in my arms, give me a girl in my arms, give me a girl in my arms tonight.
Fine thing. Guy with legitimate business to transact somebody with can't even get a seat on a train. It's a dirty imposition. Pushed around like a hobnailed peasant. It's discriminatory, that's what it is. I'm a patient man, but by George...
Oh, stop your grousing, Magee.
Well, gee whiz.
Anybody think this war was a plot against you personally?
Well,
The railroads now are for soldiers and sailors who want to go places and do things, not for people like us who just want to go places.
well, my gosh, I
Did you
don't...
ask the man about the cancellations?
Yes, and all I got was an evasive answer. Told me to go stuff an ostrich. I got a good notion. Oh, there's Doc Gamble. Hi, Doc.
Hello there, Magee. Hello, Mrs. Magee. Meeting somebody?
No, Doctor. We're trying to get a seat on the train to Middleton without any spectacular success so far.
Is it a matter of life and death that you go to Middleton?
Well, no, but gee...
Then why don't you stay home?
But you see, Doctor...
All I can see is a lot of home-hating hobos with more money than sense cluttering up the country's transportation system with their little penny-ante projects and their fishing trips.
Huh?
A lot of short-sighted stoops with ants in their itineraries.
Yeah, but look, Doc, I got a very important hunk of business to transact a guy with. It'll mean a great deal to this government after the war. It ain't right that I'm being kept off a train just because a lot of other people haven't got sense enough to stay home. Is it?
Take off your shirt, Magee.
There you go again. Take off your shirt. Take off. What for?
Just for a gag. I want to stuff it in your mouth to keep you from talking about how important you are. Why, when I see self-inflated little big shots keeping servicemen from getting seats on trains, keeping them from seeing their families before they go someplace to save the country for people like you, it gives the Darwinian theory a beautiful new meaning. We've certainly descended from monkeys. Good day.
What's a Darwinian theater got to do with monkeys?
You know, I'd hate to be a doctor and understand people as well as he does.
Yeah. What a bedside manner. Take a crab apple a day to keep that doctor away.
Better stand to one side, Magee. A train just came in. We'll get trampled in the rush.
Boy, look at him. Hurrying and scurrying like a swarm of... Oh, my gosh, there's Don Stauffer.
Who's Don Stauffer?
He's the guy from Washington. I was going to go to Middleton to see about my idea. Hey, Don. Hey.
Oh, hello there, Magee. Glad to see you.
Molly, this is Mr. Stauffer. Stauffer, old man, my wife.
How do you do, I'm sure.
How do you do? Sorry I can't stop and talk, Magee. Have an appointment in 10 minutes.
But look, I got the most wonderful idea, Don.
Write me a letter about it. I'm working on a very important project right now.
Something secret?
Well, not necessarily. We're thinking of buying up old aircraft carriers after the war and using them for ocean tourist travel. Carry a lot of small planes to land people anywhere in the world in just a few hours. Well, nice to have seen you, Magee. Hope we'll meet again, Mrs. Magee. If you'll excuse me now, I'll just run along.
Well, how do you like that? They stole my idea. They picked my brain.
Oh, no, they didn't either, dearie. Somebody else was bound to think of it.
Huh?
After all, there are other people in the world that are just as smart as you are.
Yeah, I suppose they are. Gee whiz, I had a swallow.
Say, Magee, I'm all worn out with all this stand around. Let's sit down on the bench and open up the lunch.
All right.
It's so late that we'll have...
Oh, my gosh, Molly, the lunch. Look.
Look where?
That guy over there. He's eating our lunch right out of the shoebox. I'll fix him.
But, Magee, you must...
Hey, you big lunch snapper. What do you think you're doing?
That's the problem. Have the book I stabbed the horde.
A likely story. You got a lot of nerve grabbing our lunch.
Now, Magee, please.
Doggone it, if he was that hungry, I'd have bought him a sandwich. You put that box down, you pickle thief, or I'll dribble your skull around the station like a basketball.
Pras du kommer att tappa basketkraft och måste gå med på några grabbdikif. Du får skis komma till bordet det daftiga. Nej.
Magee, leave him alone. He's a foreigner. He doesn't understand, and besides...
Nothing. I'll teach him to sabotage our sandwiches. Drop that grub, bub, and I'll give you a lesson in the manly art of assault and battery. Come on now, sing it. Hey, come back here, you. You just come back here and I'll beat the junior out of you.
Now, let him go, Magee. He's dropped the lunch. Here. He hardly touched it. Poor fellow was scared to death. Now sit down and calm yourself.
Okay. Let me take a sandwich.
Help yourself.
This looks good. Garlic sausage on rye bread.
I'll have one. What? Garlic sausage on rye bread?
Yeah. Want a bite? It's wonderful. You sure put up a swell lunch, baby. I could eat it sitting here.
Magee?
Huh?
This isn't our lunch.
Huh?
I just remembered I left ours in the taxi cab.
You mean that guy wasn't? He didn't? I shouldn't? You hadn't? Oh, sure.
There are thousands of cars on the road right now that badly need a spring cleanup. Not just for beauty's sake, though it's a lot more fun driving a clean, shining automobile than one that's dull and gloomy looking. No, for a more important reason. If you don't remove that winter scum, it may damage the finish permanently. It may contain salt or other chemicals used on the winter highways. Your only safe procedure is to clean the finish thoroughly, but with a safe cleaner, one that doesn't injure the finish. Preferably one that both cleans and polishes with a single application. Yes, I mean Johnson's Car New, the double-purpose cleaner and polish made by the makers of Johnson's Wax. Car New is an easy-to-use liquid. Apply it, it dries to a white powder. You wipe off the powder. Ask any Car New user for his opinion. You'll be willing to spring clean your own car, because with Johnson's Car New, the job is relatively easy.
Ladies and gentlemen, when you have sons and brothers, yes, and sisters and daughters in the service, it's nice to have them come home when and if they can. And it's heartening to know that the railroads of this country are doing a tremendous job of transporting essential military and civilian supplies. So let's not get in their way. Let's not do any traveling that isn't absolutely necessary.
That's right. The fish will still be biting, and the scenery will still be here after the war. So let's all pack our suitcases back in the closet.
Good night.
Good night, all.
The characters of Wallace Wimple and the Old Timer heard on our program were played by Bill Thompson. This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the makers of Johnson Wax Finishes for Home and Industry, inviting you all to join us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Chicago WMAQ. Chicago WMAQ. Chicago WMAQ. Chicago WMAQ.
Ever since the first Gold Diggers production thrilled the world with its music and magnificence, the word Gold Diggers has set a standard of brilliance unexcelled in the annals of the screen. Here is a scene from the first of the series, Gold Diggers of Broadway, which started the world singing Tiptoe Through the Tulips and painting the clouds with sunshine. In 1933, an up-and-coming young star by the name of Dick Powell joined with Ruby Keeler to give you Gold Diggers of 1933. With those sensational musical numbers, We're in the Money, My Forgotten Man, and the unforgettable Shadow Waltz. Then came Gold Diggers of 1935, another star-studded hit with a song that won the Motion Picture Academy Award for the finest musical number of the year, The Lullaby of Broadway. Now Warner Brothers have massed their entire production resources, their creative and star talent, into a Gold Diggers that tops the tops, adding new glory to an already glorified title. With your old friends Dick Powell and Joan Blondell, the screen's most popular love team. Glenda Farrell and Victor Moore. With Lee Dixon, a sensational new singing and dancing discovery. Rosalind Marquis and Irene Ware. And the most dazzling collection of gold-digging heart-stealers that ever graced a screen. It opens a new avenue of entertainment in the grandest, gayest, greatest of all the great Gold Diggers pictures.
Let the heavens crash, zoom and swirl, let it flash, boy meets girl. Speaking of the weather, good old weather, ain't it lovely weather, and incidentally I love you.
Help. Help. Not so loud. Help. Help. Come on, Rossi. Hey, if I kiss you, would you call Andy?
Not unless you want to kiss him, too.
That's for me. That's for you. How much on the cake?
$5. 6 for 25.
I'll take the 6. Now then.
Oh.
What's the matter?
Oh, I've never been kissed like that in all my life.
Well.
With so much April and with so much moon. It's the root of all evil, of strife and upheaval, but I'm certain, honey, that life could be sunny with plenty of money and you.
I sure hope Jack Benny doesn't mind that Fred Allen is our next show.
The Texaco Star Theater. More than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast welcome you to an hour of mirth and melody. With our star comedian, Fred Allen, Kenny Baker, and Portland Hoffa. Our guest, June Brady, Major Bowes Amateur of the Month. The Martins and Al Goodman's Orchestra. It's Texaco time. Now, ladies and gentlemen, presenting that happy hooligan, that jovial jibester, that unique, Fred Allen in person.
Thank you. Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Say, what's the matter, Jimmy? What is that shivering? Your collar turned up. Gosh, you're shaking like the end girl in a Minsky chorus.
Well, Fred, it's this cold weather. It's got me.
Oh, you're well, now don't overdo it, James. Oh, well, I know, but normally you shake a lot, but I mean when you're cold on top of your normal condition. You're just one of those thin-blooded guys from California, Jimmy. Why, you'd get frostbitten just playing North in a bridge game.
Well, at least out in California I can stay warm.
Well, there are ways of keeping warm here, too, Jimmy.
Oh, yeah, I know. I've been sitting on a radiator so long from certain angles I look like a grilled steak. Here, I'll show you.
Now, we'll take
Hi,
you...
fellas, what's chatter?
It's Jimmy's teeth, Kenny. You know, they meet now. He had the top one moved over. It's Jimmy's teeth are chattering. He says he's cold.
You can't take it, eh?
Say, you're from California, too, Kenny. How is it this cold spell hasn't gotten you down?
I carry a portable smudge pot.
That keeps you warm, does it?
All but my feet. You know, my legs are so blue I don't have to wear stockings.
Fine. How do you find your veins, I mean, if you're looking for them? But, now, look, if you'll pick up your blue feet and patter away, Kenny...
Gee, F.A., why doesn't this show move out to California?
Now, we are not softies on this program, Kenny Baker. If Gypsy Rose Lee can carry on in this cold, so can we.
Oh, but California's great, F.A. Look at this picture Dennis Day just sent me from Palm Springs.
Oh, which is Dennis?
That's Dennis eating a hamburger.
Oh, without the mustard, huh? Oh, what moronic ecstasy. Dennis lying there in a bathing suit surrounded by a flock of beautiful... Paramount bathing beauties. Oh, girls' arms around him. Blondes, brunettes. That gets you, hey?
Boy, I can just taste that hamburger.
And while Kenny's mind munches his meat mirage, we turn to the latest news of the week. The Texaco News presents its highlight from the world of news. New York City, New York. The Poetry Society of America holds its annual dinner at the Hotel Biltmore, where the Poetry Society Medal is presented to the well-known man about verse, Mr. Robert Frost. Tonight, Texaco News rounds up several poets who were thrown out of the Biltmore lobby trying to crash the Poetry Society's dinner. First, a poet who is an institution.
Hold it, Bud. I ain't no institution.
Oh, I beg your pardon. I thought you said...
I said I was from an institution. I just got out of Sing Sing.
You were released today?
No, I just got out for tonight. I gotta be back by 12 o'clock.
Oh, really?
Yeah. If you ain't back by 12 o'clock, they lock you out.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, on a night like this, I ain't taking no chances.
No. You mean you can get out of Sing Sing at any time to go on the radio?
For sure. I told the warden I got a guest shot tonight.
He didn't object?
He says I'm on Asket Basket myself. We'll drive down together.
Fine. Well, you, I'm sorry you brought him along. I mean, you should have... Fine. Now, you are a poet, you say?
Well, they call me the Leavenworth Longfellow.
The Leavenworth Longfellow, huh? Well, what is your name? I don't think I announced it.
You can call me number 10469.
10469.
Yeah, me real number's 15731.
Well, what is this 10469?
That's me pen name.
And what poem are you going to recite for us, 10469?
It's my latest prison ballad.
And what is it called?
I'm Just a Hyphen.
I'm Just a Hyphen.
Yeah.
Fine. We'll go right ahead.
Prisoners plan when they're in prison what they'll do when they go free. I don't plan. I'm just a hyphen. Planning don't mean that to me. You can get sent up for mopery, arson, homicide, and knifing. You'll be out while I'm still in there. Why? Because I'm just a hyphen. What's a hyphen, you can ask me, if your interest don't diminish. I'm a hyphen, I will answer, because my sentence I can't finish.
And why can't you finish your sentence?
What was that?
Why can't you finish your sentence?
I'm doing life.
Thank you. Another poet who was hustled out of the Biltmore lobby was Halsey Swine. What sort of poetry do you write, Halsey?
Oh, I specialize in clothing quatrains.
All of your poems are about garments, wearing apparel.
Mm-hmm. Coats, hats, sneakers, spats, rummage.
Well, where do you do your writing, Halsey? Do you hang around Barney's to get your inspiration?
No. My studio is a clothes closet. I sit behind an old Balmer can and compose.
You do? Must be difficult to find you in there. I mean, so close to the Balmer can. Well, tell what are some of your ready-to-wear rondelets, Halsey?
Oh, I've written so many. There was The Wrinkle Looked at the Sleeve and Said.
That was a poem, was it? Anything else?
Fess up, old Surge, why are you blue?
Very good. I remember.
Won't you come into my pocket, said the mothball to the moth.
Excellent. Well, what poem have you chosen for tonight?
My latest dactyl. I'd rather be a mess jacket than anything I know.
You'd rather be a... Well, you go right ahead.
I'd rather be a mess jacket than anything I know, rather than a muffler or a mangy furbelow. Yes, I'd rather be a mess jacket than anything I know. I'd hate to be a trouser leg all baggy at the knee. I'd hate to be an old sarong or a fringy old puttee. I'd hate to be a riding habit with my seat about to go. Yes, I'd rather be a mess jacket than anything I know.
Well, thank you.
Yes, I'd rather be a mess jacket.
Thank you very much.
I'd rather be a mess.
You certainly are.
Oh, good.
Now, our next rhymester is Professor Felton Dart. Glad to have you here tonight, Professor.
The Bristol-Dawson train is all mine.
I beg your pardon?
The Bristol-Dawson train is all mine.
What is that, a new language?
That's double talk. I am an authority on double talk.
Oh, really? What is double talk, Professor?
Double talk is just talk with lumps in it.
Oh, in other words...
It's scuttered by the ballroom with the accent on the Beveltron, if you see what I mean.
That explains it thoroughly. You write poetry in double talk, do you, Professor?
Yes, I am the only double talk singer in the world today.
Well, what are some of your better-known double talk poems, Professor?
Willig Norfolk Dawson Gross.
Yes, I've heard
Pub
of it.
Job Films by night. Vorpal with a light brown Crosby.
I've heard. Well, have you a double talk poem for us this evening, Professor?
Yes, I call it Mother Dear, the Molotov Wave.
Well, if you will.
Yes. Mother Dear, the Molotov Wave. Kill a pea from Squidia. Waller dip the pumpet wept. The mother said, Perfidia. Father Dear, the Molotov snowed. Tornabrist and Lenessee. Valentine's by Bumble Lights. The father just said, Prenacy.
A masterpiece, Professor.
Weeble morning, Mr. Allen.
Weeble morbid, and good luck to you. And now, last and by all means least, Miss Mimi Schlepp. Miss Schlepp?
Could you say kindly I am appearing through the courtesy of the Delicatessen Guild?
The Delicatessen Guild is a literary group?
It is like the Poetry Society, only with an accent.
Oh, I see.
Also, it is affiliated with the Sausage Sonneteers,
Yeah,
the Bards of the Blinzer,
yeah.
and the Pastrami Poets Union.
Oh, these are all poets' unions, are they?
Well, to me, it is obvious.
Well, oh, dull old I didn't catch on.
I'm explaining. In the Delicatessen Guild, we are rhyming only with delicatessen.
Well, how do you mean?
Delicatessen writers are specializing.
Oh.
Pickle poets is rhyming only pickles.
Yeah.
Rye bread poets is rhyming only rye bread. And, this I could keep up indubitably.
No doubt.
Thank you.
You're welcome. What is your particular specialty, Mimi? What denizen of the delicatessen do you write about?
Chickens.
Chickens?
Only poems about chickens I am rhyming.
Well, are you going to recite a chicken poem for us tonight?
Honey.
Really? What is your chicken poem called?
Agony.
Agony. Well, if you'll carry on, go right ahead.
Thank you. Little chicken on a hook, what are you thinking? On where do you look? Do you wish a curse on the world and man for what they have done to you, little hand? First, you're an egg. You're out with a peck. When you are fat, they're wringing your neck. The butcher is taking your giblets away. Your liver tomorrow will be an entree. When your insides are out, you're an open book. Then, little chicken, you're on a hook.
Oh, how true, how true.
This could be life. Man is a chicken. The world is a hook for the man who will wicken. So with faith and with courage, we face the outlook. Man may be a chicken, but not on a hook, I thank you.
I'm sure Miss Schlepp will win the Pulitzer Prize for 1941. And now we turn from poetry to music as Kenny Baker sings "May I Never Love Again."
May I never see the sun go down. May I never feel the fall of rain. If the love that I declare isn't all that's right and fair, may I never love again. May I never see the blue of the sky, nor the moon and stars down lovers' lane. May I never live a day if I don't mean what I say. May I never love again. Sweetheart, when I'm with you, I'm not a foolish pretender. Sweetheart, if you love me too, all I possess I'd surrender. May I never feel your tender lips. May you never take my love in vain. You're the answer to my prayer, but if your love isn't there, may I never, no, I'll never love again. Ah, my dear, can't you see that you're all the world to me? I can't think or do a thing without your love. I confess I'm not so smart, but I'm talking from my heart. You're the one thing in my life I'm thinking of. Sweetheart, when I'm with you, I'm not a foolish pretender. Sweetheart, if you love me too, all I possess I'd surrender. May I never feel your tender lips. May you never take my love in vain. You're the answer to my prayer, but if your love isn't there, may I never, no, I'll never love
Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, a brief clinical report from Dr. James Wallington, M.D., Master of Duds. Shoot the dud dope to us, Doc Boy.
No, please don't let him do it.
What, don't let him do... Who is this? Don't let him do what, friend?
Wallington must not talk of duds tonight.
Well, who are you to give out with an edict like that?
I, sir, am Darrell Ulysses Droop.
Darrell Ulysses Droop?
Doesn't the name mean anything to you? My initials are D-U-D.
Dud?
Yes, Dud. Everywhere I go, people see my initials. They make some crack about me being a useless element. It's got to stop at once, you hear me?
Now, just a minute. Don't raise your voice in here, Darrell Ulysses Droop. Now, maybe you haven't realized it, Darrell, but you're performing an important public service by making people think of duds. Don't you agree, Dr. Wallington?
And how, Fred? It is important to think of duds, those useless slow-action elements in gasoline, especially when you get into your car these cold mornings. Because when you press on the starter, the gallons in your tank don't count. You're calling for instant response from just a few ounces of chilled gasoline in your carburetor. And if there are any of those sluggish duds there, elements that won't vaporize quickly, won't take the first spark, then you'll keep your foot on the starter that much longer, running down your battery. But you won't be slowed up by duds with Texaco Fire Chief gasoline. They're out, removed by a vital step in Texaco refining. So for fast starts, quick pickup, and ready power, next time try a Texaco dealer and famous Fire Chief. At regular gasoline prices, you'll be buying all action, not a dud in a tank full.
Goodman has just completed a nursery rhyme medley. The songs, Farmer in the Dell, London Bridge is Falling Down, and Good Night Lady. Say, Maestro.
I, Goodman, am on deck.
Well, tell me, what is the idea of suddenly playing this nursery music tonight? Is radio going back to its second childhood? Or did you get a request from some kindergarten?
Confidentially, my wife, Mrs. Goodman, is asking me to play it.
Why?
At home by Goodman as a baby.
So?
So every night, to put the baby to sleep, my wife, Mrs. Goodman, is singing nursery songs.
So?
So tonight, my wife...
Mrs. Goodman.
Who else?
I'm talking that way now. Well, what about the nursery rhymes?
Tonight, my wife is getting an invitation.
So?
So my wife is putting the radio in the cradle.
Yeah.
Goodman is playing the nursery songs. The baby is going to sleep. Next door, meanwhile, my wife is nicely playing pinochle.
Well, now tell me, what are you going to do, suppose, if the baby wakes up?
The janitor will call me. Over the radio to the baby, I, Goodman, will tell a bedtime story.
Over the radio and my dead body, you will tell a bedtime story. Oh, hello, Portland.
Hello.
Well, you look nice and healthy, outdoory tonight.
Yes, I've been out all week looking for the groundhog.
Well, wasn't the groundhog supposed to function last Sunday?
Yes, but he didn't come out. Monday, he didn't come out again.
2 days running, he didn't come out. He's consistent, isn't he? Well, do you know why the groundhog didn't come out?
I heard it's because the shadow left the groundhog and went on the radio.
They split up. Now, look, Portland, Boy Scout Week starts this Friday. Why don't you do your good deed and go away?
But I've got 3 more lines here.
No kidding. How did they get in there?
Honey's a Boy Scout. He gave me a joke. That was his good deed for today.
Uh-huh. He gave you a joke. Mm-hmm. Well, I'm taking it out. That's my good deed for today.
Speaking of Boy Scouts, did you hear Jack Benny's show Sunday?
Say, do you think that had something to do with the groundhog not coming out? The groundhog didn't want to lower himself socially. What did I hear? I heard that program Sunday. You know that program last Sunday is the best program Jell-O has had since it's been on the air? Didn't you like it?
I was a little disappointed.
Disappointed in what?
In Jack. He was trying to impersonate Herbert Marshall. If that sounded like Herbert Marshall...
Well, that was Herbert Marshall.
Well, if it was Herbert Marshall, he certainly didn't sound like Jack Benny.
Well, Benny wasn't on the program Sunday. It was 2 other fellows, Lum and Abner, I think. Or vice versa. But never mind old suction pockets. What about our guest?
Tonight, we welcome Major Bowes, Amateur of the Month.
And her name is?
Miss June Brady.
Well, good evening, Miss Brady.
Good evening, Mr. Allen.
You know, I always find myself in a quandary addressing our between-age guests. Now, shall I call you Miss Brady, or would you rather have me call you June?
I think I prefer June, Mr. Allen.
Well, fine. Now, how old are you, June, if you don't mind telling?
I'm 16.
Sweet 16?
I don't think that's for me to say, Mr. Allen.
You don't really? Well, all right. I'll meet you halfway. You say you're 16, and I'll say you're sweet. That's fair enough, isn't it? Tell me, June, are you a maid of Manhattan?
No, I was born in Detroit, but I've spent most of my life in Los Angeles. And now I'm going to Mother Cabrini High School here in New York.
Well, how did you ever get here from California? You didn't take a wrong turn out driving on the Lincoln Highway, did you?
No. Mother brought me to New York because there are more opportunities for young singers here.
Well, Mother knows best, June. This is your first professional engagement tonight. Now, you're not nervous at the thought of receiving your initial salary, are you?
If you really want to know the truth, I am.
Your check won't bounce, June. I give you my word. And before we start, I want to tell you how much I enjoyed your singing and your imitations on Major Bowes' program a few weeks ago.
Thank you, Mr. Allen.
Say, tell me about Brother Bowes. How How did you like the Major? Was he nice to you?
Yes, of course. Major Bowles is nice to everyone on his program.
Well, he certainly is. You know, sometimes he goes out of town just to be nice to a unit. I was on the Major's program once. He stepped on a couple of my laughs, but we got along swell outside of that. But I'm only joking, June. Before you sing and do your impersonations, may I say that both Major Bowles and I wish you every success in the years to come.
Thank you.
Now, what is your number?
I'm going to sing So You're the One, as it might be sung by some of our favorite movie stars.
Well, you go right ahead.
So you're the one, well, how do you do? Well, I'm the one who's waited for you. I wondered how I'd know you. My heart said, leave it to me. And here we are, which goes to show you how smart a heart can be. So you're the one, well, what do you know? I'm the one who's needed you so. I don't know where you came from, but I'm awful glad you're here. Just like that, I love you. So you're the one, my dear. Oh, so you're the one. Well, how do you do? Oh, I'm the one who's waited for you, but now I can't go home.
All right, I wondered how I'd know you really are there, but my heart said leave it to me. And here we are, which goes to show you righty how smart a heart can be, righty time.
Oh, dearie me, so you're the one. Well, what do you know? Oh, there, I'm the one who's been needing you so. Oh, there. Look at the courageous people. I don't know where you came from, but I'm awful glad you're here. Just like that. I love you. So you're the one, my dear, mama. Oh, so you're the one. Tall, dark, and handsome. And I'm the one who's been needing you so. Why don't you come up and see me, Oh, boy. Yeah, man. I don't know where you came from, but I'm awful glad you're here. Just like that, I love you, so you're the one. Oh, boy. So you're the one. Yeah, man. So you're the one, my dear.
And here was, now, when you go back up to the Mother Cabrini High School tomorrow, you'll be promoted, I bet you, June. And here, ladies and gentlemen, here's Jimmy Wallington with a few words about, well, what are your words about, James?
Smoke watching, Fred.
Oh, no, not tonight, Jimmy. We covered smoke watching a few weeks ago. Don't you remember we had a professional smoke watcher here as our guest?
That's right.
The man whose job is watching power plant smokestacks for a living? Mm-hmm. Oh, we're smoked out, Jimmy. There's nothing more that can be said about watching smoke.
Oh, yes, there is, Fred. Because there's another kind of smoke watching that's just as important. That's watching the smoke of an automobile exhaust. You know, probably not one car owner in 100,000 has ever examined the inside of an automobile engine for signs of wear, but there's one telltale sign when it has taken place. The next time you see a car with a smoky exhaust, it's a likely sign of excessive engine wear. Then it's too late for anything but a costly repair job. Smoke means trouble. So before your car becomes a smoker, help safeguard your engine from these three sources of wear, of which smoke is a symptom. Wear due to heat, wear due to cold, and wear due to oil impurity. Change now to insulated Haviland, a motor oil designed to resist today's high engine temperatures, which can break down ordinary oils and hasten wear. Insulated Haviland flows freely, too, at low temperatures, helping vital parts avoid the raspy wear of cold weather starts. Insulated Haviland is also a distilled oil, The carbon-forming impurities are removed. Remember, your car was never designed to smoke. Change now to insulated Haviland at your Texaco dealer. Help reduce excessive wear in your motor. The Texaco Star Theater will continue immediately after a short pause for your station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
WABC, New York.
That was Wise Old Owl. Mr. Goodman's mother is always hearing applause. I hope you'll overlook it. That was Wise Old Owl, the molting version, played by Mr. Al Goodman. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Mr. Allen.
Oh, yes, Portland. What is it? I'm terribly busy here.
There isn't any fire.
What?
There isn't any fire.
Well, thanks a lot. It's nice of you to rush in here when things are humming to tell us that there isn't any fire.
Well, I only wanted to prepare you.
Prepare me for what?
I just saw Kenny paying one of the actors to come in here and yell fire.
Why?
Well, remember the orangeade that Kenny tried to make last week?
Oh, you mean that tincture of sluice? He brewed with the 4 oranges and 150 gallons of water.
Uh-huh. Well, Kenny tasted it, and now he knows it's just water.
Well, what's his next move?
Kenny's going to try to sell it.
Sell it?
Uh-huh.
Doesn't he realize that the city gives water away?
Kenny says sometimes you can sell water.
When?
When there's a fire.
Oh, so that's why.
Yes. He was hiring this actor to yell fire.
Ixnay, Alton, take fire.
Hi, folks.
Well, of all people, hello, Kenny.
Kind of warm in here, isn't it?
I haven't noticed anything.
Smells kind of smoky.
Does it?
I thought maybe there was a fire.
If you're expecting a fire, don't forget I, Goodman, I'm also in the insurance business.
There is no fire, Mr. Goodman. I personally give you my word.
Fire. Fire? Say, did you hear what that man said?
Say, by the way, Mr. Goodman, how is your brother-in-law getting along?
But Mr. Allen...
At present, my brother-in-law is suing the city for non-support.
For non-support? For non-support?
For 20 years, my brother-in-law is leaning against a building. Last week, the city is tearing it down.
Well, what is holding your brother-in-law up now?
He's just laying there.
Hey, for crying out loud, fellas, we can't stand around here like this. We gotta do something. We may be trapped by this fire.
What's fire?
Yes, what's on fire, Kenny?
I don't know, but I distinctly heard a man yell fire.
Oh, you're just hearing things, Kenny.
No, I'm not. Listen.
Fire.
See?
Oh, what do you know, Portland? There's a fire in the studio.
Shall I get some marshmallows before it goes out?
Well, are we going to put it out?
Let it burn. For 10 years, I've been waiting for my band to get hot.
If it does, the joint will be jumping with popping corn, I guarantee you.
With butter yet. It's delicious.
Oh, come on, gang. Let's all pitch in and put out the fire.
Well, we can't put out a fire without water, Kenny.
That's right. Water! Water! Who's got some water? Yell for water, F.A. Who's got some water?
Okay. Well, you're carrying on so well in 2 voices. You want me to yell too? Water, 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 water. Who's got some water?
I have.
Kenny. You have water?
Yes, I just happen to have some on hand. You can have it cheap, F.A. $3.
That's all I wanted to know. Now listen, Gunga Din. We know there isn't any fire in here, and we also know that you are stuck with 150 gallons of water you and your partner, Annalik, were trying to pass off as orange juice around here last week.
It's only 75 gallons, F.A.
Really? Well, where's the other 75?
Mr. Annalik and I split 50-50 when we dissolved our partnership.
And good riddance to Mr. Annalik and his 75 gallons of water.
Yeah, that Annalik was a sharper, all right.
Look who's talking. You also, Kenny, are no little Lord Fauntleroy.
Generous. He gives you 3 extra letters with every word. You Now, Mr. Goodman is right, Kenny, besides being generous. You know, this comes of hanging around a man like Annalik. Here you are, find yourself down the way you're trying to sell water, faking fires over the air. Do you want to be known as Orson Welles?
But I can't go through life with 75 gallons of water on my mind.
Why don't you spill it out, Kenny?
I can't afford it. I'm in too deep. I'm hooked for $3.
$3? Why, you got that water for nothing.
But it cost me $1 to pay half the moving charges for Mr. Annalik's 75 gallons.
All right, now that's $1.
And last night I found a leak in the tank.
And you had the hole in the tank patched?
No, I'm paying a guy $1 to keep his finger in it.
The little Dutch boy is working again after all these years. Well, I'm glad to hear it. But, Kenny, that only adds up to $2. Where is the other $1?
Fire.
There it is.
Well, I hope this teaches you a lesson, selling water. That H2O shop practice is for rascals like Annalik, not for you, Kenny.
Oh, I guess you're right, F.A. Gee, if I could get my $3 back, I'd reform.
All right. If it'll help you back on the straight and narrow path, I'm one to help you go straight. Here is your $3.
Thanks, F.A. I'll make that phone call right away.
A phone call?
Yeah, the guy might sell before I get him.
Sell what?
Porty, show Mr. Allen that classified ad.
The one under business opportunities?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Hello, operator. Get me circle 49970.
What does that ad say, Portland?
Party has job lot of World's Fair souvenirs. Fortune can be made. Owner doesn't want to sell, but might be persuaded by right party. Would like to test himself. Call Mr. McKeester, circle 49970.
World's Fair souvenirs?
Hurry, operator. You get that, Mr. Allen? Doesn't want to sell. Might be purchased by right party. Maybe I'm the right party.
Might be, I wouldn't be, you mean to persuade him? I wouldn't be surprised.
It must be a terrific deal if he's not anxious to sell. Hello, circle 49970. Is this you, Mr. McKeester? Well, look, Mr. McKeester, I'm Kenny Baker. I saw your... Yeah, I'll hold the wire.
Come in.
Who's Kenny Baker? I am.
Hang up, buddy. I'm McKeester.
What delayed you, McKeester?
Baker, the minute I heard your voice, I said, there's the right party.
Swell, I'm interested in those World Fair souvenirs, Mr. McKeester. I want to open a little business.
Say no more, chum. I ain't got no willpower. You can steal the whole stock of souvenirs for $1,500.
But I've only got $3.
It's a deal.
No kidding.
You sure drive a hard bargain, kid.
Oh, brother.
Just hand over the $3. Thank you. Well, here's your bill of sale.
Thanks. Oh, boy. I'm now in the World's Fair souvenir business.
But good.
Say, what kind of souvenirs are they?
From the Aquacade.
The Aquacade?
Yeah, the owner will send it right over. I'm just the agent. So long.
Hey, but who's the owner?
Fellow by the name of Annalik.
Annalik? Kenny, let me see that bill of sale.
Here. I wonder if that's the same Mr. Annalik I know. I wonder if I bought it.
He is, and you did, Kenny. Now, according to this bill of sale, your Aquacade souvenirs are 75 gallons of water. Now, I hope you're satisfied.
Well, what do you know?
Fire.
And for Pete's sake, tell that fat actor if he comes... If he comes in here again and yells fire, I'm putting him out. Oh, what now? Come in.
Where's the fire? Where's the fire?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mayor LaGuardia. It was all a mistake. There is no fire.
Oh, butterscotch.
Oh, I wish he had another flavor. And as a small figure with the fire chief helmet resting on its shoulders scurries down the fire escape, Mr. Goodman plays and Kenny sings, Believe Me If All Those Endearing Young Charms.
Not while beauty and youth are thine own, and thy cheeks unprofaned by a tear, that the fervent faith of a soul can be known, to which time will but make thee more. The heart that hast truly loved never forgets, but hast truly loved unto the close. As the sunflower turns on her god when he same look that she turned when he
Really very good. I must say, in fact, it was terrific, Kenny.
Oh, it was all right, I guess. If you like singing.
Well, don't you like singing, Kenny?
Oh, I don't know. Sometimes a mood comes over me. I sit down with myself and I say, Baker, Baker, why are you frittering away your tonsils in song? Are you going through life being nothing but a tenor?
Well, yes, Kenny, but what else could you be?
Oh, something big. Like an airplane pilot or a sea captain or an engineer or something.
Oh, Kenny, you've got me worried talking like that. Is there a psychiatrist in the audience?
Now, wait, Fred. Kenny doesn't need a psychiatrist.
You heard the way he's talking, Larry. Gosh, any minute now, the men in the white coats are going to come in here and throw a net over Kenneth.
Oh, no, Fred. You know, it's perfectly normal to have that desire to be the pilot at the controls of an airplane, the captain at the wheel of an ocean liner, or the engineer at the throttle of a locomotive. Because those jobs gratify the normal human wish to command power, tremendous, flexible power. Of course, we can't all be engineers or captains or pilots. Nevertheless, there's a way we all can come close to gratifying that desire.
Well, how is that, Larry?
We can do it in driving our cars, Fred. Ladies and gentlemen, if the idea of commanding power appeals to you, tremendously flexible power that surges up when you want it, throttles down smoothly when you ease off, then try Sky Chief, Texaco's different premium gasoline. For there's a real thrill, a real satisfaction in flying the highways on the wings of Sky Chief power. Power that lifts you up and over the steepest hill. Power that lets you slow down to a snail's pace in traffic, then zooms you ahead with a fast sprint when the way's clear. Yes, flying the highways is an experience. Try it with Sky Chief, your Texaco dealer's premium gasoline for those who want the best.
And now the Texaco Workshop players, ladies and gentlemen. This little group is currently rehearsing a sequel to Arsenic and Old Lace called Bismuth and New Embroidery. But tonight they drop their rehearsals to present another hillbilly court episode. It's called Mountain Justice, or the judge made a pass at the plaintiff's wife and later denied the motion. Open the court, bailiff.
Rise, Rubes, and uncover His Honor, Judge Allen.
Hi, Rubes. Cover and squat, everybody. Now, court's open. Order in the court. Who's smoking them bayberry leaves in court?
It ain't bayberry leaves, Judge. Smells like somebody's barbecuing an overshoe.
Something unsanitary's consorting with flame, clerk.
Jeepers, it's you, Judge.
Me, sakes almighty.
The seat of your robe's on fire.
Well, I thought I
felt something.
Don't overconga me here. Seat of my robe on. Whoever give me that hot foot's no judge of distance. Now, order in the court. Let me see. Get my bifocals set. My bifocals are slipping out. You see, sometimes I have to look through my glasses yonder into my bifocals. Let me see now. First case.
Mule Hatfield versus Hunk McCoy.
Hatfields and McCoys again, hey?
Yeah.
What's the charge this time?
Hunting without a license.
Mm-hmm. What was they hunting, clerk?
Each other.
Feuding again, eh?
Yeah.
Mule Hatfield?
Here, Judge.
Hunk McCoy?
Here, Judge.
Now, who begun this feuding?
McCoy Hatfield did. Why, Your Honor, take this. Why, you low-living, take that. No.
Mule Hatfield? Hunk McCoy? Case dismissed. Case has been tucked to a higher court, I reckon, or maybe a lower court, depending on how the boys live. Now, let me see here. Next case here seems to be People of Cupcake County versus Brody Jeffers. And the charge is murder. Order in the court. Bolt the front door, Sheriff.
Okay, Judge.
Brody Jeffers. Charge says...
I know what I done, and I do what I done if it had to be done again.
Now, hold on. Wait till I charge you.
I know what I done.
And I know what you done. I got what you done right here and right.
I know what I done.
Quiet.
Nobody's got to tell me what I done.
Quiet now, or I'm trying you for contempt of court.
I'm done.
Yeah. About time. Now, charge says here that you, Brody Jeffers, killed unto the death your own brother-in-law, Lanky Tuttle. Now, you guilty or not guilty, Brophy?
I know what I done.
And you're done again. Now, stand down. First witness, Tupper Libby.
Wait till I mark my whittling, Judge, so I'll know where I left off.
What's your name, Tupper Libby?
Tupper Libby.
Nice going, Tupper. Now, I'll give you the $2 question. What is it you do which, from the looks of you, ain't quite making you living?
Well, I'm the hired man on Brody Jeffers' farm.
You reckon the defendant, Brody, yonder, is guilty?
Yes, sir, Judge. Lanky got just what was a-coming to him.
Well, clarify, Tupper.
Well, sir, Lanky called himself an inventor. He was always inventing, Judge.
Well, inventing ain't no grounds for murder, Tupper.
Lanky's inventing was, Judge. Lanky made a mess of everything.
plumb ruined Brody's farm.
Clarify, Tupper.
Well, sir, first it was the hens. Lanky invented a feed to make the hens lay bigger eggs. There was yeast in it.
Eggs get bigger, did they?
No. First the hens swelled up. Then they got so full of yeast they started laying eggs with dumplings for yolks.
I'll be double dog day.
And then they started laying Parker House rolls with shells on top.
Well, grub my chub. I never heard of such goings on.
One morning, Brody found his 200 hens plumb dead in their nests. Under each hen was a loaf of bread.
Overdone it, eh?
Yeah.
What else did he invent, Tupper?
Well, sir, Lanky invented a divining rod for carrots, so as you could tell where the carrots was hid in the ground.
Divining rod for carrots,
Yeah. It was a hoe handle with a rabbit tied to the end.
Didn't work, eh?
Rabbits located the carrots, ate the whole crops before Lanky could shake them loose off of the hoe handle.
Well, ruin anything else, did he?
Yeah, Brody's horse died.
Of inventions?
Yeah, it was them green glasses that Lanky invented.
Green glasses to put onto a horse?
Yeah. Idea was the horse would eat shavings and kindling and save the price of grass.
Horse eat the shavings, did he?
Yeah, 2 weeks later the horse broke out in knotholes and died.
From the draft, no doubt.
Yeah.
You was there when Brody come to kill Lanky, was you, Tupper?
No, I was sitting on the well fishing.
Fishing for what?
The cat fell in the well.
Fishing for cat, eh?
Yeah.
What was you using for bait?
Field mouse.
Yeah. What about the murder?
Well, I was sitting there jiggling my field mouse.
Yeah?
Brody come running through the field. He was white and shaking.
What'd he say?
Brody yells, I killed him. He ruined my flivver cow, so I killed him.
Yeah? That's all you know, Tupper?
No, I know a lot of other things, Judge, but they ain't got nothing to do with the case.
Well, stand down, Tupper.
I know 2 and 2 is 4.
Stand down.
I know Washington crossed Delaware.
Stand down.
I know where you was last Saturday night.
It's a lie. It's a lie. Now you get. Next witness, and you get quick, too. You don't know where I was last Saturday night, because I hid your glasses before I went. Now, next witness, Mrs. Brody Jeffers.
Not composed, but present, Judge.
Now, says here you're related to both parties, Mrs. Jeffers.
I'm the murderer's wife and the murderee's sister, Judge.
Well, good for you. That explains why you're only half in mourning here, I see.
Yeah.
Now, you, about your brother.
Lanky was an inventing genius, Judge.
According to the last witness, Tupper, Lanky ruined your husband's farm.
Well, he did have a run of bad luck.
Well, what induced the murder, Mrs. Jeffers?
'Twas Lanky's last invention, Judge. A milking machine he seen at the World's Fair.
Oh, that rotolactor doodad, was it?
Could be.
Yeah.
Lanky took Brody's flivver and cow to invent a better milker.
You warn him, did you?
I says, you ruin that cow and flivver, Lanky Tuttle, and Brody'll give you what fur for keys.
What'd you say?
Lanky winked and said, they laughed at Spencer Tracy and Edison the man, don't forget.
Well, how'd he fit up this here milking machine?
Well, first off, Lanky cut the fingertips off a rubber glove.
Yeah.
Then he applied the glove fingers to the cow's spigot.
Yeah.
Then he tied one end of a raincoat sleeve to the wrist of the rubber glove.
Yeah.
And t'other end he tied to the flywheel on the Model T.
Aiming to induce suction, hey?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
When the flywheel started, the draft was to vacuum off the sleeve, setting the rubber glove to pulling on the cow.
Yeah.
Then the milk was to flow from the cow down the sleeve into a pail sotting under the flywheel.
Mighty slick invention.
It was, Judge, until Lanky stepped on the starter to start the milking. Then tarnation busted loose.
Yeah? What happened?
Everything, Judge. The flywheel started whizzing. The rubber was catapulting the cow up against the radiator. The cow was pulling away and moaning like the lead singer in a touring choir.
Sakes almighty.
Bolts and nuts was flying. Milk was squirting. Looked like the Milky Way had stripped its gears. Well, finally, the rubber glove bust, and I fainted.
When you come to?
I was laying in a pool of curds, Judge.
Yeah.
Brody was standing over Lanky with a smoking gun.
Lanky had gone to the great patent office, eh?
Yeah. His spirit'll keep inventing, Jed.
In the great beyond, you mean?
Some night when I look up and see the Big Dipper has been turned into a Dixie cup,
Yeah?
I'll know that Lanky is up there still inventing.
Well, stand down, Mrs. Jeffers.
Thank you, Jed.
Yeah, you want us to help you down, you can make it all right. Happy creeping. Brody Jeffers?
I know what I done, and I'd do what I done if it had to be done again.
Now, hold on. I told you about what you done. What's your defense, Brody?
Well, sir, bit by mite, that there varmint ruined my farm, Jed.
Yeah?
Stock was gone, crops was gone, all with his inventions.
Well, how was you living, Brody?
There warn't nothing left to live on, only my cow and Fibber. I was milking the cow and delivering the milk in the Fibber.
When the roadie lactor flew apart, you figured then you was out of business.
When I heard the ruckus and come running out of the pigsty, I was seeing red.
What'd you say?
Well, sir, I took my teeth out before I gnashed them bent.
Yeah.
I says, Lanky Tuttle, start inventing your prayers, I says.
Lanky come back, did he?
He says, your Fibber ain't ruined, Brody. Try her out.
Was she did for?
Was she, Judge? Why, the radiator was full of milk.
Well, how'd you know?
Well, I stepped on the starter. A quart of grade A shot up the leg of my pants.
Yeah.
Turned the ignition. A pint of heavy cream zipped up my sleeve.
Yeah.
I blew the horn. A mess of butterballs rolled down the fender.
Yeah.
And then the car backfired and putted a pound of pot cheese 2 blocks down the road.
Couldn't you fix your car, Brody?
Everything was missing, Judge. Bolts was gone, nuts was gone.
Where was they?
I'll show you, Judge. Bring in Exhibit A, Sheriff.
Okie dokie dokie, Brody.
There she stands, Judge. A bovine wreck.
Well, cow looks all right to me, Brody.
I tell you, she's a wreck, Judge. That cow's full of nuts, bolts, and rivets.
You mean?
Now, wait till I milk her, Judge. Listen.
Court's adjourned. And now, just a nightcap word from Larry Elliott.
The next few moments are devoted to the entire petroleum industry by the Texas Company. America is spending billions to speed its great national defense program, to expand vital industries, to ensure the production of every essential to complete preparedness. And the leaders in every effort, Army, Navy, aviation, and manufacturing, have found the petroleum industry prepared to meet every emergency demand. Yes, ready without even straining its resources, production, capacity, or equipment. Every American can take patriotic pride in the facts that reveal how free American enterprise, working for peace, has equipped this vital industry for national defense.
Thank you, Larry, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us tonight. This is Fred Allen saying good night for the more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Yes, it's back again. The wonderful show that scored the Grand Slam in Academy Awards. Going My Way. Academy Award winner for the best picture of its year. Bing Crosby, Academy Award winner for the best performance. Mary Fitzgerald for the supporting performance. Leo McCarey for his great original story and inspired direction. Plus awards for the best screenplay and the best original song, Swinging on a Star.
Or would you like to swing on a star, carry moonbeams home in a jar, and be better off than you are? Or would you rather be a mule?
Bing as the gay singing padre of the toughest parish in New York. Barry is the crusty old codger who can't figure out what the younger generation is coming to.
Young man, as a matter of curiosity, what made you become a priest?
And now those of you who have seen Going My Way once, twice, or even 3 times will be able to relive every heartwarming, laugh-filled moment again. And those few of you who have never seen it have an unforgettable experience in store.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with the U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Mr. Dillon, I never saw a street like that.
Huh? What do you mean, Chester?
Dusty, sir. Just plain dusty. It's only spring and already the plaza's just vulgar with dust.
Streets in Texas are all grass, Chester?
No, sir, but they're better than this. You'd think there'd be some way of fixing it.
Well, Dodge is growing, Chester. Maybe someday it won't look so bad to you.
I don't aim to live that long, sir.
Well, I'm glad you got that much figured out anyway.
I surely have. Oh, now, wait. That's not what I meant either.
Don't let it worry you, Chester. Did you get those posters down to Mr. Hightower?
Yes, sir. He said they'll be ready about noon tomorrow.
All right. Pick them up then, will you?
Yes, sir. Oh, my goodness, Mr. Dillon, I nearly forgot.
No?
Well,
Forgot what?
After I left Mr. Hightower's, I thought I'd just take a glass of beer. I had to get all that dust out of my throat. You know how bad it is walking around knee-deep in that stuff, and I was hacking and coughing.
All right, Chester. Well, what is it you forgot?
Well, sir, I dropped into the Texas Trail, and Miss Kitty was there, and she said she thinks there might be trouble over there before long, and she said to tell you.
Oh? What kind of trouble?
Oh, the usual thing. Some man fighting over a girl.
Well, you don't seem to be very worried about it.
I'm tired of people fighting. I wish they'd all just go away somewheres and kill each other off and have done with it.
That'd be fine as long as they don't do it in Dodge. Well, come on, Chester. Let's go over and see what it's all about.
Casada's a new girl, Matt. She's shy as a flower. I don't know what she's doing here anyway.
How do you know the name of the man?
Dorgan, he says. I tried to get her away from him, but I think she's too scared.
Yeah, maybe she likes him. Did you ever think of that?
I hope not. Anyway, he won't let anyone else dance with her. Those two over at the bar near Chester there. They've tried twice.
Yeah, I know one of those men. The tall one. His name's Horn.
Who is he?
Yeah, he's a gunman. Pretty fast, too, so I've heard.
Well, I was over there with Casada last time they came up, and Somehow, from the way they talked, I got the feeling they're more interested in Dorgan than her.
Oh, you mean they're trying to draw him into a fight?
That's my guess, Matt.
All right, Kitty. I'll see what I can do. Mr. Seda?
Yes?
I'm Matt Dillon. I'd be proud if you'd dance with me.
Well, I don't think I'd better.
Now, go ahead to say that's all right. You can dance with him.
Mr. Dorgan, you told those others that I could.
Hello, Marshal. Hello, Horn. This here is Watson.
Howdy, Marshal.
How are you? What's on your mind, Horn?
We just wanted to let you know, Marshal, if there's any trouble here, we ain't responsible.
Leave me alone, there won't be any trouble.
All we want, Marshal, is our turn with the girl here, and Dorgan's had her hogged the whole evening. And that ain't fair, and that's all. What's funny, Marshal?
You sound like a man at a church social.
I'm trying to be peaceable about it, that's all.
I've seen you when you didn't try, Horn. What are you looking for, an excuse to work this man into a gunfight?
Yeah, he sure is, Marshal. I ain't going to take much more from him or Watson either.
What's the real trouble between you?
There's no trouble, Marshal. We just want to dance with that girl. That's all.
Mm-hmm. You want to tell me, Dorgan?
Nothing, Marshal, nothing.
All right. Seda.
Yes, sir.
Go over there and sit with Kitty, will you?
Now, wait a minute, Marshal. Teseda's my girl. I've been buying her drinks. She's staying right here.
Go ahead, Teseda. Go on over with Kitty.
Well, I don't know which one.
You just go, Teseda. Nobody will stop you.
Well, all right, then. Thank you for the drinks, Mr. Dorgan.
Go on, beat it.
Chester.
You got a great way of handling things is all I can say.
What is it, Mr. Dillon?
Take their guns, Chester.
Oh, no, you don't.
Shut up, Watson.
Well, you going to let him do that? We ain't looking for trouble.
You're smarter than I figured, Horn.
Am I, Marshal?
Get him, Chester.
Yes, sir. All right, yours first.
There you go. All right.
All right.
Your guns will be at the jail. You can pick them up in the morning when you leave town.
Leave town?
All three of you. Good night, gentlemen. Taking his gun from a man like Horn was the fastest way in the world to get him out of the saloons and off the streets and behind cover somewhere. There were too many men who might show up out of his past and suddenly make their claim on him. And Horn was the one that really mattered. Neither Dorgan or Watson looked like real gunmen. So I thought I'd been pretty smart. Till the next morning. I was just crossing the plaza when I ran into Kitty and Chester.
Matt, we've been trying to find you.
Oh, what's the matter, Kitty?
It's Teseda. I don't know where she is.
What?
I looked in her room this morning and she'd gone. Nobody's seen her anywhere.
Oh, maybe she went out to buy some clothes or something.
Oh, she was afraid to go out alone. I always had to go with her. I just know something's happened to her.
Oh, like what?
Dorgan. He was real sweet on her, Matt, and I don't trust him at all.
Oh?
Dorgan come by the office real early, Mr. Dillon. I gave him his gun, and he vamoosed. He was in a big hurry to go someplace.
Well, I told him to leave town this morning.
Well, you didn't tell him to take Teseda with him.
Did they get back together last night?
Sure. Just as soon as Horn and Watson left. I couldn't stop it.
I see. Tell me, Kitty, can she ride?
Oh, no. I asked her to go out with me once.
All right. There was a stage west this morning. Go see if they got on it, will you, Chester?
All right, sir.
Kitty, if she did leave with Dorgan, maybe it's because she wanted to.
Oh, maybe. She wouldn't say anything about him last night, one way or the other. I told you I think she's afraid of him, Matt, but even if she did want to go, well, she isn't his kind, that's all.
Well, that may be, Kitty, but it's not the law's job to chaperone every girl that hits Dodge.
What if she didn't want to go, Matt? What if he forced her to?
Well, that'd be different. A whole lot different.
You bet it would.
They was on it, Mr. Dillon. The agent described them exactly. Left an hour ago, right on time.
I knew it. I knew it.
Will I get our horses, sir?
No, wait a minute, Chester. Dorgan might put up a fight, and if he does, we can't shoot around that girl.
Well, then how can you stop him, Matt?
Well, somehow I don't figure Dorgan is a really brave man. I think we can bluff him. He might try to fight 2 of us, but if there were more, say, maybe a dozen men... Well,
You mean we'll take a posse?
yeah, well, this time it might just work, Chester. But I'll pick 'em. Men I can trust not to do any hasty shooting. Chester, you go round up Arnold Winters and John Kemp, Marty Walter, and Bob Gast, and I'll get the rest of them.
All right, sir.
And tell them we'll all meet at the jail in 20 minutes.
Everybody's here, Mr. Dillon.
All right, I'm coming, Chester.
Hi, Matt.
All right, men. All right, listen to me now. Now, I've picked you men because I know that you're steady. Every one of you. Now, there's a girl on that stage, and whatever happens, we can't return fire. Is that clear?
Yep. Sure.
All right. I'll figure out how we're going to stop them when we get there.
Marshal.
Well, what are you doing here?
Hold it. Marshal, me and Watson heard you needed help.
Thought I told you to get out of town, Horn.
We just want to be sure you got Dorgan before we left, Marshal.
I don't need your help. And don't you be here when I get back, either one of you.
You like that, Watson?
All right, men. All right, let's go.
It's a-coming, Mr. Dillon.
All right, Chester. Men, spread out in a half circle. When the stage comes out of those cottonwoods, Chester and I'll ride forward and stop her. And then you close in around us.
I got it.
All right, let's go.
What's the matter, Marshal?
It's all right, Jim. I just want to talk to a couple of your passengers. You, Dorgan, come on out.
You try anything to say to be right in front of me, Marshal.
I figured that, Dorgan. Come on out anyway.
All right, Tesseta, get out. You stand right here, Tesseta, and don't move. Now, what's on your mind, Marshal?
I want to know if Tesseta's here because she wants to be. That's all.
Tell him, Tesseta. Try and tell him.
Just tell me the truth, Tesseta. If you want to go with him, you may. But if he's forcing you to go, then we're here to take you back to Dodge.
You wouldn't want her death on your conscience, would you, Marshal?
Well, no, please don't kill me. I'll tell him. I came because I wanted to. There.
That's a good answer, Tesseta.
And go on back to Dodge and leave us alone.
I guess you didn't hear the same thing I did, Dorgan.
I'm warning you,
You
Marshal.
haven't got a chance. How long do you think you can use her for cover? Now, I got 12 men here, Dorgan, and we'll follow you from here to California if necessary. Isn't that right, men?
All right.
And if she should get killed, I'll just let you imagine what we'll do to you. Now, you drop your gun belt right where you are and step forward. And do it now. All right, get his gun, Chester.
Yes, sir.
All right, one of you men get rid of your guns and put Dorgan up behind you.
Mr. Dillon, what are we going to do with Tesseta? She can't ride anyway, especially in those clothes.
Well, the Bledsoe place is a couple of miles from here. Go over there and borrow their buckboard, Chester, and for your trouble, we'll let you drive her back to town.
Yes, sir. My. Well, you wait right here, Mr. Tesseta, and I'll be back in no time at all. Morning, Mr. Dillon.
Well, Chester. What time did you get back with Tesseta last night, Chester?
Oh, now, a buckboard ain't like a horse. You can't drive it a lope all the way.
That's all right, Chester. Well, what have you got there?
Here, Dorgan's breakfast.
Well, you'll probably have to wake him up. He hasn't made a sound so far. Oh, there are the keys on the desk.
Yes, sir. Mr. Dillon?
Yeah?
Come here, quick.
What? Open the cell, Chester. Hurry. You might still be alive.
I got a knife.
All right. Cut him free. I'll hold it. No. He's been dead a long time.
Now, who'd have thought he'd go hang himself?
He didn't, Chester.
What?
There's no rope in his cell. Somebody called him over here to the window. Knocked him in the head and slipped the rope around his neck and tied him tight to the bars. This isn't suicide, it's murder.
Horn and that fellow Watson, they did it.
Well, they're the only ones I know who've been wanting him dead.
Will we go arrest him?
Yeah, they just go free again. I got no evidence the court would accept.
I'll bet those two don't think any more of strangling a man than shooting a wolf and throwing his skin over a fence.
Yeah, they're killers, Chester. But right now they got nobody to kill. Except maybe me.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, make sure you're by your radio this Monday evening. For CBS Radio's Monday evening dramatic shows, the Lux Radio Theater and Suspense are putting on two of their top shows of the season. Suspense has a new writer, William Shakespeare by name, and they're staging his wonderful tale of love, vengeance, and murder, Othello, with Richard Widmark as the star. And our Lux Radio Theater is bringing you the charming nostalgic story, Wait Till the Sun Shines Nellie, with David Wayne and Gene Peters in their original movie roles. It's a date Monday night. Suspense and the Lux Radio Theater on most of these same stations. Now the second act of Gunsmoke.
When I found out that Horn and Watson were still in Dodge, I figured that they were probably waiting for me to run them out. And that they'd be glad for the excuse if I did, leaving Dorgan's murder behind them. Instead, I did nothing and I said nothing, hoping it'd sand their nerves some. Maybe drive them to a bottle and some loose talk. That night, pretending there was nothing in the world on our minds, Chester and I walked into the Texas trail.
Sure is crowded tonight, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah.
Say, there's Ciceda. See her?
You're like a fall hog after ripe acorns, Chester.
Well, now, my gracious, it wouldn't be polite for me not to say hello, would it?
I'll see you later. That fella who just left, is he coming back, Kitty?
He went broke. Sit down, man. You drinking?
No, not tonight.
Oh, expecting trouble, huh?
Yeah, maybe.
Look at Chester and Ciceda there. I sure wish this place were quieter. I'd give anything to know what they're saying.
It may get noisier.
What?
Look over there. Watson just came in.
Oh. Say, he's drunk, Matt. He's real drunk.
Yeah.
He's just going to start trouble again. Look, he spotted Ciceda.
I don't see Horn.
Oh, Horn hasn't been in tonight.
I said I was going to dance with her.
You're a loco drunk, Watson. Get out of here and leave the lady alone.
What lady?
You take that back.
Matt?
Are you from Texas, mister?
Yes. Yes, I am.
Well, now, if I was from Texas, I'd certainly keep it to myself.
You're wrong, Watson. There's a lot of good, decent people in Texas.
Maybe, since you left.
That's a wonder you can even get a woman like this.
Don't you be judging the people of Texas.
Matt.
All right, get out of the way. Let me through here.
Wait a minute.
He drew on me, Mr. Dillon. I was only going to fight him. I didn't think he'd draw.
Everybody saw it, Chester. He had his gun out first.
I shot him twice. He didn't even fire. How come he didn't kill me?
Now, take it easy, Chester. DeSeta, go get him a drink, will you?
Yes, sir. Do right away.
Watson? Watson?
Little Texas fella. He shot me.
Watson. Watson, listen to me. Did you strangle Dorgan?
Dorgan. We killed him. Me and Horn. Right in jail. There it comes.
If I take Horn alive, I'll call on some of you men as witnesses to Watson's confession here. Well, a couple of you take him out back. Chester, you all right? You look peaked.
I got him a whiskey, sir, just like you said.
Drink it down, Chester.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah.
Mr. Dillon, if he hadn't have been drunk, I couldn't have shot him.
Well, that may be, Chester. But don't forget one thing. Drunk as he was, he drew to kill you. If you'd given him another second, he would have. You had to shoot him. It was self-defense, pure and simple.
Yes, sir. And that's sure true, but I...
Now, you stay here for a while. I'll be out in the plaza.
DeSeta, get me one more drink.
Word of the gunfight would spread fast in Dodge, and the word of the dying man's confession even faster. Wherever Horn was, I knew he'd hear about it. And since he was a gunman of an entirely different breed from men like Watson and Dorgan, it could be depended on that instead of running, he'd shoot it out with me. It was a simple matter of vanity, and there was no way to stop him. The only thing I could do was wait. Expectantly, the plaza cleared. But before Horn showed up, Chester came out of the Texas Trail and walked over to me.
Mr. Dillon?
Are you all right now, Chester?
I'm fine. But say, I just heard that Horn's gone and got himself a shotgun.
Now, is that so?
You can't meet him like this. I'll go get you one out of the office.
No.
But, Mr. Dillon, a shotgun.
I know. But if Horn's done that, he's lost his nerve. It means he can't face me any other way.
Yeah, but you haven't got a chance against a shotgun.
Well, we'll soon find out. There he comes.
Oh. He does have a shotgun, Mr. Dillon.
All right, get off the street, Chester.
I don't like to leave.
Go on.
Yes, sir.
Evening, Marshal.
You're well armed, Horn.
Yeah, ain't I?
This is the first time, isn't it?
First time what?
You had to get behind a shotgun?
I ain't taking no chances, Marshal.
Sure. But from what I've heard, that never bothered you before.
Meaning?
You're fast enough with a 6-gun to have lived this long, Horn. You must be pretty good. But you're through now. You've lost your nerve. You're not a gunman anymore. You're just ordinary dirt common.
That's enough of that.
I could find a dozen men like you in any saloon in town. It was different before, Horn. You kind of stood out a little. Nobody's going to worry about you after this.
You think not? You think I need this shotgun?
Of course you need it. Everybody can see that.
I ain't scared of you, Marshal. I ain't scared of no man alive.
Talk's cheap.
I ain't talking. There now. Ain't got no shotgun. Now don't you tell me I'm scared.
You don't have to draw, Horn. You can still take your chances in court.
You was right, Marshal. I was scared. I ain't no more.
Look, I'm giving you a chance. Why don't you take it?
Never mind.
You all right, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah. Yeah, Chester. It's been a long day. Let's go somewhere and try and forget it.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was especially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Tom Tully, Lawrence Dobkin, Paul Dubov, and Lillian Bayeth. Harley Bear is Chester, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Gunsmoke is heard by our troops overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. You have to face facts when you talk about Korea, and the facts are that there are more than 35,000 war orphans in Korea. They not only have no parents, but they have no shelter, no warm clothing, no food. They are not responsible for their condition, and some of them can remember no other.
Their government tries to help, but the best it can do is a cup or two of rice a day for each. Other Korean War refugees cannot shelter them. Often they can hardly care for their own children. Because these orphans have not had food and have been exposed to all kinds of weather, many of them have tuberculosis. They are all weak from hunger and an easy prey to disease. Yet people over there, like the representatives of CARE, the package sending relief agency, say many of these children can be saved if they get food and clothing now. CARE has stockpiles over there. An order or contribution will send them to those most in need. Package delivery is guaranteed. To save the kids of Korea, send a contribution to your local CARE office, or to CARE New York, or CARE Los Angeles.
Some people wake up like this. And some people wake up like this.
Come on, you lazy bum. Get out of that sack.
But 9 million people prefer to wake up to music, to a breakfast symphony, a popular singer, or news. Because 9 million people have clock radios that turn themselves on in the morning. How do you like to wake up?
America now wakes up to 9 million clock radios and listens most to the CBS radio network.
was written 2 days before she was murdered.
Where did you find that?
In this score, she must have left it here. It's written by somebody called Sergius Bauer.
Give it to me.
He said I wasn't any liquor. He said I was going out of my mind.
Not going out of your mind. You're slowly and systematically being driven out of your mind.
But why? Why? Oh, that's wonderful.
And you thought I was being cruel to you. Keeping people away
not
from
cruel.
you. Making you a prisoner.
Oh, you're the kindest man in the world. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. If I were not mad, I could have helped you. Whatever you had done, I could have pitied and protected you. Because I am mad, I hate you. Because I'm mad, I betrayed you. And because I am mad, I'm rejoicing in my heart without a shred of pity, without a shred of regret. Watching you go with glory in my heart.
Our next guest will give you the laughs. Just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Kenny Baker, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Roller Skating on a Rainbow. You all know how a plain room can be brightened right up with a bowl full of vivid summer flowers. Well, a plain meal can be brightened up that same way with a mold full of gay, shimmering Jell-O. Perhaps rich crimson strawberry Jell-O, for right now it's strawberry time, and a grand way to enjoy the fresh berries is to serve them with strawberry Jell-O. It's just as appetizing and delicious as the fresh fruit itself. It echoes that fragrant, tempting goodness and makes a lovely picture to adorn a simple meal. A mold of strawberry Jell-O garnished with fresh berries. And all 6 delicious Jell-O flavors bring you this same refreshing taste, so cool and delightful, especially with hot weather on the way. Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. They're filled with extra rich flavor. They glow with cheerful summery color. Just be sure to get genuine Jell-O and don't accept any substitutes. Look for those big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O. That was Roller Skating on a Rainbow, played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you our own movie star who has just finished another epic at Paramount and is nervously awaiting the preview, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again, this is Jack Benny talking, and Don, I'm not a bit worried about the outcome of my latest screen triumph. But you're wrong about one thing. The picture isn't finished yet.
Oh, it isn't?
No, we have another week to go. You see, I've been having some story trouble. And I don't want to mention any names, but after all, I'm the star of the picture, and there's a certain party that's having a little too much to do in it. And if this certain party...
Well, our maestro isn't here yet, so if you're talking about Phil Harris, why don't you come out and say so?
Because he's got 18 stool pigeons sitting right in back of me, and you know it. They're disguised as musicians. Look, Don, the way the picture ends now, Phil Harris wins the girl and marries her. Now, as long as I'm the star, don't you think I ought to win the girl?
Well, Jack, there are several angles to consider. Now, in the first place, Phil is much younger than you are.
That's just the point. He's in no rush. But I got to get rolling before it's too late, my dear. And another thing has come up. Mr. Hornblow, the producer, wants to use Rochester in the picture. Imagine Rochester, my butler, an actor. That's all I need.
Well, Jack, I think it's a grand idea.
I know, Don, but what'll they pay Rochester? Maybe $50 a week. And by the time he gets 25 and I get 25, it's not worth it to me. What does it amount to?
Well, tell me, Jack, does Rochester know about this offer yet?
I think so. Yesterday he went out and made a down payment on a gold tooth. Not only that, he's so lazy, he just had a sidecar built on the vacuum cleaner. Anyway. Oh, hello, Kenny.
Hello.
What's the matter with you?
Darn that apple machine out in the hall.
What's wrong with the apple machine?
Oh, I just put a nickel in and a worm came out.
Oh, that's too bad.
Somebody's going to hear about this outrage, believe me.
Oh, Kenny, what's a nickel? Don't be such a little tightwad.
Look who's talking.
Where were we, Don, before this big problem came up?
Well, you were complaining about Phil getting the girl at the finish of your picture.
Oh, yes. Well, that's what's holding up the story, and now I'm trying to get it changed.
Trying to get what changed?
Oh, hello, Mary. Say, Mary, you were over at Paramount when we rehearsed the ending of our picture. Do you think it's right for Phil to marry the girl when I'm the star?
Of course not.
You see?
Phil ought to be the star.
I don't mean that. Imagine Phil winning the girl. Why, he's not the marrying kind.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Why, Mary, you know very well that Phil is the type of fella that plays with a woman's emotions, toys with her affections, breaks her heart, and then when he's through, discards her like an old shoe. You know the way that kind of a guy treats women.
Yes, and we love it.
I know you do. That's the trouble with women. They don't appreciate a good man.
I'm the rat type myself.
Oh, sure, a fine rodent. Anyway, getting back to my picture, the more I think about that ending, Don, the more I... Come in?
Special delivery for Mary Livingston.
Here, boy. Thanks. Oh, Jack, this letter's from Mama.
How do you know?
The man on the stamp is laughing.
Oh.
Read us your mother's letter, Mary.
Yeah, I'll bet there's some hot news in it. What's the Ouija board of Plainfield got to say?
Here it is.
Oh.
Plainfield, New Jersey, May 19th. My dear daughter, Mary.
My, it's a scream already. Continue.
Just a few lines to thank you for your nice letter and the big bottle of perfume which you sent me on Mother's Day. It's lovely, and I smell like anything.
She would pour the whole bottle on.
Father's Day will be here in a couple of weeks, and Papa wants me to remind you that he needs a right sock.
A right sock? Doesn't he need a left one, too?
Yeah, but Papa hates to impose on me.
Oh. That's very sweet of him.
Your sister Ethel and her husband are back from their honeymoon, but we think she needs new glasses, as we are quite positive this is not the same man she left with.
My goodness, they ought to find out. Don't you think so?
The happy couple are going to live with us until your brother-in-law can find a job. This may take some time, as he is an Indian scout by trade.
Fine prospects there.
Oh, I must tell you, we went to New York the other day to see the World's Fair, and was it crowded?
Oh.
I lost your father in Japan and found him in General Motors.
Well, that was quite a trip there.
The attractions are simply marvelous. They have a big water show there with 100 beautiful bathing girls. So I lost your father again.
Well, I don't blame him.
Quiet.
Oh.
No other news at present except your Uncle Herman, who is learning to fly, dropped in the house the other day. We'll write you again next week. Meanwhile, if this letter is a smash hit, please have Jack send me a check.
Mary, I don't ask you to read them.
Regards to all, your loving mother, On the Beam, Livingston.
She always has to get cute when she signs her name. Well, let's get on with the program. Hey, Kenny, if you can forget about your great financial loss in the Apple machine, how about doing a song?
Don't get fresh or I won't sing at all.
What? What did you say?
I said, if you want a nice, fresh song, I'll sing it all.
Oh, I misunderstood you. Go ahead.
The nursery line. We're all at the railing, for baby is sailing, sailing for dreamland tonight. Ship ahoy, my little skipper, the Sandman's calling. Don't delay. Climb aboard your baby clipper, but please don't sail too far away. At the foot of your bed is your faithful little crew. It's your own puppy dog, keeping watch the whole night through. Sail away, my little skipper. Good night and pleasant dreams to you. Little man, you're crying. I know why you're blue. Someone took your kitty car away. Time to go to sleep now. Little man, you've had a busy day. Johnny won your marbles. Tell you what we'll do. Dad'll buy you new ones right away. Time you should be dreaming. Little man, you've had a busy day. Sail away, my little skipper. Good night and pleasant dreams to you.
That was Little Skipper, sung by Kenny Baker, which he did very well. That was really excellent.
Darn that apple machine.
Kenny, stop worrying about it. If it'll make you any happier, I'll take a nickel out of my pocket and give it to you right now.
Shall I phone the newsreels?
That won't be necessary. I just hate to see a kid like that be so cheap.
Well, you're as bad as he is. Every time you give a waitress a little dime tip, you hold her hand for half an hour.
Now, wait a minute, Mary. Now, wait a minute. Let me ask you something. Did you personally ever see me hold a waitress's hand?
Yes.
And now, folks, for our feature attraction tonight, we will continue with...
Yes, I did.
All right, you answered me. For our feature attraction tonight, we will continue with the second and final episode of... Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. Were you worried about me?
Well, I wasn't exactly worried, Phil, but I thought it'd be kind of nice if you dropped in sometime during our program and made a stab at earning your salary. Of course, I realize now that you're in the cinema, your radio career means very little to you.
Are you still beefing about the picture?
No, I'm not beefing.
Why, Jack, I wouldn't even be in the picture if it weren't for you. You asked me to be in it.
Phil, I asked you to be in one short scene at the opening. I didn't expect you to stay for 8 reels. You move in like a relative.
Oh, I haven't got so much to do in the picture.
You haven't? Why, even in that big fog scene in London where you're not supposed to see anybody, you have to walk around wearing a neon hat. But you know what really kills me? Here, I'm the star, and my stooge marries Dorothy Lamour. It doesn't make sense.
But, Jack, Dorothy wanted it that way.
What do you mean?
She said she doesn't like to do love scenes with you.
Oh, she doesn't, eh?
No, she claims you're too masculine. You're too rough. She says you're the brute type.
Brute? No kidding? You mean Dorothy said that?
Why, sure. She says that when it comes to love scenes, you're a regular caveman.
Oh, She said that? Are you sure?
Absolutely. Why, man, when you've got a girl in your arms, you don't know your own strength.
Well, I have been eating my steaks pretty rare lately. And I guess that medicine ball hasn't hurt me any, but Oh, so I'm a brute, eh?
Some caveman. You couldn't find a mussel in a shore dinner.
Oh, yes, I could. Well, thanks for the information, Phil. Now I know I can change the finish of the picture. All I have to do is tell Dorothy that I'll watch myself a little. Well, let's get on with our show. As I said before, folks, we're going to continue with the second episode of our stirring drama. Gee, I can't get over Dorothy being afraid of me like that. The second episode of our... Gee, I must remember that women are fragile and delicate.
The second episode of our...
Oh, yes. The second episode of our stirring drama of military life in faraway India. That sensational RKO screen achievement, Gunga Din. Thank you, Mouseface. Now, as last week, I will be Gunga Din. Kenny will be Private Baker, and Mary, you will be sort of a Kipling again this week and recite the poem.
Okay, Hercules.
Now, this will go on immediately after a number by... see who it is, Mary.
Oh, hello. Well, gee whiz, how are you? So nice of you to call. What's new, kid? Yes? Yes?
Who is it, Mary?
Mr. Hornblow, it's for you.
Give me that phone. What's new, kid? To my producer. Hello, Mr. Hornblow. Yes? Well, look, Mr. Hornblow, I've been thinking about that Rochester matter, and I don't see how I can allow him to go in the picture. Well, sure, he'd be very good, but... I know, but... Now, look, Mr. Hornblow. I know, but...
Ladies and gentlemen, while Jack is listening to Mr. Hornblow, let me remind you about our product, Jell-O.
But...
It has that extra rich flavor.
But...
And it is not only economical and easy to make...
But...
It also comes in 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry...
But...
Orange, lemon, and lime.
But, Mr. Hornblow...
So look for the big red letters on the horn. I mean blow. I mean box. My goodness!
Will you stop shouting down? I'm trying to talk. Now, I'll tell you what I'll do, Mr. Hornblow. You can have Rochester in the picture on one condition. You've got to change the script so that I marry Dorothy Lamour. What? Oh, Mr. Hornblow, I realize that, but I won't get her all black and blue. See, I'm an actor. I can restrain myself. Is it a deal? Okay, then Rochester goes in the picture. Goodbye. Can you imagine that fellow's Dorothy told Mr. Hornblow that I'm a caveman, too? Gee, it's all over the lot, you know? Well, Phil, old boy, how about playing a number so we can get on with our sketch?
I'll do nothing of the kind. Imagine taking me out of the finish of the picture. Fine pal.
Now, don't worry. You'll be in that wedding scene, Phil. I'll fix it so you're a flower girl. Now, play before I slug you. You know my strength.
Oh, that's right. Hit it, boys.
that was The Ladies in Love, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. And now, folks...
Wait a minute, Jack. Wait. How'd you like it?
Well, Phil, if I say it was good, it'll go to your head, and if I say it was bad, it'll start a routine, so let's just forget it. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you, in our play tonight, you're going to be the head of the Hindu bandits. In fact, you're a cutthroat, so just play it straight. You know?
Okay.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the final installment of Gunga Din. As you may remember, last week, Gunga and Private Baker were sent to discover the hideout of the Hindu bandits. And as the scene ended, we left them both on the desert without food or water. Curtain. Music. Take it, Mary.
Now, in India's desert land, where there's nothing but hot sand, we find our punch-drunk hero, Gunga Din. Private Baker is there with him. They ain't got water, they ain't got rhythm. And the buzzards up above them sure look mean. So it's Dean, Dean, Dean. Take it, Jack, I'm running out of steam.
Oh, I don't think I can go on much longer, Baker. The desert's got me this time. 14 days on this burning sand without water. 14 days. You hear that, Baker? 14 days without water.
What's the record?
9 days. It's held by a camel in Egypt. But we must carry on, Baker. We must carry on. 2 weeks without food or drink. 2 weeks on this infernal desert. 14 days under this burning, blistering sun.
Well, we got a nice tan.
I don't need a tan. I'm a Hindu. What a desolate place this desert is. How far away from everything. I bet even Mrs. Roosevelt has never been here. Well, come on, Baker. Let's make for those mountains right ahead of us. Chin up. Remember, we're Bengal Lancers. Hey, Baker, look. Here comes a camel with a man and a girl on it.
Oh, yes. And look at that sign. Just married.
Whoa!
Hello there.
Hey, buddy, how far is it to Niagara Falls?
12,000 miles straight ahead.
Well, we better hurry. Giddy up, Abdul.
Oh, so they're going to Niagara Falls, eh? Water. Water. That's what I want, water. There are those buzzards again. They're after us, Baker. They're after us.
Yes, we must not let them get us. We've got a duty to perform, and by heaven, we're going to do it. We must find a hideout of those bandits or die like rats on this forsaken desert.
Oh, I knew I should have taken that line. Look, Baker. Here we are at the foot of the mountains. I wonder if... Listen. What do you make of that, Baker?
Catchy little thing, ain't it?
Well, you know what that means? We finally reached the hideout of the bandits. Now be quiet, and we'll sneak up on them.
So they reached the place at last, down by the mountain pass, where the bandits are a-lurkin'. Oh, what thugs. So let's listen to their boss, which is played by Phil Ross.
Ross?
As he tells his natives how to cut a rug. So it's rug, rug, rug. Take it, Chief, you corny jitterbug.
Now listen, men. We're going to Calabadaz, Booga Gooba, Kush, Harani. Is that clear?
Shukaraka. Did you hear that, Baker? Shukaraka. That means they're going to attack the Bengal Lancers at dawn.
Gee, I thought it meant long time no see.
That's Shukarika. Now be quiet.
Listen, men, and get this straight. Zogai, 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 Zogai.
Nagasaki.
Want some Lancers, Mommy?
Oh, yeah? Well, they never attack our regiment. Remember what the captain told me to do, Baker?
Yeah, you're supposed to blow your bugle as a warning.
And that's just what I'm going to do.
Get hot, Gunga. 1, 2.
Did you hear that, men? Where did that bugle come from?
Sears and Roebuck, $1.98.
Baker! There they are, men. Grab them.
Oh, wait a minute.
Yipe! We're captured. All right, quit jiving, men. I'll take care of these guys.
Now, look here, Chief. We're not the fellas you want. You speak English, don't you?
Sure, I'm Hap.
Well, look, Bub. We're just a couple of wandering, harmless Hindus. A couple of magazine salesmen working our way through the desert. Please give us food and drink, and we'll be on our way.
Wait a minute. If you're a magazine salesman, why have you got that horn around your neck?
All right, then. I sell fish. Come on, Baker, let's go.
Ain't we going to spy on the bandits first?
Baker! Spies, eh? I knew it. Take them to my temple, men.
Your temple?
Yes, there it is, that big white building over there.
Some temple. Wilshire Bowl, no cover charge. Let's run, Baker.
Grab them, men. All right. Now drag them inside.
That's a fine way to get customers. Okay, we're coming.
So they captured Gung and Baker and dragged them in the bowl. They couldn't see the floor show because they sat behind a pole. Now, Gunger is from hunger, and his tongues are hanging out, and Baker's sitting with him. What will happen? Let's find out.
Oh, water. Water, where's the waiter?
Well, how about it, Gunga? You might as well come clean. Are you going to tell us where your regiment is or not?
No. I don't care what you do to me. I'm a Bengal Lancer, and I'll never tell. Never.
Oh, yeah? You'll talk, brother. Where's your regiment?
I won't tell. Torture me, kill me. But my lips are sealed.
Mine are chapped.
I don't want to die, Chief. I don't want to die. Give me some water.
No, not until you talk.
I won't talk. I won't.
All right. Then I'm going to torture you as a human being has never been tortured before.
What?
You'll suffer. You'll squirm. You'll die 1,000 deaths before I'm through.
Oh, my goodness.
Come on, men. Let's give it to him. We'll see whether he talks or not.
Down in the Medi in the ittle bitty pool, fam fee ittle fitty and a mama bitty.
Not that!
Fam
Not that!
Mama bitty, fam a bootan, and a fam
No! Brand me with a hot iron! Throw me in the slave pit! Feed me to the crocodile, but not that!
The free ittle fitty,
Water!
and out on the
Water, that's what I want!
And the fam right
Water!
out to the feet. Boop, boop, did 'em, dot 'em, water.
Water, that's what I want!
Boop, did 'em, dot 'em, water.
Oh, I can't stand it any longer.
Boop, did 'em,
I'm only
dot 'em,
human.
water.
I'll tell.
And they
I'll
fam,
tell.
and they fam
Stop
right
that
out music.
music.
to the feet.
I'll tell. I'll tell.
All right, Gunga. Give us the information we want and you can go free.
Okay, Chief. Our regiment is located about 3 miles south of Calcutta. You can't miss it. Come on, Baker, let's go.
Nothing doing. I just ordered a twimp cocktail.
Oh, I'll have one, too. Take it, Mary.
So it's dween, dween, dween. Those itty-bitty fitties make oo scream. Though we belted oo and fade oo, I can hardly blame oo. Oo's a better man than I am, and I'm a girl.
Is that so? Play, Phil.
What has a baseball game to do with a fruit cocktail? Well, I'll tell you. If you've been sitting out in the hot sun watching a ball game all afternoon, you'll be mighty glad to start your dinner with a cool, refreshing fruit cocktail made with shimmering lime jello, fresh oranges, and grapefruit. Or you can serve it for a dessert. It's delicious either way, and here's how to make it. Dissolve 1 package of lime jello in 1 pint of hot water. Turn into a shallow pan and chill until firm. Then take a sharp knife and cut the jello into shiny little sea green cubes that are cool and tempting. Now, in individual sherbet glasses, arrange a layer of orange sections, add a layer of grapefruit sections, and top it off with a layer of jello cubes. It's gay as a rainbow with oranges, grapefruit, and shining green lime jello. And you'll go for that real extra rich fruit flavor, which makes lime jello taste so good. So ask your grocer tomorrow for some lime jello and try this new fruit cocktail.
This is the last number of the 34th program in the new Jello series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. Meanwhile, folks, be sure and listen in Tuesday night to We the People, sponsored by those 2 grand preparations for homemade ice cream, Jello ice cream powder and Jell-O freezing mix. Water. Water. That's what I want. Water.
You could use some soap and towels, too.
Good night, folks.
J-E-L-L. Kenny Baker appears on the Jell-O program to encourage the Merle Leroy production. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
We're just two little girls from Little Rock. We lived on the wrong side of the tracks.
But little rocks or square rocks, these gals must have their rocks. Diamonds are a girl's best friend.
Yes, it was a great book. Greater as a Broadway stage hit, and even more gorgeous, glittering, and hilarious on the screen. With Marilyn Monroe as Lorelei Lee, the world's most fabulous gold-digging blonde.
I just love finding new places to wear diamonds.
And Jane Russell as Dorothy Shaw, the world's most talked-about brunette.
Mr. Esmond and I are going to be married.
To each other?
Of course to each other. Who else to?
Well, I don't know about you guys. I always sort of figured Lorelei would end up with the Secretary of the Treasury.
My little angel, you don't even know there's a certain kind of gal would take advantage of a situation of this sort. May I kiss your hand?
I always say a kiss on the hand feels very good, but a diamond tiara lasts forever.
Bye-bye, baby. Remember you're my baby when they give you the eye. When love goes wrong, nothing goes right. I like a beautiful hunk of man, but I'm no physical culture fan. Ain't there anyone here for love? Men grow cold as girls grow old, and we all lose our charms in the end. But square cut or pear shape, these rocks don't lose their shape. Diamonds are a girl's best friend. Diamonds are a girl's best
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater. Up next.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you George Brent, Priscilla Lane, and Gail Patrick in Wife, Husband, and Friend. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Many a woman has given up a career for marriage, and many a husband has been constantly reminded of it ever since. In such cases, the husband usually becomes a philosopher. And the strange thing is that with every passing year, the more wonderful the career is likely to seem to the lady, and the greater the demands on the husband's philosophy. It's a very far-reaching situation. And that's what gave universal appeal to the 20th Century Fox picture, Wife, Husband, and Friend, a very human comedy that you'll hear tonight with Priscilla Lane as the wife, George Brent as the husband, and Gail Patrick as the friend. We borrowed Miss Lane this week from the cast of the new Warner Brothers picture, $1 Million Baby. In Wife, Husband, and Friend, a wife's career, this time it's singing, pops up quite unexpectedly when her husband thought it safely buried away. The result is a domestic crisis of the first magnitude, and the solution is a monument of ingenuity. But that's for George Brent, Priscilla Lane, and Gail Patrick to reveal at the proper time. I hope you're ready for an evening of gaiety and laughter, because we have the makings of it right here, and all we need is you to enjoy it. Every once in a while, someone who's just joined this audience tells us that they're going to buy a few boxes of Lux Flakes because they consider it their logical ticket to these evenings in the Lux Radio Theater. We always appreciate that because their friendly intentions are most gracious. And we know they're just about to make a pleasant and valuable discovery. Actually, of course, there's nothing under the sun to keep you from taking your seat in this theater week after week without buying anything. But if you'll just try Lux Flakes, we'll trust your good judgment from then on. Now we'll introduce you to Wife, Husband, and Friend as the curtain goes up on Act One, starring George Brent as Leonard Borland, Priscilla Lane as Doris, and Gail Patrick as Miss Cecile Carver. On the stage of the New York Opera House, a great soprano is about to die on a high B flat. You'll know from this that the opera is almost over. The full-dress audience is breathless, spellbound. In a box near the stage, Doris Borland sits tensely on the edge of her seat. Mrs. Blair, Doris' mother, sits tensely on the edge of her seat. Major Blair, Doris' father, is a little more comfortable. And Leonard Borland, Doris' husband, is sound asleep. Leonard always goes to sleep at the opera.
Wasn't she wonderful? Wonderful, wonderful. I can't tell you what it does to me, Mother. Music like that, it's like a bubble bursting inside of me. Myself, I generally faint.
It seems to have cast its spell on Leonard, too. He's asleep.
Again? Leonard. Leonard, dear, wake up, wake up.
What's that? Oh, hello, Doris.
The pretty music is over, darling. We can go home now.
Over already? Why, it seems we only got here yesterday. How are you, Major? Evening, my boy. Hello, Mother. Yeah. Doris, I think your mother's angry with me.
I must say, I can't understand how anyone can sleep through an opera.
Oh, you get used to it after a while. Like I always say, the opera's really no worse than a horrible case of arthritis.
Leonard, shall we go?
Of course, dear.
Mother and Dad are coming for dinner tomorrow. Leonard?
Yes, dear?
I said Mother and Dad are coming for dinner tomorrow night.
Oh, fine. Where's the cap off the toothpaste?
I don't know. Look for it.
Did look for it. I think you hide them or something. Oh, I'm tired.
I don't know why you should be, dear. You slept all evening.
No, I didn't. The tenor woke me up at the second act finale, and I had a terrible time getting back to sleep.
Darling, do you mind if I tell you something? You're very crude.
Really?
You have bad manners. You're still just an engineering school halfback.
Fullback.
And the worst of it is you're proud of it.
Well, I guess I'm the outdoor type. You see,
You don't like opera. You don't like the Playgoers Guild. You don't like any of the arts.
Well, I like football.
Football.
There, you see, I can't understand why you like football, and you can't understand why you like opera.
You forget I used to sing, dear.
Oh, no, I couldn't forget that, darling.
What do you mean by that?
Now, darling, let's not get into an argument.
I merely said I used to sing.
And I merely said I used to play football, but I don't go around wearing shoulder pads.
Now, see here, Leonard.
Baby, let's get married.
Again?
Sure, what does it matter so long as we love each other?
Oh, Leonard, what am I going to do with you?
Kiss me.
Leonard.
I love you, Dora.
Really?
Every time I see you, it's the first time, and every time I kiss you, I've never kissed you before. That's why it's so exciting. It's always so new.
That's lovely, darling. Where'd you get it?
Out of a book. Except for the kiss. Now, that was my own idea. The book just said it, but I feel it.
Which is so much better.
But, Doris, I've got a confession to make to you.
Confession?
It's not an easy thing to say, but the truth is you're a snob.
Why, you take that back.
Hey, cut that out. Cut it out. Hey, you hurt.
I meant to.
Darling, if you weren't in the social register, I'd smack you flat on the floor. I hope dinner's ready. I'm hungry tonight. What's the matter, Major? Leonard, my boy, how did you like the opera last night? I slept like a baby. No, I mean, did you notice anything unusual during the evening? Well, I had a bad dream during the third act. No, I mean anything unusual about Doris. You didn't notice that gleam in her eyes we came out. Ah, there you go again. Leonard, Doris is getting ready to sing again. I can feel it in my bones. She's getting ready for that career again, and there you are, sitting back blind as a bat. Major, with all due respect, you're crazy. That's all over. Fini.
That's the way I used to be about her mother. Blind. I must have aged 30 years listening to my wife sing. And that's the way it's going to be with you, too.
Well, I may not know everything, Major, but I flatter myself that I know how to handle Doris in her career.
That's what I used to say about her mother.
Only one way to handle a woman, Major.
Good evening, sir.
Evening, Fisher. Will you take the Major's coat?
Yes, sir.
Only one way. Kind but firm.
I was firm. My wife was firmer.
The hand of steel and the velvet glove. It never fails. Hey, what's it? Fisher, what's that?
Mrs. Blair and Mrs. Borland, sir. They've been practicing all afternoon.
Well, good night, Leonard. Tell my wife I've gone to the club, but not which one.
Oh, nonsense, Major. Come on in.
No. It's your problem, my boy. And already I recognize history repeating itself. Tomorrow, or maybe even tonight, she'll say, do you realize if it hadn't been for you, I'd be a great singer today? And after that, X marks the spot.
You think so?
I know so. Good night, my boy.
Fisher, is anyone with them?
The singing teacher, sir. Mr. Hugo Kurtfelder.
I'll have Mr. Kurtfelder's coat ready. He's leaving in just a moment.
Oh, darling, you're early. You know Hugo Kurtfelder, don't you?
Sure. So long, Hugo.
I beg your pardon?
Come on, this way out.
Leonard.
I'll get to you next, Ma. Outside, Hugo.
But I don't understand.
Of course you don't. That's what I'm just trying to tell you. So long, John.
He's insane. A stark, raving maniac, and I've always suspected it.
Good evening, Ma. Leaving so soon?
Leonard.
Sorry, dear, but your mother's next. This way, Ma.
Doris.
Now, listen, Ma, you're a great old girl and I love you, but this is my home and not yours. And the Major's the one you're supposed to pester and not me. So if it's all the same to you, outside.
You loony.
So long, Ma.
And I'll thank you not to call me Ma.
Hello, darling.
Leonard, how dare you? How dare you?
Now, listen, don't get excited.
Who do you think you are, Tarzan?
Listen.
With Hugo, it was bad enough, but to bully an old woman, my mother.
Now, listen, darling.
And stop starting everything you say with listen.
Okay, any way you like, but listen.
Be quiet. Do you realize what Hugo said today?
Something screwy, I bet.
Do you realize he said if it hadn't been for you, I might be a great singer today? A great singer, I tell you.
He didn't.
And that I had a career. Maybe a brilliant career, but for your stubbornness.
He did?
Yes, and I still have a voice. I still can sing. He said so.
All right, sing.
Well, I'm going to. Do you know what else Hugo said this afternoon? He said that in 3 months I could be ready for a recital at Town Hall.
Sure. In 3 months I could be ready to lick Joe Louis.
When you say a thing like that, I seriously wonder if you still have good sense.
Well, the statement stands.
Well, I'm going to do it.
Do what?
Give a recital.
You are over my dead body.
But why? Why do you say such a thing? Why do you take such an attitude?
Oh, forget it.
I'm not going to forget it. Not again. You stopped my career when we were married, and you've stopped it ever since. But now I'm going to know why.
Well, I'm telling you. Don't ask me.
But I am asking you.
Okay, if that's the way you want it. Because you're a rotten singer.
So I'm allowed.
No, I said rotten.
You did not.
Oh.
You said
Well,
loud.
all right, what's the difference? All right, okay, I said it.
But what Hugo says, a singer himself, a man who has taught and coached singers for years, what he says means nothing?
Well, you asked for it.
And may I ask how you,
A fullback.
a contractor, without even a child's knowledge of music, may I ask how you know that I'm allowed...
I don't know it, but I know it. I mean, it's instinctive.
And that's all you have to say about it?
Isn't it enough?
No, darling, not nearly enough. And if you don't believe me, read the papers tomorrow morning.
Social Registrite debuts. Doris Borland, daughter of Major and Mrs. L. Rodney Blair, will present a program of the lighter operatic arias at the Town Hall the evening of May 14th. Registrate recital next Tuesday. Well, the deadline's approaching, Mike.
Brother, you're in a hole.
Is that the best you got to offer?
I'm your business partner, not a magician. But I got Haggerty to buy 20 tickets. I promised him preferential treatment on the next concrete deal.
Why, Mike, that's blackmail.
You said it.
The only way, though. I'm buying up most of the tickets myself and passing them out free. You see, the way I figured, I can't stand to lose much more than $1,000 on the whole show. That makes it dirt cheap.
Makes what dirt cheap?
Well, for Doris to get it out of her system, of course. That's all she needs. A nice blowout like this just to show me she's got what it takes. That'll wash the whole thing up.
I guess you're right at that.
Sure, that's why I want to put it over big. Then she'll get it out of her system, and that'll satisfy her forever.
I see. Have you told her yet that we lost money on our last 4 jobs and we haven't got any others?
No. What's the use?
Plenty use. You could economize a little, couldn't you? Plow under a few of those butlers and maybe rent out a room or two until we get something coming in again?
No. So far as Doris knows, we're making money hand over fist. Besides, if I told her the truth, she might want to cook for me. Yeah. Oh. I tell you, Mike, a singing wife is a terrible problem.
Yeah. If my wife even starts to hum, I'll smack her right across the mouth.
The round tone. Full. Watch the breathing, Mrs. Boylan.
Doris, you'd better hurry. We're due at the theater in 20 minutes.
Not now, Mrs. Clare, please.
Doris, where's my pants?
What's the matter with you?
My evening pants. I can't find them.
Oh, Leonard, don't bother Doris now. She's got to practice. We're due at the theater.
Quiet, please, quiet. Telephone, Mrs. Boylan. Telephone's pants. How can we practice?
I'll take it, Fisher.
Doris, where's my pants?
Hello. Let her alone.
Now, listen, I got no pants.
But that's all.
All right, I'll go without them. Maybe it'll start something new.
Vulgar. Vulgar.
You name it and I'll do it, but I got to have pants.
Will you please keep your voice down? Leonard, something terrible has happened.
Oh, Doris, where are my pants?
Oh, Leonard, please listen. Louise Bronson got Rudolph Hertz to promise to come and give me a review. And now it turns out that she told him the wrong day.
Who's Rudolph Hertz?
Only the most famous music critic in the country.
Well?
I've got to have him there, Leonard. I must have him. A good review from him would mean everything.
How about giving him a ring?
Oh, the phone's private. There's only one thing to do, Leonard, and that's for you to go right over to his hotel yourself.
Hey, wait a minute.
Leonard, please.
But I can't go busting in on some guy I've never even heard of.
Oh, you must not upset me, Leonard. I've got to have Rudolph Hertz at my recital.
Okay. Let me get my coat nut. Hey, wait a minute. Where's my pants?
Yes?
Oh, excuse me. I'd like to see Mr. Hertz, please.
Oh, I'm afraid he's not here. I've been waiting for him myself.
Oh?
Won't you come in, please? Is there anything I can do?
Well, you see, my wife, she's a singer. Well, I mean, she thinks she's a singer.
A lot of us do. My name is Cecile Carver.
Oh, why, you sang at the opera the other night.
Were you there?
Yes, I was.
Did you like it?
I was asleep.
Oh, now, really?
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be rude.
Not at all. I enjoy honesty. Won't you sit down?
Oh, I can't. You see, my wife's singing at the town hall tonight, and I was supposed to ask Mr. Hertz to come over and listen to her.
I hardly think he'll be back in time, but I'll give him your message if I see him.
Oh, thanks a lot. Well, I've got to run along.
Wait. What did you want? An opinion of your wife's voice?
Well, I don't need any opinion.
I see. Well, good evening, Mr.
Borland. Leonard Borland. Good night, Miss Carver.
Good night. Charming. Hello, desk. Cecile Carver speaking. Will you call the town hall, please? Have them reserve a ticket for tonight's recital in my name. Thank you.
Oh, delightful, Miss Boylan. Leonard, you are marvelous.
Oh, thank you.
Outside, everyone. Please, Mrs. Boylan must rest.
Thank you so much. Doris, you were magnificent. Well, Leonard?
You win, baby. Give me a kiss.
Oh, darling.
Oh, honey, you murdered him.
Perhaps next time you'll sing first.
Oh, you bet I will, Ma. Now, how about us getting away, Doris? Just you and me and having a little celebration of our own, huh?
Oh, Leonard, I can't.
It's quite out of the question. Hugo's coming back with the agent.
With a what?
The agent, dear. The man who arranges the tour.
But this, I thought this was all. I thought this was all you wanted was this.
Are you out of your head again?
Leonard, you mean that after a triumph like this, I should actually give it all up?
Oh, but honey,
Don't you see, dear, if I had flopped this evening, but I didn't. The whole house packed. Not only friends and people I knew, but hundreds I never saw or heard of before. The entire theater sold out. Oh, Leonard, even you must appreciate what that means.
Yes, I do.
You must realize, Leonard, that after tonight, Doris belongs not to you, but to America.
But does America want her?
Mrs. Boylan, picture.
Oh, Doris, pictures.
On stage, quickly.
Oh, Leonard, I've got to go. I'll see you later, darling. Don't wait up for me.
Oh, what have I done? Hello?
Hello, Mr. Borland?
Yes?
I thought I'd find you there. This is Cecile Carver.
Oh, how are you?
I was at the recital, Mr. Borland. Would you still like an opinion of Mrs. Borland's voice?
I certainly would.
Then why don't you come over to the Dorchester Apartments and see me? Let's say tomorrow at 3?
Thanks, I'll be there. she's good, eh?
She has a fine voice, a remarkably fine voice.
Then you think she ought to go on?
With that voice and her looks, certainly.
Oh, well, that's fine.
You're such a liar. But so am I.
Liar?
You don't think it's fine at all, any more than I think she has a good voice.
What about the performance last night?
It's sucker stuff. Who was there? Friends and people you bullied into buying tickets. It was amateur night with the neighborhood favorite, that's all.
I wish she knew that.
You want to hear something else?
What?
You're scared of her. Scared to death.
Scared of Doris? Why, that's ridiculous.
You don't want to go on, do you? But she's going on, isn't she?
Yeah, she's going on all right.
And you're not going to try to stop her?
Well, I have tried.
Have you tried saying no?
Well, I couldn't do that. Couldn't say no to a girl like Doris.
I like you, Mr. Borland.
I like you, too.
Thank you. Well, I've got to get ready for a concert myself. I'm singing in a charity performance tonight.
You're darn nice, Miss Carver.
Cecile will do. Oh, excuse me. Hello? Yes? Oh, you can't? Oh, very well. Never mind. Can you imagine that?
Anything wrong?
Oh, it's so stupid. They want me to sing a certain song this evening, a service song. I don't know the words, and now I can't get them. The fellow's gone out of town.
Well, what's the song?
Oh, some song they sang in the Navy about the waves breaking over the bow or something.
Oh, that song.
You know it?
Sure.
Enough for the words?
I think so.
Oh, Mr. Borland, heaven must have sent you. Sing, Mr. Borland.
Well, this is one for the book. Me singing for you.
Let's have it, please.
Yeah, you really want me to give out?
Right on the button.
Yeah, but look, you can't get the real Borland here. I'm strictly a bathroom singer. Where is it?
Yonder, sir.
Well, okay. This may not be good, but it'll be loud. You ready?
Ready.
Me.
What's that?
Just testing.
Oh, go ahead.
Through the ocean blue we plow as the waves break o'er the bow.
Oh, gee, I'm sorry. This sort of thing is beginning to run into dough.
Why? What happened?
I busted a glass. It was on the shelf.
You broke it? How?
I sang at it. I should have turned my head the other way.
You sang at the glass and it broke?
Yeah, it always does.
Do you mean it's happened before?
When I'm not careful. You're not sore, are you?
No. Borland, this is astounding.
Well, I don't like it so much myself. Having a voice that breaks up crockery.
Give me those glasses on the table.
Glasses? Yeah, but...
Now come on over to the piano.
What for?
Sing at the glass again. Go on.
I beg your pardon?
Try it. Loud.
Okay.
Up the scale. Come on, give.
There, you see? That's a terrible waste of glassware.
Borland, I'm almost afraid to say it, but that's a great voice.
Would you mind repeating that? It sounded exactly to me as if you said I had a great voice.
You have a great voice.
Say, listen, why don't you lie down?
It's a miracle.
I think I better get out of here.
Oh, no, not yet. How would you like me to give you lessons?
A what?
I'm serious, Borland.
That's what I'm afraid of. Goodbye.
Oh, no, wait. You can't just walk out. You can't. Listen, I've got it.
Got what?
You're the one that's going to sing. You're the one that's going to be a success, not your wife. How would you like to sing on tour? All the big halls.
I believe you're really insane.
Don't be stupid. When I tell you you've got a voice, you've got a voice. I'm Cecile Carver. I know.
Yeah, but, lady, I'm a contractor, a building contractor.
Not to me. To me, you're a singer. A singer with a trumpet in his throat.
A trumpet?
Think of this. Carnegie Hall, the lights, the excitement, the whole house packed to hear you sing.
Me?
You can do it, I tell you. With that voice, I guarantee it.
Well, all I know is that you're scaring the living daylights out of me,
Am I? Then think of this, too. Think of her sitting out front that night, your wife, sitting with everybody else when the house lights go down and the footlights go up, and then the applause as the star walks out on the stage. You.
To sing?
To sing. Who would be the head man then, you or your wife?
It's crazy. But it is a funny idea.
We can do it, Borland. Will you?
Sure I will. Why not?
Do, 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 do.
Yeah. Did you see that? I just busted the chandelier.
After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille will bring back George Brent, Priscilla Lane, and Gail Patrick for Act 2 of Wife, Husband, and Friend. Now, suppose you're driving along the highway some evening, along about dinner time.
I'm getting hungry, Jim. Let's stop in the next place and get something to eat.
There's one.
You don't want to stop there. That one on the other side there is the one I'd pick.
Oh, why, Jim? We've never driven out here before. How do you know that one's better?
Well, it's simple, honey. There are twice as many cars in front of it. And when twice as many people choose one place, well, you can bet there's a pretty good reason.
And that's the way it is with new Quick Lux. Twice as many women choose Lux Flakes for stockings, underthings, pretty dresses, other nice things, too, as choose any other flakes, chips, or beads.
And we've got plenty of reasons for doing it, too.
Right, Sally. You want to tell us what they are?
Well, there are different reasons at different times.
For instance?
For instance, when you're washing out stockings and undies before you go to bed and, you're sort of sleepy. Well, you don't want to wait for any old slowpoke studs. And then you're glad new Quick Lux is so fast.
Any more, for instances?
Sure. When you buy a dress or a sweater that you're simply crazy about and you hate to think how you'd feel if it shrank or faded or anything when you washed it, then you're glad Lux Flakes are so gentle.
Safe for anything safe in water.
And when you see how far a big box of Lux Flakes goes, how many stockings and underthings, dresses, and sweaters you can wash with just one box, then you're pleased as anything to find Lux Flakes are so thrifty.
Fast, gentle, and so thrifty. It really isn't any wonder, is it, that new Quick Lux is America's favorite care for stockings, underthings, pretty dresses, and so on, 2-to-1 over any other flakes, chips, or beads. Better buy a big box of Lux Flakes tomorrow. It comes in the same familiar package, doesn't cost you a cent more. And remember, when twice as many people choose one thing as another, there must be plenty of good reasons. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of Wife, Husband, and Friend, starring George Brent as Leonard, Priscilla Lane as Doris, and Gail Patrick as Cecile Carver. Under the tutelage of Cecile Carver, Leonard is preparing for his debut as a singer. For a month, they've been practicing in secret sessions, modulating his tremendous voice to keep down the glassware bills. Meanwhile, Doris has not been idle. Regularly, for 5 hours each day, she strains madly at her vocal cords.
Glorious, Doris. It rings like a bell.
Pear-shaped. Telephone, Mrs. Borland.
Who's calling, Tisha?
Mr. Murray of the New York Concert Bureau, madam.
Give it to me. Yes, Mr. Murray? Yes. Oh, you can't. I see. Oh, I understand that. Yes, I know. Oh, thank you very much.
Well, dear?
He said no.
No, I cannot understand that. I simply cannot.
How about the radio? I understand it's becoming quite respectable.
Oh, we tried the radio.
There was that movie theater offer.
Movie theater? Who do they think Doris is? Cab Calloway? Oh, don't be ridiculous.
Mother, am I in a spot? Can you just imagine what Mr. Leonard Borland would have to say if he knew about this?
That throwback.
Can't you just hear him saying, "Didn't I tell you so?" Why, if he ever suspected. I wonder if he already suspects.
What do you mean?
Well, he's been acting so funny for the past month or so. Very jolly and mysterious, as if he had something up his sleeve. And very patronizing, too. That's what gets me. He's done everything but give me a friendly pat on the shoulder.
Oh, it's probably just another woman.
What?
Your father always acted in that rather silly fashion after leering at some poor girl from the top of a bus.
Well, at the moment, I believe I could stand for another woman easier than I can this pat on the back attitude of his.
The man is callous. Absolutely callous. It's a tragic fact, my dear. But for 5 generations, the women of our family have married inartistic men. Most of them could scarcely be distinguished from cannibals.
I know what you mean.
Your father was even worse. For 3 years, I discussed Wagner with him. Before I realized, he thought I was talking about a baseball player. It's depressing.
Anybody home?
Oh, there he is now. Smile, Mother, smile.
How are you, darling? How's our little canary today?
Oh, very well, thank you.
How are you, Ma?
Well, thank you, Leonard.
I think I will be going.
Now, so long, Hugo. Where's the Major, Mother dear?
In the butler's pantry.
Well, what's the old gentleman doing? Shooting spitballs?
Leonard, please. It was his own idea. I had just started telling Doris about my debut in Washington.
Yeah, I get it. I'll run out and see him. Well, baby, everything okay? That's fine. Just keep your chin up, baby. Major, where are you?
Did you see that? Didn't I tell you? Mother, that settles it. I've got to do something. I don't care what it is. I've just got to, Mother. I can't admit he was right about this thing. It's gone too far.
What are you thinking of, dear?
I'm going to take a job. Any kind of a job, as long as it's singing. I'm going to call Mr. Schultz.
Doris, he was the movie theater man.
Well, what of it? He's the only one who'll take me.
Darling, I don't care for this. I'm going home.
Oh, goodbye, Mother. Hello, Mr. Schultz, please.
A movie theater. After all our wonderful plans.
Don't worry, darling. It'll be all right. Hello, Mr. Schultz? This is Mrs. Borland, Mr. Schultz. I've decided to accept your offer. Yes. Oh, well, I'd like to keep it quiet for a while. You see, I'm in rather a strange position.
What are you doing sitting in the pantry?
I'm not here of my own free will. They sent me out of the room. They're plotting, I tell you. They're up to some plot. You'd better watch your step, son.
Don't you worry about me, Major. I've got this whole singing business licked any time I want to bear down.
You mean you've got a plan?
Major, I've got a honey.
Then use it now.
Well, I've been hoping I wouldn't have to.
Oh, Leonard, you're young yet, but when you're my age, do you want to have to sit on a pantry shelf every time some long-haired guy sits down at the piano?
No.
Then use your plan. No matter what they say, use it. Give them both barrels. Blow them sky high. When you're dealing with musicians, show them no mercy.
Yeah, I guess you're right. But I'll have to speak to Doris first.
Well, you seem very cheerful, Leonard.
Why shouldn't I be?
Things been going well at the office?
Oh, so. Doris, I was thinking.
Yes, dear?
Look, what do you say we pack up and get out of here?
You mean leave New York?
Yeah, go to Florida, Bermuda. We've been under a little strain, business and art and all that sort of thing. Maybe if we went away somewhere together, well, after all, there's nothing doing around here right away.
Nothing doing? Oh, darling, it is sweet of you, but it's just out of the question. I know you're not interested, but you see, we're all of us just up to our ears in all these agents and managers. Sign here and sign there. It's just driving us literally crazy trying to decide which offer to take.
Oh, yeah?
Yes, but I finally got something that really looks good. It's not quite settled, but it's by far the best yet.
Okay, forget it.
Why, even Hugo was impressed when he heard about it. Of course, it wouldn't mean a great deal to you,
I said okay, didn't I? Forget it.
Why, Leonard. Here's the booking, Leonard. Open in Pittsburgh, then Cincinnati, Charleston, Washington, Baltimore, Philadelphia, Newark, and New York.
But, Cecile, what'll I tell my wife?
A business trip, silly. And here's the billing. Miss Cecile Carver in a song recital, assisted by Mr. Logan Bennett.
Logan Bennett. If anybody calls me that, I'll sock him. Hello, operator. I was speaking to New York. Hello?
Leonard?
Oh, I thought we were cut off, darling. What were we saying?
I said you sound a little tired, Leonard. Uh-huh. Yeah, well, yes, I am. You see,
Who's that? Your wife?
Yes.
What?
I said yes, dear.
Did she call you?
No, I called.
Leonard, I can't hear you.
Listen, dear, I may be away a little longer than I'd planned. I mean, there are certain angles to this deal. I may have to go over to Philadelphia.
Maybe it's just as well. I've been rather busy, too, you know.
Oh, yeah? Doing what?
Oh, you'll find out later. You love me?
Oh, why, of course, dear.
How much?
Plenty, you know.
I get it.
Well, say it.
Oh, you know. I mean, well, I don't have to tell you a thing like that.
Go on, tell her.
Aren't you alone, dear?
Well, there's a couple of fellas here.
I'm sorry. Well, good night, dear.
Yeah, good night, Doris.
Night.
Don't take it so hard. All you need's a little practice in lying.
Hello?
Charge that call to my room, will you?
Yes, Mr. Bennett.
Said this thing is getting me down.
Oh, forget it. Come and sit down by me.
Well, if you don't mind, it's sort of late. I ought to be getting along.
Oh, but Leonard, I wanted to talk to you about the recital tomorrow.
Well, can't we do it in the morning?
You're really in love with your wife, aren't you?
What's so funny about that?
Oh, nothing. But I do wish you wouldn't keep avoiding me all the time. You make me feel wicked, Leonard.
Do I?
Very wicked.
Good night, Toots.
Oh, do you have to go?
You bet your life I do. New York. Oh, boy, it's great to be back, isn't it?
Are you glad to get back to New York or your wife?
Both. Mostly my wife.
Well, please remember that we're playing over in Newark tonight. I want you to be at the theater at 8 sharp.
Don't worry, I'll be right on the dot.
I just wanted to remind you. I thought perhaps you might get so interested in seeing your wife you'd forget. By the way, just what are you going to tell her?
Well, I don't know. I figure it's too complicated to try and explain all at once. I think I'll just tell her that, I've got to follow up this business deal a little further and...
A very novel story.
Right over here, driver. Well, there's no use springing it until I'm a real success.
How long are you going to be, Leonard?
Oh, just a few minutes.
All right, I'll wait.
Yeah, what?
I said I'll wait.
But what for?
Well, you said you'd only be a few minutes.
Well, yeah, but...
And I'd feel easier in my mind if you were somewhere I could keep my eye on you. You're a very impulsive man, Leonard. I might suddenly find myself without a partner.
All right, stick around. I'll be down as soon as I can. Hello, Fisher. How's everything?
Why, Mr. Borland, I'm glad you're back, sir.
I left my grips downstairs. I've got to beat it again.
But, Mr. Borland,
Where's Mrs. Borland? Is she in?
Yes, sir. She's with the doctor, sir.
The doctor? What's happened?
Well, you see, sir,
Good afternoon, Mr. Borland.
Oh, doctor, what's the matter? How is she?
Oh, she's quite all right, really. She's resting very nicely.
She's dying. I know it. She's dying.
No, far from it. It's just shock.
Yeah, but what happened?
Well, it's really so technical. I'd rather you got the explanation from these two gentlemen. Oh, Mr. Kurtfelder.
Good afternoon.
Well, what is it?
Ask Jeffy. He knows.
Who's Jeffy?
Jeffy, that's me.
Well, who are you?
I'm an artist's personal representative.
He's a booking agent.
Oh, I see. Go on.
Well, I get her a terrific deal, see? A week at the Cathedral Movie Theater at $7.50. So we give her a terrific build-up, see? Social registrite making personal appearance. So we got a terrific house this afternoon.
Go on.
So they give her the bird.
The what?
The bird. It was terrific.
You mean that they booed my wife singing?
It was murder. They don't like that society build-up, I guess. And she ain't even through the first chorus, and boom, they give it to her.
I beg her not to do it. I beg him not to ask her. She is not ready, and I know it.
At $7.50 a week, anybody is ready.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Jeffy, but I'm going to smack somebody.
Hey, let go.
Take it easy, Mr. Baldwin.
Stand back.
Listen, your wife's been asking for you.
Oh, she has?
I advise you to go in and see her.
Okay,
now.
Doc, okay. I'm sorry, Mr. Jeffy. Oh, Doris.
Hello, Leonard.
Oh, my poor darling.
Go ahead. My chin's out. Take a sock at me.
You little dope. Why didn't you tell me?
It was going to be a surprise. And what a surprise it was. Anyway, the truth's out at last.
What do you mean?
I'm no good.
Oh, now, listen. How can you say that? A Monday matinee in a movie house? Gee.
Oh, I guessed it, dear. I wasn't kidding myself much. But I couldn't give in. I just couldn't, after what I'd said. Movie house, opera house, Carnegie Hall, it'd all be the same. I've just been a headache to everybody.
Oh, you're crazy. You got everything.
I know, everything but what it takes.
Well, for me, you've got everything.
But you knew, didn't you? You knew I was no good.
How would I know?
You knew all the time. Oh, I've been rotten to you, Leonard. All because you opposed my so-called career.
I didn't oppose it.
No, but you didn't believe in it. That's what made me so stubborn. You were willing to let me do whatever I wanted to do, but you wouldn't believe I could sing.
Well, I was crazy.
No, you were right. Oh, but it's all over now. Now I'm through. All the big stars can rest easily again. Lily Pons, Gladys Swarthout, Cecile Carver.
Yeah, well, what? Huh?
Cecile Carver, she's a singer.
Uh-huh. Oh, yeah, yes, I know. Don't you want to go to sleep, dear?
Oh, no, I could stay like this forever.
Oh.
But I am going to sleep, so I'll feel like going to Mother's party tonight.
Now, listen, you're not going to feel like going to any party.
Got to. It's for me. Mother's invited everybody in the world, whether she knows them or not, to celebrate my triumph. Oh, I can't let them think I'm dying of grief.
Uh-huh. Well, I'll let you sleep.
Oh, no, don't go away. Stay here. Let me sleep in your arms.
Oh, darling.
Big party and famous people. You know who Mother's even asked?
No, dear. Who?
Cecile Carver. But I'm not exaggerating. They booed me. Woo! Like that.
Doris, dear, this is Cecile Carver.
How do you do?
Oh, how do you do?
Oh, Doris made such a beautiful debut this afternoon, but she's so modest about it.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mother, but it's no use. The papers had the story.
I shouldn't let it bother me, Mrs. Borland.
Doris, don't you think you ought to...
And this is Mr. Borland, Miss Cecile Carver.
How do you do, Mr. Borland?
Yeah, but, how do you do?
We've met before, haven't we?
Yeah, have we?
Oh, I'm disappointed. I was so sure you wouldn't forget.
Oh, I'm around. I mean, I get around. There's so many people, you know.
Mrs. Borland, was he properly sympathetic about your debut?
Why, yes, more than I deserve.
He seems very understanding.
Come along, my dear. No need wasting time on Leonard.
See you later, Mr. Borland.
What on earth was she talking about?
Well, she must be nuts. Well, I think I'll catch me a quick one. Excuse me, darling. Cecile, come over here. Come on.
Why, Leonard.
Now, listen. I asked you not to come here. I asked you particularly.
And I asked you to be in New York tonight for the recital. Why didn't you come?
I told you why. She needs me.
She needed you. What about me?
Please keep your voice down.
No, I won't. I suppose you told her the whole story. And now you're backing out on me, is that it?
No, I didn't tell her anything.
Why not? What was there to be afraid of? Just two singers, weren't we? Together professionally, that's all. She'd have understood, wouldn't she?
Well, I'm not so sure.
Why, Leonard, surely you don't mean she doesn't trust you.
Now, listen, Cecile.
There she is. Oh, Miss Carver, I was afraid you'd run away.
Leonard, I thought you went for a drink.
Well, I did. But you see, I'm not thirsty.
Oh.
Please, we just wanted to know if you wouldn't sing for us, Miss Carver.
Why, of course I would.
Doris, don't you think we ought to leave? Now,
Why, dear?
Just as I'm going to sing, Mr. Borland. Don't you care for singing?
I'm afraid he doesn't. He couldn't now.
No, not Leonard, the village loony, no.
Oh, no more, if he ever did.
I'm not sure I understand what you mean.
Oh, I only mean, after what the poor man's just been through, I could understand if he never wanted to hear a singer again.
No, you lied to me, Leonard.
Lied? I did not.
You lied. You told me you told her nothing.
I don't quite understand.
Wait a minute. I think I do.
Now listen, Doris.
Pittsburgh, Cincinnati, Washington, Baltimore, Philadelphia.
Now listen, I'll tell you...
Don't give me that foolish story again about business. I've followed her whole career for years. I know everything she's done. She's been singing in those places, and
Mrs. Borland, I'm sure I've never meant a thing to your husband.
Miss Carver, I don't believe you.
Listen,
we saw quite a lot of each other, that's true. We could hardly help that, since we were singing together.
You were doing what?
Singing. Don't you understand English?
The picture's perfect. Leonard singing. Leonard of all people.
No, Doris, please.
Then maybe he'll sing now, if that's true. Something he sang with Miss Carver.
Why don't you, Leonard?
Why not? Sure, I'll sing to you. I'll sing you bow-legged.
Oh!
Come over here. Come here. Look at that mirror. That big one on the wall. We'll watch it. Keep your eye on the mirror, Ma, and hold your breath. Now, who says I can't sing? Doris, turn on the light. Are you in bed? Darling, I can't see. Doris, listen. Oh, my head.
I'll show you.
Hey, you hit me with a lamp.
I'll hit you with worse than that.
No, Doris, cut it out.
Shame me, will you? Make a fool out of me.
No, stop. Listen, I'm getting mad.
Let go of me.
Put on the light.
Go away with that woman. Go on, I'll kill you.
Will you please listen? Now, please don't make me choke you.
No, I'll murder you.
All right, there. Now, Now, behave. You little cat. This is a pretty welcome, I must say.
Get out.
Don't worry, I will.
Get out and stay out. I never want to see you again as long as you're alive.
You won't, sweetheart. This time I'm through. I've taken all I'm going to take. Ha, jumping on me in the dark. And it isn't because I couldn't explain the whole thing either. I just don't want to. You just nothing but...
Get out, I tell you. Get out.
All right. But put down that lamp.
We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. In just a moment, Mr. DeMille will present our stars, George Brent, Priscilla Lane, and Gail Patrick, in Act 3 of Wife, Husband, and Friend. Young Mr. and Mrs. Bill Taylor are stepping out tonight, all dressed up and looking very festive. What's this? Something seems to be wrong.
Wait a minute, Bill. Let me fix your tie. It's all twisted. Now, Bill, don't stare at my hands like that. It makes you cross-eyed. Besides, I can't help the way my hands look. It's washing dishes for you every day that makes them all rough and red like that.
Ah, but that's where young Mrs. Bill is wrong. It isn't the dishwashing that's making her hands so rough and unattractive. It's that harsh soap she's using in her dishpan. And that's something she can help very easily. She can change to new Quick Lux, because Lux doesn't give hands rough, red dishpan look. We know that's so because hundreds of women have proved it in actual tests. Tests made by a well-known scientific laboratory under conditions similar to home dishwashing. And these impartial tests of Lux Flakes against 4 other popular dishwashing soaps proved new Quick Lux, kindest of all to hands. Proved that with new Quick Lux in the dishpan, hands stay soft and smooth and white, the way you want them to be. Now, if young Mrs. Bill would do that one thing, just switch from harsh soap to new Quick Lux for dishes, that little scene you heard a moment ago would probably go like this.
Wait a minute, dear. Let me fix your tie. It's all twisted. Oh, now, Bill, how do you expect me to fix it when you hold my hands like that?
I don't. I'd much rather hold your hands. They're so pretty and soft, darling. I love them.
Words like that are music to any woman's ears, and soft, smooth, feminine hands inspire them. So, don't let a harsh wash day soap give your hands that ugly dishpan look. Change to gentle new Quick Lux. It's fast, thrifty, and it leaves your hands so lovely in spite of dishwashing. Buy the thrifty big box of Lux Flakes tomorrow and start using it for your dishes right away. Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
The curtain rises on the third act of Wife, Husband, and Friend. Locked out of his apartment, Leonard has renounced the world for the privacy of a hotel room and several cases of champagne. At the end of a week, Major Blair finds him looking very much the worse for wear. Briefly, Leonard is blurry-eyed.
Leonard, my boy, you must pull yourself together.
Yeah.
You mustn't let yourself go to pieces this way.
Uh-huh.
Look at me. In 30 years of marriage life, life in 30 years of marriage.
Have some more champagne, Major.
No thanks. In 30 years of married life, I never lost a battle.
Major, have you seen Doris?
No, not since Tuesday. She's gone to Bermuda.
Bermuda, huh?
Bermuda.
What do I care?
That's the spirit, my boy.
Come in. Oh, here you are. Did you bring that ice?
I'm not the bellboy, Mr. Borland. I'm the manager.
Oh, hello.
It's about this check, Mr. Borland.
Yeah? What check?
It came back. It's no good. You remember about it, don't you?
Of course I remember about it. Who wrote it?
But you did, sir.
Oh, let me see it. Yeah, it's my handwriting, all right. What about it?
Well, it's marked no funds, Mr. Borland. It's what they call rubber. We've got to do something about it.
Oh, certainly. How much do I owe you?
$186.10.
All right, I'll take care of it.
And I'll have to ask you not to try to leave the room until it's all settled.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Mr. Borland.
So am I.
Leonard, my boy, let me take care of it.
Thanks, but you know something, Major? I'm broke.
That's so?
Yeah. No business. Not even a chicken coop to build.
Mm-hmm. What are you going to do?
Well, there's only one thing. I've still got my beautiful voice.
Oh, such a way to make a living.
Yeah. You know what they want me to do? Sing in the opera with Cecile Carver.
No, you going to?
I've got to.
Oh.
Hello? Get me Maine 54636.
Who's there?
Mr. Rosselli, opera man.
Oh, this is a terrible thing you're doing, my boy. Terrible.
Yeah, I know. Oh, hello, Rosselli. This is Borland, the singer. Is that offer still good?
Don't do it, my boy.
Uh-huh. Well, I'm all set. When do we open? Huh? Sure, my voice is still okay. I gave a blast on it this morning, and 40 hogs ran out on 22nd Street. Say, how much do I get? 500? Okay, it's a deal. Thank you. Well, Major, can you picture me in the opera?
Yes, I can, my boy, but the picture is revolting.
Leonard Borland, New York contractor, crashes opera. From bricklayer to opera, Borland's career. Borland debuts with Carver. Well, that ought to be fun.
I can't get over your coming all the way back from Bermuda just for this.
I'd come back from China to see Leonard wearing a wig and a sword.
But suppose he's good.
Don't even suggest it.
I'm afraid Mr. Borland will find opera a little different. It's one thing just to stand up and sing. It's another, quite another, to act and sing at the same time.
I'm going to be there on opening night in the front row, and I hope his tights rip.
Who is it? Come in.
Leonard, are you ready? The curtain's in 10 minutes.
Oh, Cecile, look at this beard. Just look at it.
Don't pull it. Don't pull it. It's all right. You look fine.
Oh, fine. I look like Rasputin. Oh, Cecile, I don't know about this.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, I don't mind getting out on the stage in my own pants and singing, but this tights thing, I'm scared.
Oh, Leonard, everybody's scared opening night. But remember this. You're here because I have faith in you. I believe in you. You understand?
Yeah, but all this spinach on my face.
You're not going to let me down, are you? This is all so important to me, the most important thing in the world. And you're going to remember that, aren't you?
Well, I guess so, but I wish I had pants on.
Oh, forget about the pants. Is your voice up?
Huh?
Has your voice come up?
No, not my voice.
Well, try it.
Oh. It feels like it's stuck somewhere.
Try it again.
Oh.
What's the matter?
I don't know. I think it's the beard. It gets in the way or something.
Oh, don't be silly. The beard has nothing to do with it.
Oh, but Cecile.
Now, don't worry. When you step out on the stage, it'll be there.
What'll be there?
Your voice.
Oh.
Now, remember, make your entrance quickly, come right to my side, and be careful of that tree. You knocked it down twice yesterday at rehearsal.
Uh-huh. Well, I'll watch it.
Leonard, look at me. You're going to be all right? You are, aren't you?
Oh, yeah. If I only had a pair of pants on.
There's your cue.
What?
Your cue. Go on, get out there.
I can't move. I think I'm going to faint.
You can't faint now. Get out there.
Don't push. Don't push.
You fool. I told you to look out for that tree. Sing. Sing.
Oh. I can't.
You've got to. Sing.
Oh.
Sing. Do you hear me?
Oh.
I'm fainting.
You're not. You're not fainting.
Oh, here I go. Look.
Stand up.
Oh.
Stand up.
Did I tell you? He can't sing a note.
Oh, poor Leonard. Sing, darling, sing.
He's no good. He's an amateur, making a fool of himself.
Shut up. Shut up, you foul little beast. All of you. Shut up. Shut up. Give him a chance.
Sort of thing like that. Did you see it right in your face?
What we need is... Let me alone.
You've got to go back, Leonard. It's the only way. You can lick them, I tell you. Go back on that stage.
Oh, no, not me.
But it's my show, you thick ape. It's my show, and you're running it. You can't do that.
Now, let me alone.
You yellow.
Bet your bottom dollar I'm yellow. Let go.
Get out. Get out of my sight. Get out. Get out.
Hello, darling.
Oh, Doris. Something terrible has happened to me.
Don't tell me. I was out there. I saw it.
I couldn't even croak.
Oh, you poor lamb. Get that silly wig off. I could have killed them. Here, get out of those boots. Oh, it doesn't matter, sweet. I guess you and we're just not singers. We sing, I suppose, but we're not singers.
Oh, wait a minute, Doris. Is that on the level? Really?
Darling, I love you. Never in my life did I love you more than when you knocked over that tree.
That must have been a Lulu.
All I could think was, heaven help me, I'm married to one of the Ritz brothers.
Hey, Leonard.
Hello, Mike.
Say, listen, fella.
Sit down. Sit down. We're celebrating.
You mean it was a success?
Oh, Mike, weren't you there?
Doris, I didn't have the heart.
Oh, brother, I busted that opera wide open.
No kid.
I smeared that opera from here to breakfast. I was the flop of the century.
Oh, boy, that's great.
I knew my boy could do it.
One performance ballin', that's me.
Okay, but now listen. In 1 hour from now, there's a train leaving Penn Station for Miami. And if we're on it, we got a job. It's a racetrack, $1 million plant. Can you make it?
Can we make it?
Miami, here we come.
Oh, get those
wait till I get
tights
this.
on,
boy,
darling.
last we're going to be in the...
Make it snappy, driver.
Okay, bud, I'm doing my best.
Oh, it's perfect. It's perfect.
Hey, I had to get my right arm to get a load of you wrestling with that tree.
Leonard, you croaked.
I couldn't get out a note. I tried so hard, and all that came out was this. It's coming back to me.
That window, buddy, will cost you $8.
In a moment, our stars will return to the microphone for a curtain call. Well, now, Sally, I have something here I'd like you to read.
Let's see. Fashion note for spring. Most petticoats are now made with a band rather than a yoke, and the full ruffles, which extended up the back to give the effect of a bustle, are not often used. Casings in which steels are run, to be removed when laundried, replace these ruffles. Mr. Ruick, a fashion note for spring?
Well, maybe I forgot to say that it was the spring of 1888.
Well, you certainly had me worried for a minute. A petticoat with steels in it, imagine. And that word, laundried.
Sounds like hard work.
Rub-a-dub in the laundry tub. Well, that's gone the way of petticoats with steels in them. No more cake soap rubbing for us now that we have...
New Quick Lux Flakes. Yes, today's filmy silk, rayon, and nylon fabrics need gentle care. And New Quick Lux is wonderfully gentle. Safe for everything, safe in water alone. There's no rubbing, no harmful alkali to injure the colors of fabric.
And it's so fast, too, Mr. Ruick. We can fashion lingerie in no time with those lovely, rich Lux studs. They just float away soil and perspiration, leave things fresh as a daisy. Why, it takes no time at all to Lux undies every day.
So, along with the vanishing bustles on petticoats, the bustle and hustle of old-fashioned wash days has vanished, thanks to New Quick Lux. Here's a thrift tip, too. In water of average hardness, the generous big box of Lux Flakes will do under things daily for at least 2 months. That's a mighty thrifty way to protect daintiness and keep nice things new-looking longer. Now, here's Mr. DeMille with our stars.
The curtain has fallen on Wife, Husband, and Friend. But George Brent, Priscilla Lane, and Gail Patrick are coming back to our microphone now. And we say bravo to all three of them.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. It was grand being here again.
I second that. In fact, it was a unique experience for me.
Well, what do you mean, George? You've been here a lot.
Yes, Gail, but CB usually casts me in those plays where there are 2 men and 1 girl. But tonight, well, you see how it is.
Oh, don't let it go to your head, George. This was a comedy. Say, what's this wild story about you going to Honolulu in a sailboat?
Nothing wild about it, Priscilla. I hope to get away from work long enough to enter the yacht race from San Pedro to Hawaii. It starts the 4th of July.
And when do you expect to get there?
I guess that depends on the wind more than it does on George. I certainly envy him. We'll miss his schooner in the harbor.
Well, tell us about this boat, George.
Well, it's an 86-footer. I call her the South Wind. She carries a crew of 14, and right now the skipper is burning the midnight oil studying navigation.
I feel a little doubtful about you out there in the middle of the Pacific Ocean with the book of instructions in one hand and the steering wheel in the other.
Steering wheel? I could feel Mr. DeMille shudder from here, Gail. On a schooner, it's the helm. What about giving me a few lessons someday, CB?
Name the day, George. We'll go down to the harbor, and I'll give you a little practice race with my schooner, the Seaward.
Fine, I'll take you up on that. And what's the show for next week, CB?
Next week, George, the Lux Radio Theater presents an Academy Award winner. The play is Kitty Foyle, and our star is Ginger Rogers. Hollywood itself, by a majority of all the actors, directors, and producers, voted Ginger Rogers' performance in this RKO picture the finest by an actress during the past year. Next Monday night, she'll play Kitty Foyle for the first time on the air. And with Ginger, in this great emotional drama, we'll have both the leading men from the screencast, Denis Morgan and James Craig.
It was really a great picture, Mr. DeMille. And for me, it'll be one of the big events of the radio season. And good night.
Good night.
Good night. You three make a perfect triangle. And fair winds for the yacht race, George. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we send you our very heartiest greetings to the Campfire Girls of St. Paul, Minnesota, who are indeed good friends of ours. They've just made a survey of 10,000 high school students in St. Paul and discovered that the Lux Radio Theater is the favorite radio program in the city's high schools. And that's good news at anybody's campfire. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Ginger Rogers in Kitty Foyle with Denis Morgan and James Craig. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
George Brent and Priscilla Lane appeared tonight through the courtesy of Warner Brothers Studio. George Brent is currently seen in the Warner Brothers production, The Great Lie. Gail Patrick has just finished the picture, Love Crazy, at Metro Goldwyn Mayer. Included in tonight's play were Verna Felton as Mrs. Blair, Hans Conried as Hugo, Gail Gordon as Craig, and Abe Reynolds, Thomas Mills, Edward Marr, Stanley Farrar, and Hal K. Dawson. Our music is directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Good morning, Mr. Benny.
Good morning. Run those scenes for me, will you, please? Take a kid like Ronnie Reagan and try to make a lover out of him. Look at that kiss. Looks like he's sealing an envelope. All right, if she wants to make love to tough guys. No wonder she's got her eyes closed. She's scared stiff. I could kiss better than that when I went to high school.
You never went to high school.
That's not the point. I'm going to settle this thing right now. Operator, I want to speak to Mr. Warner. I don't care which brother, anyone that's in. So I didn't go to high school. There's some things you're born with. Hello? Oh, hello, Mr. Warner. This is Jack Benny. Mr. Warner, I've been doing a lot of thinking about my new picture. You know, George Washington Slept Here. Oh, you have too? Well, Mr. Warner, I definitely feel that I should have one big love scene with Ann Sheridan. Yeah, yes, I know it's a comedy. It's a great comedy. I saw the stage play 6 times. But there's no reason why a great comedian can't be a great lover. Well, my kissing was all right in the test. I wasn't drooling. I had navy bean soup for lunch, and I forgot to wipe my chin. Well, look, Mr. Warner, if I can't have one big love scene, can I have 2 little ones? Well, can I just hold her hand? But, hello, Mr. Warner, hello? Hello, operator? Operator! Guess we were cut off. Well, I'm going to get to kiss Ann Sheridan yet. You just watch me.
I'm just having fun.
The Warrior of the Woodlands, Ranger Bill, is coming up next.
Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland.
Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland, struggling against extreme odds, traveling dangerous trails, fighting the many enemies of nature. This is the job of the guardian of the forest, Ranger Bill. Pouring rain, freezing cold, blistering heat, snow, floods, bears, rattlesnakes, mountain lions. Yes, all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done.
The story I'm going to tell you today is primarily directed to the young men listening in. You know, fellas, these days it seems that your standing in the club or gang is gauged by how strongly obnoxious you can be to those senior and junior to you. We didn't have a youth problem in Knotty Pine for many years until a newcomer moved into our midst. His name is Jim Phelps. He had the nickname of Muscles. And he came from Central City to live with his aunt and uncle. Why? Because he was in so much hot water in Central City, his parents thought a change was the best idea to solve the problem. And they were right. Only the solution didn't come as easy as they thought it would. How about calling this story The Measure of a Man?
Hey, man, we sure got this town jumping since you came, Muscles.
What'd I tell you, man? Yeah, we got them so scared they back off the sidewalk when we go by. You gotta be tough in this game, boy. You know, real tough.
Yeah, Muscles, you're right. It's like you say, you gotta be real tough.
You catch on fast, Spoon.
Oh, man. Ring-a-ding-a-ding-ding-ding. Look what's coming.
You got good eyes, Mick, but not as good as mine.
Oh, yeah? Why not?
I've had mine on her a long time. Say, there's a real living doll.
All right. She's not for us, though.
Yeah? Why not?
It's Henry Scott's girl.
Henry
You don't say. What am I supposed to do, drop dead? Hey, here she comes.
Would you mind stepping aside so I can pass by, Muscles?
Yeah, I mind. Say, when are you and I gonna have a date, huh?
Never.
Yeah? Why not?
Isn't that obvious?
Leave her alone, Mus. Leave her alone.
I ain't gonna hurt her. Come here. Oh, catch her, Mick.
You catch her, Speedo. She's halfway down the block. Kicked off her high heels and cut right out.
Pick up her shoes. She'll have to come and get them. From me.
Yeah, but what if she brings along Scott and his pal, Bill Jefferson?
That creep. You don't scare me. You gotta be tough, see? Real tough.
Yeah. Hey, how'd you make out in the exams, Mus?
No good, Spoon. I ain't got time for that garbage.
Yeah. Hey, how are you gonna graduate?
I will. Just wait and see.
Hey, man. Principal wants to see you.
Let him come and see me. I ain't got time to go see him.
Oh, man, you better go.
All right, all right.
I didn't tell you to sit down, Muscles.
I'm tired.
Stand up.
All right. What do you want?
Muscles, you're not graduating this year.
What?
Are you deaf?
Listen, Connors, you better graduate me or else.
Or else what, Mr. Tough Guy?
You'll find out. You'll find out.
Don't you threaten me, young man. I've handled tougher punks than you and made men out of them.
There ain't nobody tougher than me, see? Nobody.
Please, Henry, please.
Now, don't argue, Mary Lou. I'm gonna get your shoes from Muscles.
No, please. If you ever like me a little bit, I can get another pair. I have lots at home. I don't really need them.
Now, look, he insulted you and he's going to apologize. Now, please don't argue. My mind's made up.
Oh, you stubborn men make me sick. You're going to get your brains beat out over me and a pair of shoes. He tried to insult me, but he didn't get that far. Please.
Mary Lou, it's a matter of honor. Why, that punk pushes everybody around, but this is one time he isn't going to get away with it. I can take him.
Alone, yes. But he won't be alone. You know he's a dirty fighter.
Sure. I know that. And I'll bring your shoes over this evening.
Mary Lou, what's wrong?
Henry's gone to Muscle's house to get my shoes.
Alone?
Yes. Do something, Bill, please. They'll beat him to a pulp.
Come on, we'll jump in the car and get over there.
Not the boots, Mus. Don't kick him.
I'll show this Sunday school boy what it means to be tough. You want shoes? You'll get them.
Hey, you can't do that to Muscles.
Hey, man, it's the cops. Come on, let's cut out.
Let's go.
Bill, he's badly hurt. Henry, speak to me.
Huh? What for?
Open the car door, Mary Lou. I'll help Henry in. We'll get him to the hospital.
How do you feel, Henry?
Oh, miserable all over. But I got the shoes, though.
Yes, but I can't wear them. They're wrecked, and so are you. It wasn't worth it. Not at all.
Oh, I don't know. I gave a pretty good account of myself.
Yes, you did, pal. Muscles is here in the hospital getting his head sewed back together for that judo foot throw you gave him, and the other two look like they'd run into a truck. But Mary Lou's right. It wasn't worth it.
Huh? What do you mean? Muscles insulted a girl. What's more, she happens to be my best friend. Don't tell me a fella shouldn't fight to defend his girl.
I'm sorry you misunderstood, pal. I didn't make myself clear. Street fighting toughs like Muscle, Spoon, and Mickey isn't going to change them.
I didn't expect it to. But at least they know I'm not afraid of them. And if, well, I could take them on one at a time, they know now they get a beating. A beating of their lives.
Yeah, and what would that do as far as they're concerned?
Huh? What do you mean?
They'd only get revenge, Henry. Don't you see that?
I never thought of that. I guess you're right. I could never get one of them alone anyhow.
Well, hero boy, at last you're beginning to see the light of day. 2 broken ribs, 19 bad bruises, and a couple of lacerations later.
Plus a fat eye and a thick lip.
I suppose I look a real mess, huh?
I'll say you do. An awful mess. But I still think you're a wonderful guy. Thank you for fighting for me. But please don't do it again.
Okay, Mary Lou. Hey, Bill, when can I get out of this body and fender shop?
Anytime you feel you're up to it, pal.
Okay, maybe in a couple of hours. For right now, this bed feels so good to me aching bones, as Stumpy would say.
Hold it, Connors.
What is this?
Grab him, you guys. Drag him in the bushes.
Give it to him. Give it to him. Hey, somebody's coming.
Listen, Connors, you better graduate me or else. Here, let's go, you mugs. Let's come on. How are you this morning, David?
Oh, better, Judge. Thank you.
We're glad to hear that, David. Very glad.
I'll say. I still say that you ought to have the judge sign a general complaint warrant and let me pick up those 3 birds. I'd have plucked their tail feathers before they knew what hit them. Maybe a little working over with a rubber hose would teach them something.
Cal, you shocked me. Does the Pine County Sheriff use rubber hose on prisoners?
You know better than that. I've never used violence on a prisoner in my life. Maybe to take them, but not after I locked them up. But in this case, this punk Muscles needs a lesson. A hard one lumped on his head.
Gentlemen, please sit down. Gentlemen, the solution to the problem at hand is not through the strong arm of the law.
I don't know about that. Maybe we've been too soft with a strong arm of the law.
Cal, hold your tongue. And let the man have his say.
Go ahead. You're closest to the problem.
I've been a teacher and a principal for many years. I've never run across a tough kid like Muscles that is not quite so tough. Well, he's been close to it. I've handled them all without too much difficulty and, well, made good citizens out of them in the long run.
Yes, you have, David. I've been circuit judge for many years, and I know of your good work.
And Bill's another man who's done more for the young people in this town to keep them constructive and an asset to the community. What Muscles needs can't be administered by the law. He needs to be placed under Bill's supervision by the court. Muscles and his 2 cronies. I'm getting too old to handle lads like they are, but, well, Bill can do it. I strongly urge that the judge do so.
Well, it's worked before, and I don't see why it shouldn't work now. What do you say, Bill? Would you accept?
Yes, I'd be pleased to accept, Judge.
I know you've done a lot of fine work with teenagers, Bill, but I think this time you'll have your hands full. In fact, I think the only place for those 3 is behind bars and 10 hours a day on a rock pile. That'll take the starch out of their ambition.
Perhaps, Cal, but it'll also make them bitter and hardened criminals.
Well, you have a point there. But some men are born to be criminals.
Not in God's sight, they're not born to be criminals. They're born in sin. That's what makes them criminals. They can change if they let Jesus Christ take over their lives.
Bill, pick the lads up and have them in my chambers first thing in the morning. I think talking to them in my chambers will make a little stronger impression than talking to them at home or elsewhere.
You're right, Judge White. They've got to realize that the strong arm of the law is aware of their foul behavior.
Hey, man, what's with you? There was a big meeting at the hospital in Connor's room.
Yeah, so?
Man, it was the cops and Judge White.
So what?
The meeting was about us, man.
What?
Yeah. We're in trouble.
Hey, man, I'll say we are. Here comes Johnny Heat Jefferson now.
I'm going to blow this joint.
You ain't going nowhere. We'll take care of that cop.
Hey, man, you and whose army? He's no pushover.
There he is.
Close your trap. I'll take care of him. I'm tougher than he is. Tougher than anybody. Tell him to come in, Mick. I'll be right behind the door.
Come in.
Hello, boys. Where's Muscles?
He cut out, sir.
You sure?
Yes, sir. He's been gone a long time.
Well, then, let's open the door all the way. Come on out from behind the door, Muscles.
You dirty cop. You ain't taking me in.
Look, Mickey. He's out cold.
Hey, man.
Don't get excited, fellas. I'm here to talk to you, not fight. Muscles will be all right in a few minutes. He isn't hurt. Just had the wind knocked out of him. Now let's sit down and relax until Muscles regains his breath.
All right, cop. What do you want?
Judge White wants to have a talk with you fellas in the morning.
Yeah? What's he want to talk about?
I'm sure you know, Mickey.
Yeah, I guess so.
What's he going to do to us?
Throw us in a pen?
That depends on you fellas. I just want to warn you not to leave town.
Yeah? What do we cut out of here?
It'll be a simple matter to bring you back, Muscles. Very simple.
Big talk. Big talk.
Yeah, maybe we better listen, huh?
All right. We'll be here in the morning.
All right, I'll stop by at 9 o'clock to pick you up, all three of you. I think you're wasting your time on those correctors, young feller.
I agree, in way.
What's that mean?
I think Spoon and Mickey not too bad. They under influence of Muscles. Take Muscles away and other boys be all right.
Nope, I can't agree to that, Grey Wolf. Not this time. This time one bad apple's ruined the others beyond saving.
How about the gospel, old-timer? The Lord can change them.
Yeah, there's some folks who just won't hear the gospel, sonny, and these three are some of those folks. How are you going to get Muscles to listen to the gospel? Tell me that, will you?
I don't know. It's a lead pipe cinch. An ordinary approach won't work.
We're not going to use an ordinary approach this time, pal.
Hey, Bill's cooking up something. What is it?
I'm not through cooking yet, pal. I'm going to Central City to talk to Muscles' parents. I'll be back late.
Okay. Say, who's going to watch the house so they don't leave town?
No one. That's one thing they must do.
Leave town?
Mm-hmm. I'll see you in the morning, fellas. Henry, Grey Wolf, and Stumpy stood looking after me with a dumbfounded look on their faces. I knew they didn't agree at the moment with what I had in mind, but I had work to do before morning, and there wasn't much time to do it. I hoped that Muscles, Spoon, and Mickey would hightail it out of town pronto and fast.
How far do you think we can get before morning, Muscles?
Plenty far. Stop worrying and keep walking.
Yeah.
Hey, man, we ain't got no gun for protection, you know.
We don't need guns.
Hey, I never thought about that. Hey, what if we run into a mountain lion? Or a bear?
Yeah, man, what if, yeah? What if?
You guys worry too much. Let's get moving, far away. Those dumb rangers ain't never gonna find us.
Oh, here's Bill.
Looks like a reception committee. What's up? You ought to know, young feller. You let 'em fly the coop. They did, huh? That's fine.
Bill, have you lost your senses?
No, Judge, I haven't.
It sure sounds like it. You've pulled off a lot of wild ones, Bill, and I've been in on most of them. And they've worked. But this time you've gone too far. Letting young toughs like that roam the country.
I agree with the sheriff.
Whoa, take it easy. Let's not get excited. Unless I miss my guess, they're headed for the mountains right now. Yeah, they could get killed out there, young feller. They won't get far enough to be in the danger zone before we catch up with them.
Huh? We're going to trail them?
Certainly. We're going to trail them and protect them.
Well, I feel differently about this now that you've opened up the secret drawer of your mind. In fact, I think I get a glimmer of what you're up to.
Yeah, Judge, so do I. Bill's going to let those youngsters find out just how tough they really are. That's right, old-timer.
I hope it works, Bill.
You haven't changed your mind, have you, Judge?
No. But if this doesn't work, I'm afraid I'll have to rule Muscles incorrigible and send him to the penitentiary.
I see sign where tough guys begin to tire out.
Already? I'm just getting the old muscles warmed up, and we're doing double time. Yeah, sure enough, they're lagging a bit here and there, all right. I expected that. Henry, do you think you're up to the double time pace?
Sure. I'm fine. I wouldn't miss this for the world.
You sure? How about your ribs?
Well, they hurt once in a while. It's worth the pain to see my revenge.
Huh? What kind of talk is that for a Christian? If there's any revenge to be taken, we'll let the Lord do that. His wisdom is greater than ours. You know?
I'm sorry. I didn't mean real revenge. You know, the hateful kind. But, boy, I do want to see Muscles apologize to Mary Lou.
Yeah, so do I. But of his own free will, pal. Well, let's push along now. We can't leave those young fellas unprotected come dusk.
Man, I've had it. That's no joke.
Hey, man, me too. How about you, big man?
Not me. I guess I'm tougher than you guys, huh?
Oh, yeah, sure. Okay, and how about getting some wood so we can make a fire, big man?
You want me to go out there now, when it's getting dark?
You're real tough, aren't you? You're just as scared as we are, only you're not a big enough man to admit it.
Hey, man, I'm hungry and cold and thirsty, too. Anybody got some water?
Muscle's supposed to have the canteen.
It's empty.
Great. No water. What's the big idea?
You drank as much as I did. We'll find some in the morning.
Sure, big man. It might be bad water, too, and poisonous.
Yeah. How are we supposed to know good water from bad out here? No food. Hey, Mick. How many matches you got left?
None.
I might have told you. We're real tough guys, all right. Real tough. We'll probably die out here. And everybody will be real happy about it.
No, we ain't gonna die. We can't die.
Hey, Spoon. You got him sized up right. He ain't no tough guy. He's a big fat coward, ain't you, big man?
He sure is. I let him shiver by himself. What a couple of saps we were to let him get us into trouble. Tough guy. Huh.
Hey, there they are. Why, no fire? No food or water? No nothing.
Oh, they in bad way, all right.
What are you going to do now, Sonny? We'll go in and make camp. One night out is enough for them, where they're not equipped. They'll get sick without proper care a second night. Stumpy. Yep. What's running around under your scalp now, Sonny? You stay out here and give them the royal treatment. The royal treatment, you said? That's what I said. That's what they'll get.
Oh, you fellas have enough to eat now?
Yeah, you better believe it, Grey Wolf. Boy, do I feel a lot better since you guys showed up.
Yeah, man, me too. I don't know what we'd have done if you hadn't shown, but it's colder out here tonight than it was last night.
Sure, you're on higher ground. Well, let's hit the hay, fellas.
Yeah, that's for me. Good night.
Plenty tired, too.
Before we drop off to sleep, let's have devotions.
Devotions? What's devotions, Bill?
Read from the Bible, pray.
Yeah? What's it sound like?
Listen, find out. Open my testament here to John 3. Here we are. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in him should not perish, but have everlasting life.
Amen.
For God sent not his Son into the world to condemn the world, but that the world through him might be saved. He that believed on him is not condemned, but he that believeth not is condemned already, because he hath not believed in the name of the only begotten Son of God. Shall we pray? Our Heavenly Father, we thank thee for the Lord Jesus and for the life that we have in him. We ask that thou wilt keep us throughout this night, give us a good rest, and help us tomorrow to do our work as unto thee. In Jesus' name, amen. Well, fellas, that's what it sounds like. Muscles, you haven't said a word since we got here.
That's a tough guy. Sure. Real tough. Good night.
What are you doing, Grey Wolf?
Fire get low. Put more wood on.
What's that?
Cougar. He come close to camp.
Shoot it! Shoot it!
Not shoot what cannot see. Not foolish. I build up fire. He stay away. You go to sleep now.
Grey Wolf, fire's low. I'll put more wood on.
You do that.
What's that?
A grizzly bear.
Shoot! Shoot it!
You build up fire. He not bother us.
I'll get the wood, Muscles.
Good.
How come you haven't slept?
How'd you know that?
We learn to sleep with one eye and one ear open out here, Muscles.
The wolf's going to attack. Shoot! Get your rifle and shoot it!
I'll build the fire up. That's safer. I can't see the wolf anyhow to shoot it.
I gotta talk to you, Bill. I gotta.
Just a minute. Okay, Stumpy. Come on in, hit the hay. You've earned it.
Stumpy? Was he making all those animal sounds?
Yeah, sure was, Mr. Tough Guy. You can stop shaking now. There ain't a wolf, bear, or cougar within a day's ride from here. Oh, maybe a black bear, but no grizzly. Tough critters hang out in the tough country. I don't like to be harsh on you, boy, but you asked for it, didn't you?
Yeah, that's right.
Now you wanted to talk to me?
Yeah. You asked me why I didn't say anything before. I was thinking things over, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
I know you fellas had to double time it after us to catch up, unless you used horses.
We walked, sonny, every inch from town.
That takes conditioning. You guys have to be tough to do that, not even breathe hard. I'm not tough. Not really tough the way it counts. Sure, I can beat up old men and guys like Henry when there's 3 against 1, and insult ladies. I'm not proud of that, really. I'm not tough at all. Not like you guys.
Muscles, excuse me, Jim, you've got one chance to prove how tough you are in the right way. The only way. You can prove how much backbone you've got.
How can I do that?
Make a public apology to those you've offended and hurt in front of Judge White.
Oh, I couldn't do it. I just couldn't.
The question is, do you really want to?
Sure I do. I really do, I think. But I couldn't.
You leave the couldn't part up to me. Now you get some sleep. It's a long walk back to town. There aren't any horses hidden along the trail, you know. I'll say there ain't. You'll have to walk the whole distance on the bottom of your own feet, sonny. Yes, sirree. At least your feet'll be tough after this hike.
Jim, I understand from Bill that there's something you wish to say in front of me.
Well,
Oh, relax now, son. This isn't a courtroom trial, you know. You're among friends, believe me. If you only knew how many friends you have in this chamber right now, you'd be amazed.
Yes, sir.
Jim, remember what we talked about walking back to town?
Yes, Bill, I do.
Dear Lord, Jim needs your help so terribly right now. Please help him.
Please, Lord, help Jim. Give him strength.
Mary Lou,
Yes, Jim?
I want you to accept my apologies for the way I acted. About the shoes and all.
I accept, Jim. Gladly.
Henry?
Yes, Jim?
I ask you to please accept my apologies for the beating we gave you.
I accept it, Jim. And I forgive.
Mr. Connors?
Yes?
I don't know how you can forgive me for beating you and threatening you, but even if you don't, I apologize and ask your forgiveness. I'm really sorry.
Jim, it was worth the beating, just to see the change in you. Worth every pain of it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. That's all I have to say, Your Honor.
Spoon and Mickey also apologized for their parts in the whole thing, and they changed for the better. If you're wondering what Jim and I talked about coming back to town, it was the verse where Paul says, I can do all things through Christ who strengtheneth me. Jim did accept the Lord on that return trip, has now become a tough guy for the Lord. Tough in the respect that he's not afraid to stand up for Jesus. Well, see you next week for more adventure with
Ranger Bill!
Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer presented more spectacular excitement than the thundering thrills of the Giant of Marathon. Steve Reeves, the star you cheered as Hercules and as Goliath, now heroically portrays the first great champion of the Olympic Games, whose race from Marathon to Athens not only saved his country from destruction, but set the pattern for the great marathon race which has crowned the Olympics ever since. Men envied and feared his superhuman feats of strength and endurance. Women hungered for the powerful embrace of his naked arms. There was the provocative pagan princess Andromeda. Her fiery spirit was a fitting match for the Giant of Marathon. And there was the wanton Charis, who thought she knew all about men.
No, not like that. You must never kiss me like that, Philippides.
But when repulsed, turned to treachery.
Are you satisfied now? Are you?
Charis, listen to me.
Get out if you dare come here parading your precious innocence and your purity.
In alliance, he stood almost alone against an invader sworn to kill all the men and enslave all the women. Storming from history's most violent pages, the screen rages with reckless realities to such daring sights as underwater swimmers versus fighting ships, the first frogmen, warriors armed only with spears fighting off an entire navy, the side-wheel chariot ripping a path of agony, war galleys with their murderous, jagged prows.
Two of my personal favorites, George Burns and Gracie Allen, are up next in our lineup.
Well, hello. Come right in. Oh, George, we've got company.
This is Bill Goodwin speaking for Lever Brothers, makers of Swan, the new white floating soap. Well, it's Tuesday night again, and that means another pleasant visit with George Burns and Gracie Allen, Jimmy Cash, and Paul Whiteman and his music. And now meet the people who live in the Burns house, George and Gracie. Well, George Burns has made 2 New Year's resolutions. First, resolved that Gracie's club, the Beverly Hills Uplift Society, shall never hold another meeting in his house. And second, resolved that this year he'll be more romantic and greet Gracie each morning with a kiss.
Oh, sweetie pie. Oh, love bundle. Here's your daddy with a great big kiss. Oh, sugar baby.
The little rascal's probably hiding. I wonder if my little doll could be in the living room.
Oh,
no. No. And I felt so romantic. Gracie, I'd like to see you alone, please.
Oh, I'll be right out.
Well, hurry up.
Oh, girls, you know, every morning since the new year, George tries to kiss me like Charles Boyer. He calls me his beautiful Gracie. Isn't it clever? He knows how to say my name in French.
Gracie.
Oh, I'll be right there. I'll be right back, girls. Well, all right, dear. I'm ready for my morning kiss.
I'm out of the mood. Gracie, since New Year's, how many times have I told you I didn't want that club of yours meeting in this house?
11. Why?
Because I don't want them here, that's why. I made a New Year's resolution that they couldn't meet here again. Now it's broken.
Well, if it'll make you feel any better, I'll break one of my resolutions, too.
Well, thanks.
Let me see now. Which one shall I break? Don't peel vegetables with your electric razor? No. I broke that yesterday. The razor, too.
Look, just get those women out of here.
But, George, today's meeting is so important. We have to figure some way to raise money.
Raise money? For what?
Well, to get all the birds to stay in Beverly Hills this winter instead of flying south.
Well, how do you do that?
Well, we're going to fill the bird baths with mint juleps.
A great idea and very sound.
Oh, yes. We even took it up with the mayor.
What did he say?
Oh, never mind what he said. But I wish there was somebody higher than the mayor so I could report him.
Report him to Gary Cooper. He's very high, 6'4".
Oh, George.
Yes.
Well, I better get back to the meeting.
What have I done to deserve this? What have I done? Why can't those
Hiya,
women...
George.
Hello, Bill.
Well, gee, what's the matter, George? You look about as happy as a butcher.
The Uplift Society is meeting here again. I just can't get rid of those dames.
You know, George, when women come here, you should put on a very long coat.
Why should I put on a long coat?
Because in this house, you certainly don't wear the pants.
Certainly is very, very clever. I suppose you could break up that meeting.
Sure, easy. There are two ways to handle women, George. A, the caveman method, and B, flattery.
Use A. If I ever saw dames who belonged in a cave, those do.
No, George, I think flattery would be better.
Well, okay, but flatter them out of here.
Yeah, all right. Watch this.
I never... Oh, look, it's still a good one. Oh.
Well, girls...
Girls? Bill, don't overdo it.
Ladies, as I look into your faces...
Yeah?
As I look into your faces, I realize how charming, how lovely, how beautiful...
Yeah.
A bar of Swan soap is.
Oh.
Swan, the beautiful new white floating soap that's purer than the finest Castiles. Now, you women have long considered Castile soaps the standard of purity, but Swan is even purer. In fact, Swan is so pure that thousands of mothers use it for bathing their babies. It's kind even to a little baby's tender skin.
Bill, do you think I'll ever be bathing a tiny little bundle of yours?
Well, would you like to, Tootsie?
Oh, yes.
Well, all right, I'll have my laundry at your house in the morning. Now, remember, ladies, if Swan is kind to a baby's tender skin, then you know it's going to be kind to your hands and help keep them lovely when you use it for washing the dishes or for any other soap and water job around the house. Well, I'll be going now.
Just a minute, Bill. You're supposed to flatter those women out of here. Do you call that flattery?
Do you call those women?
All right, Bill's gone, Tootsie. Stop quivering.
Oh.
Now, let's get on with the meeting, girls. We still haven't decided on any way to raise money.
Oh, I've got it, Gracie. Why don't we give a lawn party like we did for the Russian war relief and sell punch?
Well, I'm afraid not, Clara. You know, too many people remember that party, the last one, and it was all my fault.
Oh, now you mustn't blame yourself. We all helped mix the punch.
Well, yes, but I'm the one who thought that vodka was the Russian name for 7-Up.
Well, what about this, Gracie? Why don't we put on a play?
Why, Blanche, that's marvelous. A play is just the thing. I'm just sure there's enough talent in this club. You know, they say any woman can be a great actress if she suffered, and we're all married.
I'm not married, Gracie.
Oh, I know, Tootsie, and we may not be able to use you. You've suffered too much.
What sort of a play should we do, Gracie?
Well, I think a horror play would be nice. There's a lovely one about a doctor who takes a drink and fangs come out of his mouth.
Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde?
Yeah, that's the one. I had a colored cook once, and her club put it on. Only they called it Dr. Amos and Mr. Andy.
We'd need someone really hideous to take the leading part, wouldn't we?
Yes, we would.
Well, stop looking at me. It makes me nervous.
Oh, well, I think we should get a man to play that part. Maybe one of our husbands can be the monster. It's a wonderful part.
Really? Well, my Harry's just the type for it.
Oh, now I don't know. I think my Frank is much uglier than your Harry.
Well, it may sound like personal pride, girls, but I'm sure my George is more repulsive than either of them.
How can you say such a thing, Gracie? My Harry is knock-kneed.
My George is pigeon-toed.
Well, my Frank has exactly one hair on his chest.
Well, my George hardly has a chest.
Well, I hate to be stubborn, but when my mother first saw Harry, she cried for 3 days.
Well, when my mother saw George, she laughed for a week.
It might interest you to know that my Frank was turned down by 20 girls before I accepted him.
Well, it might interest you to know that Tootsie Sagwell said she wouldn't marry my George if she had the chance.
Did you say that, Tootsie?
Yes, I certainly did.
You see?
Well, That settles it, Gracie. Your George certainly gets the part.
Oh, thank you.
It's all right. Here's the tune, the 6 hits and a miss recorded a little while ago, and now everyone's humming it. Cole Porter's You'd Be So Nice to Come Home To.
You'd be so nice to come home to. You'd be so nice by the fire too, while the breeze on high sang a lullaby. You'd be all that I could desire. Do-do-do-do-do, under stars that are chilled by the winter, under an August moon burning above. You'd be so nice, you'd be paradise to come home to and to love.
Then it's definitely decided. My husband can have the lead in our club play.
Yeah, that's great. Right.
Oh, well, I'll break the good news to him.
Gracie, haven't those buzzards gone home yet?
George, not so loud. The girls are still in there, and there's a big crack under the door.
Say, there is, isn't there?
Yes.
I wonder if I could get a hose under there and attach it to the exhaust pipe of my car. Then I could leave my motor running.
George Burns, don't you dare. We've only got an A book.
Yeah, well, that's the only thing that's
Oh,
stopping me.
George, I have some news for you, dear.
You have it?
Yeah. Guess what the girls said you could do?
Yeah, well, they can do the same.
Yeah. Oh, no, George. The Beverly Hills Uplift Society has chosen you for the lead in our play, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde.
Me?
Yes.
I wouldn't act in a play of theirs if my life depended on it.
But, George, this is a golden opportunity. It may lead to a career in the movies or something.
Oh, don't be silly. Who'd see a play given by that broken-down club?
Well, lots of people. One year, Harry Morton had the lead in our play, and a scout saw Harry and liked him.
Really?
Well, yeah, and look at him now. He's a scoutmaster.
A golden opportunity. Gracie, forget it.
Oh, but it's a wonderful part, George. I can see you now. You're drinking the potion that makes you change from Dr. Jekyll to Mr. Hyde. You gasp. You gurgle. You choke. Your face turns purple. We'll dye your hair yellow for the part.
What?
Well, it'll be so pretty with your purple face. Now the potion is working. You're going mad. You give a blood-curdling laugh.
Stop it. I won't take the part. I wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole. I wouldn't take it if you burned me at the stake. Now go back in there and tell them that.
Well, All right, George.
Well, Gracie.
Well, he's a little undecided. Now, let's see who gets the female lead. The part Lana Turner played in the picture.
Gracie, I'd make a perfect Lana Turner.
Oh, Tootsie, don't be silly. Lana Turner's a blonde.
Oh, yes, there is that one drawback.
Now, the only way to decide will be for me to audition everyone for the part. Now, all you have to do is give a terrifying scream and then say, help, help, he's choking me. Now, who wants to be first?
I do, Gracie.
Oh, now, please. We'll have to settle this some way. Oh, I know. We'll let the oldest one start first. Now, who's first? Well, it looks like I'll have to decide who gets the part myself.
Oh, Gracie, I'm the last one in the world to try to influence you, but before you give out the Lana Turner part, I just want you to know that I have a dozen eggs.
Why, Clara Bagley. Shame on you, Clara, for trying to bribe me. You haven't got any butter, have you?
No.
Well, shame on you trying to bribe me. You have to audition like everybody else, Clara. Now, let me hear you scream and then read the line.
Okay.
Oh, Tootsie! Tootsie, stop at this instant.
Oh, gee, I'm awfully sorry, Gracie. It sounded like a mating call, and I answered automatically.
Tootsie, don't let it happen again. Oh, I know what we'll do. We'll all scream together, and the one who does it the loudest gets the Lana Turner part. All right, now. 1, 2, 3, scream! Well, that was delightful. My, such talent. Now we'll try the line. 1, 2, 3, try.
Help! Help! He's choking me! Oh, he's choking me.
Good heavens. Good heavens. What's going on? What's going on?
George, please stop yelling. How can we rehearse with you making all that noise?
Gracie, without a doubt, you women...
We are not, dear, and answer the front door.
All right, and believe me, you are. I'm coming. Well?
Me and my folks heard a lot of screaming over here. You having any trouble, Grandpa?
Grandpa, why, you little...
Don't get tough with me, Grandpa. You ain't such a hard guy, except around the arteries.
Look, will you go? I'm having enough trouble.
Then you're having trouble.
Listen, kid. In a few minutes, I'm going to take a half a dozen women and kill them in cold blood with a big sharp axe.
Gee.
Yeah. So go back and tell your folks I'm having trouble. They'll understand. I see they've had trouble, too. Am I having trouble? We'll be run out of town.
Don't me.
Stop it. Everybody is complaining. We'll be the laughing stock of the whole neighborhood.
Oh, well, let them laugh. They laugh at all great actresses. They even laughed at Catherine Cornell.
Catherine Cornell?
Yeah, but look at her now. This year she beat Yale 13-7.
All right, but stop yelling.
Jimmy Cash with a song right out of the top drawer, Moonlight Becomes Me. All right, Jimmy.
Moonlight becomes you. It goes with your hair. You certainly know the right thing to wear. And what a night to go dreaming. Mind if I tag along? If I say I love you, I want you to know it's not just because there's moonlight, although
was that a mirage, or did I actually see those women leave?
Well, yes, dear, they went home to rehearse, all except Tootsie.
Yes, I'm going to help Gracie find some things for the play. We need a big knife and some rope and an axe.
Well, I hope you find them and you use them.
Oh, George, you'll just love this play. And Tootsie's got a marvelous part in it. Tootsie, do your part for George.
That's the part?
Yeah, that's it.
Great part.
Yeah.
The new Betty Davis.
Yeah. In the first act, she rushes out moaning.
She and the whole audience.
Hey, Tootsie, you didn't do that moan very well. Let's hear it again. No, it's not heart-rending enough. Oh, by the way, did you hear that Victor Mature is getting married? That's the moan I wanted. That's it.
Well, gee, I better not lose it. Oh!
Out. Tootsie, go down to the basement and lay that egg.
Yes, and Tootsie, when you're finished, look around for an axe.
All right.
Boom!
Oh, George, I'm so happy you're going to play Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde.
But I'm not.
Oh, you'll be better than Spencer Tracy and Frederick March put together. I always said you were a better actor than either of them. Well, goodbye, dear.
Better actor than Frederick March or Spencer Tracy put together. Ridiculous. Some people don't even think I'm as good. Oh, well, what do they know? Say, if this play was being given by a real company, I'd show them a thing or two. What a job I could do with that Mr. Hyde part. Just ruffle up my hair like this. Pop my eyes. Roll out my cheeks. Let's see how this looks in the mirror. Oh. Hey, so good I scared myself. Now I drink the potion.
Hello, George. Did you get rid of the club?
Bill, don't you notice something different about me? Look. Bill, don't you notice something?
New necktie?
I'm being a fiend. Didn't you see Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde?
Oh, that's what you're doing. Well, sure, I saw it, George. In fact, I was a technical advisor on that picture.
You were what?
Technical advisor. You remember that wonderful scene in Dr. Jekyll's laboratory with all the bottles and test tubes?
Yeah.
Well, I advised him to wash them all with Swan soap.
I thought so, yeah.
Swan, the new white floating soap that's purer than the finest Castiles of Baby Gentle Suds and Whiz.
Couldn't have made the picture without you.
Oh, certainly not. How do you think they got that scene where nice Dr. Jekyll turns into the fiend, Mr. Hyde? How do you think they got him to go mad?
How?
I stood beside the camera with a bar of Swan soap and wouldn't let him have it.
That made him angry.
Angry? It drove Dr. Jekyll mad.
Yeah, went nuts.
He wanted that Swan soap because he knew that Swan is not only purer than the finest Castiles, but it gives you heaps and heaps of Baby Gentle lather. Lather that's great for your hands and swell for anybody's complexion.
I suppose without Swan soap, the picture never would have made $1 million.
Well, that's right. And they were so grateful they insisted on splitting it with me.
They split it with you?
Well, sure. They took half the bar of Swan and I took half. You know, you can break Swan in two with a simple twist of the wrist and use half in the kitchen for dishes and cleaning and the other half in the bathroom for your face and hands.
You know, Bill, sometimes...
Hey, Grandpa.
Are you back again?
Yeah. Did you kill those women like you said?
Yeah. I killed them. I slaughtered them. I did it all with my little hatchet. Now get out of here before I go to work on you.
You see? What did I tell you? Come and get him, officer.
Officer?
Gee, I didn't believe this kid, but I just heard you confess. It don't look good for you, buddy.
Oh, now look, officer. I was just kidding. Do I look like a murderer? They got low foreheads, squinty eyes, and faces like apes.
Yeah, I know. It don't look good for you, buddy.
Bill, will you tell this cop I'm not a criminal? I'm a comedian. Tell him I make people laugh.
Well, George, there's a pretty stiff rap for perjury.
Well, God, will you go? I'll straighten this thing out myself.
Okay, Bluebeard. See you on visiting day.
Gee, Mr. Burns, I've been living next to you for a year now, and I always thought you was a drip.
You did, huh?
Yeah, and now you turn out to be a fiend who murdered 6 women. Could I have your autograph?
Out. Go on, get out. Beat it. Now, officer.
It don't look good for you, buddy. Well, you're practically in a chair. I can see the headlines right now. Burns.
Look, officer, I'm perfectly innocent, and my wife will prove it. Oh, Gracie, will you come down here?
Yes, dear.
Now you'll find out what a chump you are, accusing me of being a fiend.
Oh, George, look what I found for you. An axe to kill Mrs. Morton and a rope to hang Mrs. Bagley. Oh, I couldn't find any poison, so you'll have to kill Tootsie Sagwell with your bare hands.
Go away. Go away.
It's starting to don't look good for you, buddy, again.
Who's he, George?
Gracie, don't you see the man is wearing a policeman's uniform?
Oh, you found one and he's already in costume. He's just the right size to drown in the bathtub. How-do?
How do you drown in the bathtub?
Look, Gracie, this
Quiet, you. Lady, are you this man's accomplice?
Well, how dare you? We've been married for years.
Look, officer, I'm supposed to be Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, and...
Quiet, you. Look, little lady, suppose you tell me the whole story.
Why, I'd be glad to. Where shall I begin?
At the beginning.
Of course. Why couldn't I think of that? Well, you see, half the time my husband is a monster, and half the time he's a doctor.
Yeah?
Yeah. Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, when he's a monster, he hits people over the head with a club. And Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, when he's a doctor, he feels very sorry, so he gives them an aspirin.
And Sunday, I'm an air raid warden.
You see, when he's the monster, all he wants to do is kill women. It's sort of a hobby with him.
Like pressing flowers.
Then the drink wears off, and he's himself again. He sees all these dead women lying around, and he's very embarrassed.
Can't stand an untidy house.
So what does he do with the bodies?
Well, he buries them in the basement.
Ah.
Look, this has gone far enough. There are no bodies in the basement.
Does this door lead to the basement?
Uh-huh.
You know what?
What?
It
don't look good for you, buddy. I know. Look, I've had enough of this. Gracie, get Tootsie up here. I want the policeman to see her.
Oh, Tootsie, come on up here. I want you to meet a man. Where is he?
Well, here you are, officer. Is this woman dead?
Well, she's been dead. I know a haunt when I see one.
Officer, all that's been going on here is a rehearsal for Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. It's a play. A show.
Oh, a play.
A play, yes.
Hey, wait a minute. Did you think my husband was really a murderer?
Well, yeah,
Well,
but...
how dare you? And you thought he'd keep the basement full of women? My goodness, if he did that, I wouldn't have room for my pickled peaches. I dare. Now you get out of here. Why, my sweet little George, you wouldn't hurt a fly. And believe me, if he ever does kill anybody, you won't get our business. Goodbye. Why, George. The nerve of him thinking you look like a fiend. Well, come on, dear. You've got to rehearse your part.
Gracie, I'm not going to do Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Let Harry Morton be the monster, or Frank Bagley.
Oh, but, George, you know how little money our club has.
Well?
Well, if one of them does it, we'll have to buy makeup.
George and Gracie will be back again in just a second. And say, I hope you remember to try Swan the next time you wash the dishes. When you get Swan in that dishpan, just see if it doesn't give you suds faster than other floating soaps. And after you've used Swan for the dishes a couple of times, take a look at your hands. Just see if Swan doesn't help keep them looking white and smooth. You'll know what it means to use a soap that's purer than the finest Castiles. Well, here they are, George and Gracie.
Oh, what a day. Now I can sit down and read cowboy love tales. Listen to this, Gracie. Oklahoma Tex found himself miles from civilization, without no horse and no food. Quickly, he shot a buffalo and roasted it. Never had Tex...
Well, what did he do with the fat, George?
The what?
The fat. You know, the government needs fat to make bullets and bombs, and Tex should take it to the butcher.
But Tex has no horse.
Well, let him ride on the buffalo.
I'll tell him to shuffle off.
The makers of Swan, the new white floating soap, join George and Gracie in inviting you to tune in again next week, same time. By the way, don't forget to listen to Swan's other show, Tommy Riggs and Betty Lou, over another network. So next week, this is Bill Goodwin saying, well, I, Swan, how about you?
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
stories about a little girl. Her name is Gigi. Oh, she looks adorable. So fresh, so eager, so young. Thank heaven for little girls. For little girls get bigger every day.
Yes, Gigi was so eager, so young, but not too young to learn about making herself shine in the eyes of some lucky man.
We don't marry, is that it? Instead of getting married at once, it sometimes happens we get married at last.
She was raised to raise eyebrows, but Gigi more enjoyed raising the roof.
That since the world began, no woman or a man has ever been as happy as we are tonight.
Voila! It's a gay and taunting Paris that takes love so seriously and marriage so lightly. And what is a picture about gay Paris without Maurice Chevalier? He had once been the twinkle in Grandmama's eye.
We met at 9.
We met at 8.
I was on time.
No, you were late.
Ah, yes? I remember it well. You must be carefree. Devil may care. Be gay, extravagant, outrageous.
Gigi is dedicated to your zestful entertainment. A feast for your heart and senses in eye-thrilling cinemascope and metro color, lilting with the exciting melodies of Lerner and Lowe.
Say a prayer for me tonight. I'll need every prayer.
I'm so glad that I am not young anymore.
Oh, Gigi, while you were trembling on the brink, was I out yonder somewhere blinking at a star?
Hunt the Biggest of All game with the Green Hornet and Cato coming up next.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game. Public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful Filipino valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure Broken Cigarette Stubs. The Green Hornet strikes again.
A fast freight loaded with war materials was approaching a small bridge a few miles from the city. Its schedule had been kept secret, and the track was clear so that no time would be lost getting the supplies to the port and awaiting ship. As the freight approached the bridge, the throttle was wide open. Only a few miles lay ahead to its destination. Then, just as the engine reached the far side of the bridge, it happened.
Here you are, sir. Read all about it. Authorities investigating sabotage. Here you are, lady. Extra, extra. Read all about it.
Hey, Casey, darling. Is Reed in this afternoon?
Actually, this is so sudden. Why all the sweetness? Needing money, or do you have something you want me to take up with Mr. Reed for you?
Neither, Casey. I still have a couple of bucks, and I do me own talking to Reed when I want a favor. I was just being nice to you, that's all.
I guess I'm not used to it. Mr. Reed asked me a while ago where you were.
Sure, and Gunnigan sent me over to interview the traffic manager of the railroad, the one they had the wreck on.
Hey, that's tricky English, but I get what you mean.
Casey, I don't go for flowery talking. Just so you know what I mean, that's all that's needed.
Well, between you and me, expert, sometimes trying to figure out what you mean takes a lot of thought.
Oh, is that so now? Well, between you and me, Casey, if it took any thinking on your part, you'd never know what I meant.
Oh, is that so?
Yes, that's so. And what's more,
you'd better go in and see Mr. Reed. He's waiting, you know.
Really, no? Well, he can wait, that's what. I'll have him know when I get good and ready.
I'm waiting to see you.
Oh, sure, Reed. I was coming right in, that I was. I wouldn't keep you waiting, Reed.
I'll come in here, then.
Sure, I'm coming.
What's Miss Case laughing about?
Sure, and she has them spells once in a while for nothing at all, Reed.
Oh, really? Well, go on in.
Women are sure funny, Reed. Now take Casey, for instance.
Oh, that can wait. I didn't have you come in here to get your views on women. Gunnigan tells me you went over to interview the traffic manager of the railroad. How'd you make out?
Okay, Reed. That is, I talked to the guy. Mr. Milroy, his name is. He couldn't tell me any more than we know already.
I see. Not inclined to talk, huh?
Oh, he talked to me all right. He was friendly enough. But he said our news would have to come from the authorities.
Well, I more or less expected that. Did he drop any hint as to whether he thought it was sabotage or not?
Nope. He said they were starting the usual investigation, that's all.
Was there any further news at police headquarters about the wreck last night?
Oh, nothing new. The explosion happened as the train was crossing over the East Bridge.
Yes, I know. Too bad about the train crew.
Ah, that it is. They didn't have a chance, looks like. People living out that way say the noise could be heard for miles around. The blast of the explosion, I mean.
Yes. We do know that was a fast freight carrying war material. In a way, it's a break for the Japs, I guess.
Say now, Reed, you don't have any reason to believe it was sabotage, do you?
No more reason than anyone else to think that. I'll be interested, of course, in the report on the investigation.
Yeah, if they release what they really think. Sometimes them guys who do the investigating are cagey with us newspaper guys, you know.
Only when they have reason to be, Axford. You'd better get down to police headquarters and see if anything new breaks this afternoon.
Okay, Reed. If anything interesting turns up, I'll let you know right away. So long.
Goodbye, Axford. Oh, by the way.
Forget something, Reed?
Yes, a few days ago you took a bit of laundry I had in the office here, a couple of shirts. Where'd you leave them?
Oh, that. I left it at a Chinese place around the corner. I got the ticket right here in my pocket. Do you want it, or shall I
No,
go?
give me the ticket. Cato's stopping by for me at 5, and we'll pick it up on the way home.
Okay. Here it is.
Thanks.
It was to be ready this morning, so I guess you can get it all right. So long.
Goodbye. I wonder what's keeping Cato in that shop. Yeah, I'll go and see.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Britt. Well, man say wait while he look for bundle.
I wondered what was keeping you.
You have tickets, yes?
Well, this man already gave you the ticket. Where'd you gather?
So sorry. You wait a few minutes.
You walk quiet as mice, Mr. Britt.
Yeah, she startled me when he first spoke. I didn't see or hear him come from the back room. He doesn't take long.
Ashtray here are filled up. Look like others wait for laundry, too, perhaps.
Yeah, seems to be an old Chinese laundry custom to make people wait. Someone has cigarettes to waste.
Why do you say that, Mr. Britt?
Those cigarette butts, notice how long they are, each one broken in the middle. It's a bad habit to have these days.
Well, no doubt it's nervous habit.
Yes, in this case, it's an expensive one. Those are English cigarettes, rather costly, not to mention scarce.
So sorry you wait. Here's a package. That would be $1.11.
How much?
$1.11.
Oh, $1.11.
That's right.
All right. Oh, yeah.
Oh, thank you. You bring laundry again sometime, huh?
Yes, thanks.
I take a bundle, Mr. Britt.
All right, kiddo. Let's go.
Cato, that's the office fellow. I'm taking the evening off to do a little night scrubbing. I don't want to be bothered.
Yes, sir. Mr. Reed's apartment.
Hello, Cato. This is Ashford. Is Reed there?
Oh, it's you, Mr. Axford. Oh, Mr. Britt saying he...
Cato, since it's Axford, I'll talk to him.
Oh, just a minute, Mr. Axford.
Hello, Axford. What's in your mind?
Listen, Reed. I just come from Cops headquarters. The report on that investigation's in.
Well?
Sarge says it's off the record, Reed. He don't want nothing printed about it yet. And he says I can tell you.
All right, tell me.
The investigators reported that the wreck was caused by an explosion.
Oh, really? Well, since the explosion was heard for miles, that's going to be a difficult secret to keep.
No, wait a minute, Reed. Give me a chance to finish, will you?
Go ahead.
Well, they said the explosion was the result of a bomb. It was saboteurs that did it.
I see. Did you find out any details, such as what convinced them that saboteurs set such a bomb?
Sure. They found a couple of wires and a bomb fragment under the bridge.
Well, that's certainly proof enough.
It is that. Of course, Sarge says they have no clues as to who done it. If you ask me, it was some dirty spy work, that's what.
Well, that's brilliant thinking on your part, Axford.
Sure. I keep the old head working overtime, Reed. You know, when Sergeant Burke told me it was sabotage, I upped and tell him quick as a wink about me thinking spies were at work.
I'll bet that slayed him.
Slayed him, you say? Sarge almost choked because I thought of it first. He just glared at me and walked away. Well, we'll hang up now. If anything else breaks, I'll let you know. So long, Reed.
Goodbye, Axford. Never a chap who's as smart as he is, Mike Axford, can really come up with some peculiar deductions at times. You know, he decided spies caused that wreck since the investigators reported sabotage. What does he think sabotage is?
Well, Axford not think before he speak at times.
That must be it. Well, Axford said the authorities haven't found any clues that might lead them to the saboteurs. And in that case, there's nothing to prevent the guilty ones from doing more damage to hinder the war effort.
Well, that's not good.
I'd like to drive out there to the wreck and look it over tonight.
You go as Green Hornet, Mr. Britt?
Well, there's no need for that, Cato. I'm sure there are a good many curious people out there looking it over. I will take my regular car. Come on.
Why we climb to top of this big rock, Mr. Britt?
Well, because it's the best place to get a complete view of the scene. Searchlights they usually make it all as bright as day. Here we are.
The wreck is spread all over.
Yeah. Huh. Certainly a successful bit of work as far as the saboteurs were concerned. You better point the flashlight down there so we won't slip over the edge. It's pretty high up here.
Yes, sir. Well, there. I'll put on lights. We're not too near edge.
No, I guess. Oh, wait. Hold it down this way a minute.
What do you think you see?
Well, these. Hey, look.
Oh, they're broken cigarette butts. Somebody else come up here to watch, perhaps.
Yes. It's as though somebody took a puff or two on each one and broke it in two and threw it away. Yeah, it might not be a bad idea to follow that chap around with one short of a smoke. Let's see. An English make, too. Could be the same man came up here that went to the Chinese laundry this afternoon.
Well, maybe he take laundry to the same place we go. The same brand, and each one is broken in two.
That's right. He could have been the one who left those butts in that Chinese place. Well, we seem to get around to the same places.
Yes. I puzzled about Chinese laundrymen, Mr. Britt.
Puzzled? Why?
Well, back in the Philippines, I meet many Japanese, also many Chinese.
Well?
Japanese not able to pronounce letter L. The Chinese have difficulty with letter R. Man in laundry who's supposed to be Chinese not pronounce any L's today, Mr. Britt.
Come to think of it, you're right, Cato. He had trouble saying dollar and also saying 11. He said sorry, all right.
I think he's not Chinese, Mr. Britt.
I see. You believe he's a Jap posing as Chinese?
Yes, sir.
I want to take a couple of these broken butts along. I took one from the laundry. It may be the same brand. All right, let's go.
What you going to do, Mr. Britt?
When we get to town, Cato, I'm going to phone the authorities and have to investigate that laundry. After that, we'll see.
So, Carl, my honorable friend, you have again proved your worth, huh? Are you sure those two men in the car ahead are the ones you see on the big rock?
I'm sure, all right. I was going up there myself to take a look when I heard them talking. One of them picked up something from the ground. Well, I figured it was something the boss dropped when he was up there as lookout. When he was watching for us while we put the bombs on the bridge yesterday.
Most unfortunate for them.
And then, like I said, I overheard one of the men say something about having the cops investigate the Chinese laundry. Well, I knew then that they were getting by, so I came back to tell you, Jack.
They not get chance to report to police. Make more speed now, Carl, and give me your gun. With two guns, I'd be more certain when we get the wrong side of them. Hurry!
Car behind us seems to be in a hurry, Cato. Better pull over and give him plenty of room.
Yes, sir. Well, they're moving up fast.
And they come. If they keep up that speed.
Look out, kiddo!
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment. Now back to our story. After leaving the scene of the railroad wreck, Britt Reed and Cato were returning to the city, unaware that they were being followed. They were taken entirely by surprise when Chang and the man known as Carl sped past and fired a volley of shots into Britt Reed's car, sending the car crashing into the ditch along the road. For a few moments after the crash, the two men in the wrecked car lay motionless. Then one of them stirred.
Oh, a bad bump on the head. Not good. It all happened so quick. Mr. Britt. Mr. Britt. Please. Say you're not hurt bad. You must do something. Mr. Britt.
Oh, what? Cato.
I'm all right, Mr. Britt. Plenty all right. If you hurt bad, maybe...
all right, too, Cato. Just banged up a little. Oh, it was a narrow escape for both of us. The car's pretty much of a mess. Can you get the door open?
I try.
Good. You get out and I'll follow.
Yes, sir.
I guess I can make it.
Ooh, I help. You hurt someplace, maybe?
No, I'm okay. I'm sure going to favor this right arm for a while. What a crash.
Who you think to shoot at us, Mr. Britt? And why they do so?
I've no idea, Cato. But we're going to catch a ride to town on the first train that comes along. When I get there, I'll phone the police about that laundry, and we'll try to get on the trail of the men who ditched us. And we won't stop until we find them.
It's good to be home, Mr. Britt. You feel all right now?
First rate, Cato. Your treatment did my bruises a lot of good. What's bothering me now is waiting for that call from Sergeant Burke. It's been 2 hours since I called him.
Oh, he'll phone soon, perhaps.
Lee, are you okay? Last told me you had an accident, and I rushed up here as soon as I heard.
Oh, we're both okay, actually.
Oh, thank heaven. What happened?
Well, we were shot at and run off the road.
What? Holy crow, who done it? If I find the guy...
Take it easy. We don't know who it was.
Say, Reed, ain't you going to put it in the Sentinel?
No, actually, I didn't even tell Burke the details. If the killer knew who I was, he won't have the satisfaction of knowing I'm still alive. If he didn't know who I was, then there's no use letting him know.
Well, no, maybe that makes sense. But I don't get it. Anyhow, if I catch...
Don't worry about it.
Okay, Reed. Boy, am I tired. Have a cigarette, Reed?
No, thanks. You giving up those stogies you usually smoke?
No, but Mr. Milroy, the railroad traffic manager you sent me to interview this morning, he gave me this whole pack of cigarettes. Look, fine ones they are, too.
English brand, huh? They're expensive.
Oh, you'd never think so, the way he smokes them. Takes a puff or two, then breaks the button, too, and throws it away. Sort of a nervous habit, I guess.
Yes. Yes, it must be. He used expensive English cigarettes and breaks the butts in half, huh?
That's right, Reed. To my way of thinking, the guy...
Mr. Reed's apartment?
This is Sergeant Burke. Is Mr. Reed there?
Oh, yes, sir. It's Sergeant Burke, Mr. Britt.
Oh, good. Hello, Sergeant. I've been waiting to hear from you.
I know. Well, Mr. Reed, we went over to that Chinese laundry you called me about.
What'd you find out?
There must have been something to what you expected to, Mr. Reed. Wasn't anyone there, and things were messed up, like as if they scrammed out in a big hurry.
Well, that's strange. Somebody must have tipped them off. I guess my suspicion that the proprietor was a Jap instead of a Chinese is right.
Maybe so. Whatever he is, he sure didn't want to mix with the police. Funny how he knew we were coming there.
Yes, isn't it?
We have a couple of boys watching the place. If he comes back, he'll be picked up for questioning. I'll let you know if it happens.
Well, thanks, Sergeant.
Don't mention it. Goodbye, Mr. Reed.
Goodbye.
What's he calling about, Reed?
Well, Cato and I suspected that laundryman of being a Jap, and I phoned Burke so we could investigate.
Suffering snakes. And he didn't say a word to me about it. Wait till I see him. I'll make his ears burn. That I will. I'm going right down to cops' headquarters now. So long.
Goodbye, Mr.
See you later, Axford.
So Sergeant Find Bird has flown.
Yes. The more I think about it, the more things seem to fit together, Cato. Did you hear what Axford said about Milroy?
Yes. He said Mr. Milroy used English brand cigarettes and breaks stubs in half.
Right. I'd like to know more about Milroy. Let me have that phone book.
Yes, sir. Here it is.
Thanks.
Why you not tell police that maybe Milroy connected with laundryman?
Well, he's a man in a responsible position. Also, the broken cigarette stubs are too flimsy as evidence. It could be entirely circumstantial. Here's what I want. He could have gone into that laundry legitimately, and it would be natural for Milroy to have viewed the wreck.
Well, it's strange about laundryman.
Yes. Cato, the only time we discussed the laundryman was up on that big rock. Someone must have overheard us and followed our car. They attempted to kill us and then warned that Jap in case one of us lived to talk.
What you'll do about Milroy? Or perhaps you think
Well, the police would have nothing to go on. There's no reason why the Green Hornet can't investigate Milroy. I got his home address from the phone book. And, Cato, there's no time like the present. Come on, let's get going.
In the study of his home in the suburbs to the north of the city, Lowell Milroy sat at his desk, going over some papers before him. Suddenly, he was startled by a voice close behind him.
Good evening, Mr. Milroy.
What the... What? Oh, the Green Hornet. How did you get in here?
Through the French window behind you. There's really no trouble to open.
Why have you come here?
Maybe I was sent here by a certain so-called Chinese laundryman.
I don't know what you're talking about. Get out before I call the police.
I'm not stupid enough to let you do that. Have a cigarette?
I have my own, thanks.
Good. I'll have one of yours.
What? You certainly have your nerve.
I see you smoke an English brand. Well, I'll save this one till later. Incidentally, I've come across this brand before. Very recently, too.
I'm not interested in your likes and cigarettes. Get out of here.
Maybe your interest lies in other directions. Hobnobbing with that certain laundryman I mentioned.
Are you crazy? If you came here with the intention of robbing me, you'll be disappointed. I have no money in the house to speak of.
Speaking of money, I imagine whoever caused that wreck last night received plenty for doing it.
You know a great deal, perhaps. In fact, so much that I'll probably notify the police that you had something to do with that wreck.
I've been blamed for lots worse, Milroy. Maybe you could use my services sometime.
Get out. Get out, I say.
Okay. But you're not inclined to make any deals tonight. Maybe I'll come back when you're in a better mood.
That Hornet knows something. Thinks he does. After tonight. Hello, Chang. This is Milroy. I just had a visit from the Green Hornet. He knows something. Yes. After tonight, we'd better sever connections for a while. That's right. Now listen. In about half an hour, that troop train will come on the north track as I told you. You have it fixed so that the engine will set it off as it comes out of the tunnel? Good. Wait in the old farmhouse there till I come out. We'll watch it together. All right. Goodbye.
You dirty traitor.
You? I thought
I'd left. Well, I haven't, and I heard every word.
It won't do you any good.
You don't?
Do you need help?
Yes, quick.
What to do?
Well, I cut the cords from the Venetian blinds and tie this skunk. You get on the phone and call the police. Tell them to go to the farmhouse near the North Railroad tunnel and grab the supplies they find there.
What we do?
We'll stow this traitor in the luggage compartment and take him with us. We're already on the north side and can get to that tunnel quicker than anyone else in the Black Beauty. Kid, we've got to get out there in time to save a troop train.
Well, we stopped at far end of tunnel when bomb at other end.
We couldn't get close enough with the Black Beauty to the other end. Hurry, kid. This tunnel's about 300 yards long. That train should come...
Not to think that, Mr. Britt. We're almost there.
The train is coming. Run, kid. Run. There's a tunnel exit. Hunt for the bomb. Must be a percussion cap on the rail somewhere.
I look this side, you look that side.
Here, kid. I found it. Help me get it loose. Be careful.
Train comes fast. Just fasten tightly.
We've got to get it loose and get out of the way with it. I can't get this unfastened, but it'll be on us in less than a minute. Work faster, Cato, faster. Meantime, in a window of the old farmhouse, Chang and Carl stood watching.
That troop train should be along any minute now.
Yes.
We are to witness a wonderful sight, Carl.
Listen, it's coming.
All right, you two. Get him up. The cop. Use your gun, Charlie. Oh, good shooting you got today. Get him out of here, boys. We're taking them to headquarters.
We have done nothing. It is you who attacked us. No use, Chang. When that bomb goes off, they'll know.
Bomb? What is he talking about, Sarge?
Hear that train? That is train of your troops. As it leaves the tunnel down there, a bomb will go off.
Change prison. Holy crow. It's in the tunnel. Great St. Patrick, don't let it happen.
In few seconds now.
Shut up, you grinning ape. Good. Sarge, I can't bear to watch.
Quiet.
Thank heaven. It's out of the tunnel and safe away.
The bomb. It didn't go off.
Lucky for you it didn't. Couple of you men go down there and find that bomb. Okay. The rest of you take these sneaking spies to the car. All right. We'll be turning them over to the FBI tonight. Get moving.
Later, in Britt Reed's apartment.
And that's the whole story, Mr. Reed. You see, when we got back, we found Milroy tied up and lying on the steps at headquarters, like a trussed rooster. Them other two had already implicated him, and he mentioned the Hornet. Reed, you should have been there, watching and waiting, thinking that at any minute a big explosion was going to send all them boys to glory. Well, I'm telling you, it was the worst moments of my life.
Axford, believe it or not, I know just how you felt at that moment. There have been times when I've had that same feeling myself.
That's the Lux Street, Pittsburgh! Milroy arrested with firing, attempted sabotage of group train band. Green Hornet implicated. Read all about it. Green Hornet still inside. That's the Lux Street, Pittsburgh!
Godzilla, king of the monsters, alive, surging up from the depths of the sea on a tidal wave of terror to wreak vengeance on mankind.
Godzilla, king of the monsters. It's alive.
A gigantic beast,
Stalking the earth, crushing all before it.
in a cyclonic cavalcade of electrifying horror.
Raging through the streets on a rampage of total destruction.
Godzilla, king of the monsters,
Incredible titan of terror.
wiping out a city of 6 million in a holocaust of flame.
Jet flames cannot destroy it.
Bombs cannot kill it.
All modern weapons fail.
Is this the end of our civilization?
Can the scientists of the world find a way to stop this creature?
For the answer, see Godzilla, king of the monsters.
You may wish to deny it, but your eyes tell you it's true.
A tale to stun the mind.
More fantastic than any ever written by Jules Verne.
More terrifying than any ever shown on the screen.
Awesome.
Incredible.
Unbelievable.
A story beyond your wildest dreams.
Dynamic violence.
Savage action.
Spectacular thrills.
Godzilla, king of the monsters.
Fantastic beyond comprehension.
Gripping beyond compare.
Astounding beyond belief.
The mightiest monster of them all.
See Godzilla,
king of the monsters.
Well, Silver, wait those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
Hi-yo, Silver! Away! A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger.
The first men to penetrate the mountainous regions of the western United States were prospectors in search of gold. They found great wealth, but the precious yellow metal seemed to bring out the worst in many of them. Robbery and murder were everyday occurrences in the mining camps until the Lone Ranger carried his fight for justice into the hill country. Without the force of his courage and resourcefulness, law and order might never have been established on that lawless frontier. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! There's going to be trouble at the Gold King mine. We've got to hurry. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
The Gold King mine was one of the largest ore workings in the vicinity of Pine Bluffs. It employed an extensive crew, and the mine itself was composed of a dozen tunnels radiating from a central shaft. At the time our story opens, young Dave Muncie, the foreman, was directing operations within the mine. Suddenly, from the direction of number 3 tunnel, there came the sound of a powerful blast.
Who set off that charge? You hear me? Who done that?
What's happened? Hey, look, number 3 caved in. The whole tunnel's blocked. Anybody trapped in there?
You there, Bart.
What you want?
Come here.
Well?
Did you set off that blast, Bart?
What if I did?
What if you did? Well, you brought down the whole tunnel. It'll take a week to clear up the damage you've done.
That ain't nothing to me.
What's that you said?
You heard me, I reckon.
You're through. Get your time and clear out.
Getting high and mighty, ain't you?
I said clear out.
And just who do you think you are?
Why, you...
Now, just hold on a second, mister. I was hired for Wilkins. Seeing as how he's manager while you're just foreman, I reckon it'll take him to fire me.
I've taken about enough from you, Bart.
Yeah?
You've been a troublemaker ever since you come here. You've talked others in the crew into disobeying orders. You've done your work just as carelessly as you could. It's you and the others in the crew like you that's put us behind on the production schedule.
That's just too bad, ain't it?
And now that I've fired you, I'm going to do something I've been aching to do for quite a spell.
Yeah? What's that?
This!
Oh, you hit me!
That was just the first one. Here's the mate to it.
I'll get you for that.
Come on.
Take this!
You missed, but this'll do for you, I reckon.
Oh, you skunk, you can't get away with that. Come on, fellas, we'll teach the whippersnapper a lesson.
Get back. Get back to work.
Go on, fellas, rush him.
Get back to work, men, or you can all draw your pay.
We've done taking orders from you. Grab your picks, man.
Take that last. There's one for you, Jed, and you, Mike.
Let me at him with his pick. Drop that pick. Try and make me. I said drop it. Oh, my arm. Let me go. I'm doing like you say. Let me go.
There. Get back.
If you wasn't armed...
I haven't drawn. Come after me if you wish.
Gosh, stranger, I don't know who you are or why you came here, but you happened along at just about the right time for me. They was likely to beat me up good.
I heard the blast from outside and was afraid there might be trouble. Sounded too powerful for a regular blast.
It was powerful enough to do all the damage you see over there. All right, men, you're through. Every last one of you. Report to the office, get your pay, and keep moving.
Maybe we will, mister, and maybe we won't. Here comes Wilkins. I guess he's got more to say around here than you have. Hey, Mr. Wilkins.
What's all the trouble here?
This fella here...
Yo, what are you doing here, mister?
You're Wilkins? You're the manager?
I am. What's that to you?
I was trying to place you. Seems to me I've seen you before.
You haven't answered my question.
Well, I came because of the blast. I've already explained to your foreman.
All right, Bart. What were you going to say?
This skunk here says we're all fired.
Mr. Wilkins, just take a look at the tunnel there. Some more of Bart's work. And the crew just now tried to mob me. If it hadn't been for the masked man, they would have, too. I said they was fired, and I meant it.
I'm sorry, Dave.
Huh?
I've been watching your work carefully for 6 months you've been here.
What are you getting at?
I told Mr. Potter when he sent you here that I was afraid you hadn't had the experience to handle mining men. Being the owner, he was privileged to overrule me, of course.
But don't you see...
But I think he'll agree with me now that you're scarcely the man for the job.
Mr. Wilkins, that ain't fair. It ain't right. I worked hard, done everything I could. If I could just get cooperation from these fellas...
Exactly, if you could. The right kind of foreman would. No, Dave, as I say, I'm sorry, but I'll have to give you a notice.
You can't do that.
Of course, you're a personal friend of the owner. But under the circumstances, I'm sure he'll back me up.
This is the rottenest deal I ever got in my life.
There's no use being bitter.
To blazes with being bitter. That ain't it at all. You blame me for not having authority over the men. But every time I try to use it, they go to you and you back them up. How can I have authority when you do that?
We'll not discuss it further.
And you're the fellow that was going to fire us. That's a good one.
You can consider yourself released from this moment, Dave. We'll pay you a week or two in advance, however.
Why, you mealy-mouthed, two-timing polecat. I ought to...
Hold it, Dave.
But he
I
said
said
that
hold it. This man is your boss. He has the right to fire you if he wishes.
Not like that, he ain't.
You start anything here, you're in the wrong.
A lowdown.
You'd better take the advice of your outlaw friend, Dave. And when you go to Mr. Potter with your story, just remember this. We didn't fall down on production until you came here. And thanks to you, Mr. Potter may have to sell, for which I don't think he'll thank you. Now clear out!
You're coming along, Dave. You want to make trouble? There'll be another better time for it.
Well, there goes our foreman, Mr. Wilkins.
Mad enough to bust. And nothing he can do about it.
Outside the mine, Dave parted from the masked man and with a heavy heart drew the money that was due him, gathered his equipment together, and left the property. That evening at home, his wife tried to console him with...
Now, Dave, don't you take on so. There ain't nothing happens but what is for the best.
The best? You know what this means, Mary?
Well,
It means I'm through as a mining man. It means there ain't another outfit in this part of the company that'll hire me. I'm a failure. A failure.
You could go someplace else.
The story'd soon get around.
Mr. Potter was a good friend of your father's, Dave.
Sure. That's why he gave me the job in the first place.
You can tell him your side of it.
Shucks, I ain't no hand at writing. He was here so I could talk to him personal.
But Dave, that's just it. He's coming here. He might even drop in to see us tonight.
Oh, is that a fact? Well, how do you know?
We got a letter from him this morning. I was saving the news for you.
Gosh, that's swell.
You see? I told you things weren't so bad. Now you'll be able to tell him how Mr. Wilkins kept siding with the men and how he blamed you for things that weren't so, and, well, he'll put you back on the job. Just see if he don't.
Yeah, but I'd hate to have to work with Wilkins again.
That'll be all right, too, after Mr. Potter tells him how to treat you.
Where is that letter he wrote? When did he say he'd get to Pine Bluffs?
You needn't get the letter. I can tell you what was in it. He said it'd be in by the afternoon stage.
But that was hours ago.
He'd go out to the mine first, wouldn't he?
Yeah, that's right.
Dave, I'll bet that's him now. Why, Mr. Potter, come in. I knew it was you. I just told Dave so.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Dave. You're looking good.
Here, you sit right down.
Thank you.
Well, I ain't feeling so good, though, Mr. Potter.
Mm-hmm. I was at the mine, you know.
Then you know how awful that Mr. Wilkins treated
Please,
Dave and
honey.
I'm sorry, Dave. You know that, of course.
Wait. You mean you're taking his word for all that's happened?
Dave, I was your father's best friend, and I'd like to talk to you like a father.
But still, don't you see
One
that
moment. You know, Dave, I think the world of you and Mary both.
You've been awful good to us.
I've only done what I could. But what I wish to say is this, Dave. Don't be too ready to blame others for your own mistakes.
Then you do believe Wilkins?
He's been with me a good many years.
But you ain't worked with him like I have. You don't have to
Dave,
put...
Every young fellow beginning life has to take some mighty hard bumps. If he's the right kind, he takes them, marks them up to experience, and tries over again.
But I didn't fail.
That's just what I mean. Frankly, Dave, you did. The records show it. I think you would be wiser to go after something else that doesn't require so much practical knowledge.
That isn't fair. Dave did his work as good as anyone.
I gave Dave the job in the first place against Wilkins' advice.
But even so, don't you
Hear
see
me
that...
out, Dave. I don't think you quite realize the position I'm in. If things hadn't gone so badly these 6 months that you were foreman, I could probably have afforded to keep you on until you really learned the ropes.
Well, if you'd give me another chance, I'd make good on it. I'd even try to get along with Mr. Wilkins.
Perhaps the next owner will give you the chance.
Huh?
The next owner? Well, Mr. Potter, you're not going to sell.
I think I'll have to.
But why? The Gold King's one of the richest mines around here.
And in the last 6 months, there wasn't enough ore taken out to pay expenses.
Things happened to hold us up, but even so, I figured you must be making plenty.
Scarcely that. As I said, I didn't make expenses. Over and beyond that, I contracted certain obligations that must be satisfied at once.
If production was stepped up...
Still wouldn't help. I must have the money at once, so I'm afraid there's no alternative but to sell.
You got a buyer?
Colby's been interested.
Colby? Ain't he the fellow that opened up the old Lost Nugget mine and built his own smelter?
That's the one.
Gosh, I'd rather almost anybody but him got the place, if it's got to be sold. I never did cotton to that feller.
I don't like him much myself. He's been doing well, however, and seems to be the only man able to pay the ready cash I need.
Oh, that's awful tough.
Don't worry about it, Dave.
But, Mr. Potter, I feel as though it was mostly my fault. If I'd handled my job better, then maybe you wouldn't have got into this fix.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Potter.
Forget about it, both of you. All of us must have our worries, I guess.
You have to leave already?
I'm afraid I will. I've had a long trip. I'm tired. I have an appointment with Colby and his lawyer first thing in the morning.
But we'll see you again before you go back to Denver?
Why, of course. And, that reminds me. If Colby and I come to terms, I'd like you to be there as witness to the sale. You mind? You'll have to be at the office by 9.
Mr. Potter, I don't mind at all. I'll be there, but I sure wish you didn't have to sell.
Amos Potter, accompanied by Dave, kept his appointment with Colby the following morning in the office of Colby's lawyer, Hanford Blake. Colby and Potter found it difficult to come to terms and...
Colby, the Gold King's worth $200,000 if it's worth a penny. You're a mining man. You should know that as well as I do.
You're quite right, Potter. As a matter of fact, I'd say your mine is worth considerably more.
Well, then?
But my offer remains the same. $100,000.
Don't sell to him, Mr. Potter. That's the same as robbery.
Young man, I understand you was here simply to witness the sale if one was made.
That's all right, but I say it was...
I'll handle this, Dave. Colby, you can afford to offer more. You'll have the money.
And something in this instance more valuable than money.
Yes?
Information, Potter. Information.
Meaning?
And I happen to know you must sell. That you haven't found anyone else willing to make the first payment you're asking.
I see. I suspected something of the sort.
$100,000 with $30,000 down. There's the $30,000 in currency, just as you said it would have to be. Take it or leave it.
Don't, Mr. Potter.
I must, Dave. And as long as Colby knows I must, there's no use holding out longer.
I have the papers here. You'll find them all in order. Now, if you'll just put your signature where I've made...
Come on, man. What's the meaning of this?
I'll take that money.
Oh, hold on.
Careful.
I never figured for a crook that'd pull a stunt like this, mister.
You're coming with me, Dave.
I don't
Come on.
Let go of me.
Hold on.
Your
Wait.
money's safe, Colby. And Potter, I'll see you again.
My $30,000 gone.
After him. Get the sheriff. Report this at once.
I'll see you.
There he goes. And if we don't get that money back, I'm ruined.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. The masked man, riding double with Dave Muncie and with Colby's $30,000 in his pocket, sent Silver racing toward the well-hidden camp where Tonto waited. There he reined the powerful stallion to a halt.
Oh, Silver. Oh, boy.
You thief, you...
Get down.
You'll get caught. You won't get away with this.
After I've talked to you, you may not be so anxious for me to be caught. You get cash? Here it is, Kemosabe. Put it where it'll be safe. How to do that?
I just hope them bills are marked. I hope you're jailed when you try to spend them.
I'm neither spending that money nor keeping it.
Then what'd you steal it for?
For just one reason. To keep that sale from going through.
Huh?
They've reported the theft, of course, and the sheriff will be looking for us. We'll wait until the search has died down, and then we'll ride to town again.
What for?
To give the sheriff that money.
What? I don't savvy.
Dave, did it ever occur to you that Potter might have been the victim of a crooked scheme?
A crooked scheme?
A scheme to force him to sell?
Well, he's had bad luck, but that don't mean there's anything crooked behind it.
In the mine yesterday, I said I thought I'd seen Wilkins before.
The manager of the mine?
Yes.
Yeah, I recollect you saying something of the sort. What about it?
Were Wilkins and Colby good friends?
Friends? Well, I should say not. That's about the only good thing I can say for Wilkins. That he didn't say anything good about Colby.
I thought as much.
What do you mean?
Before Tonto and I made camp here, we were camped near Colby's Lost Nugget mine.
Yeah?
And Wilkins called on Colby at least half a dozen times while we were there. More than that, they were very friendly.
You sure of that?
I am. I have no proof, of course. I'll have to ask you to take my word for
Well, it could be all right.
Yes?
It'd fit in. If Wilkins wanted to slow up production so as Mr. Potter'd have to sell, well, he was going about it the right way.
Can you give me some further information about that?
Wait.
Well?
The crew at the mine. I was just thinking. Stranger, did you know that almost every one of them fellows has been hired in the last 6 months? That Wilkins got rid of all the men that had been there before?
I hadn't known it, but that fits in, too.
You just bet it does.
That would explain why those men weren't afraid to go against your orders. They were in on the plot with Wilkins, and they knew they were safe.
That's just it.
You think a lot of Amos Potter, don't you?
He's been one of the best friends a fellow could have.
And together we may save his
Oh,
mine.
gosh, no. There's something else I just happened to think of.
Yes?
Saving the mine won't help him at all. It's cash he's got to have, and real quick. Gosh, I was near forgetting all about that.
He'll get the mine, Dave, and the money he needs.
Yeah, well, how?
I'll tell you when I can show you the proof at the same time. You can take my word for one thing. Slowing up production at the Gold King was just half the scheme against Potter. When we uncover the whole scheme, Potter's worries will be over. The sheriff scoured the countryside with a posse in his search for the mysterious masked man who had disappeared with Colby's money. When evening came, he was forced to return to Pine Bluffs empty-handed. That night, however, the masked man was not idle. Procuring a horse for Dave, he sent the young man into town. Then he and Tonto raced across country to make the first of several lightning-swift calls. Their great horses thundered across the prairie, never pausing until they reached a small cottage near the Gold King mine where Wilkins lived. Come on, Tonto.
Who's there?
Open up.
One moment. What do you... The masked man.
Where's your horse?
In the lean-to.
Then saddle at once. You're riding. From the mine towards town they raced, Wilkins closely guarded by Tonto. In town, the masked man led the way to the hotel where Amos Potter was staying. They approached from the back, circled to the side, and halted. The masked man, leaping from the saddle and calling through Potter's half-raised window. Potter!
Who's there? What?
Get dressed.
Who are you? What's the The masked man.
Right.
Wilkins. Wilkins, what are you doing there?
Never mind that. If you want your mine and the money you say you must have, get dressed and don't waste time. Colby, staying overnight at his lawyer's home, found himself rudely awakened, forced to dress, then thrust only half awake into the saddle.
What's this all about? Potter, is this your doing? Are you behind this? If you are...
Quiet.
Well, I want to...
We're heading for your mine, Colby. The Lost Nugget.
What's that?
I meant just what I said. Now get going.
Get him up, Scout.
In the meantime, Dave followed the orders given him by the Lone Ranger and hurried to the home of the sheriff. When the sheriff admitted him, he strode to a table and laid an open envelope before the lawman's astonished eyes.
Take a look at that, Sheriff.
Cash. Hey, let me look at that.
You recognize it?
Why, this must be the cash that was stolen from Colby.
It was taken from Colby, all right, Sheriff, but it wasn't stole.
It was, too. The masked man got it. Say, how'd you come across this?
When the masked man took the money, he took me along also.
I know that. You bust loose from him, did you?
He sent me here with this.
You must be loco.
I'm telling you the truth, Sheriff. He gave me this and told me to give it to you.
But what for? Did you figure we was getting too close to his trail and he didn't want the posse after him no more?
No.
Then what was the...
Sheriff, the masked man's going to prove that Colby's a crook.
Now I know you're loco.
That's just half of it, Sheriff. You're going to help the masked man prove it.
Maybe you'd better do some explaining. This is getting beyond me for fair.
Just this, Sheriff. You and I are going to get the man from the assay office.
Frank Sims?
Right. Then the three of us are riding out to Colby's mine.
Where's the masked man now?
He'll be there waiting for us.
I don't know. This sounds mighty funny to me.
By thunder, Sheriff, you do like the masked man said, or you're going to be the sorriest law officer this county ever seen. Now, let's go. We got to make tracks.
Potter, Colby, and Wilkins all rode to the Gold Nugget mine under protest. But the masked man and his faithful Indian companion Tonto gave them no opportunity to escape. The masked man called a halt at the entrance to the mine shaft.
Let's go.
Colby, if any of your men awaken, you're to tell them everything's all right. Understand?
This is an outrage.
Maybe, but you'll do as I say. Tonto, we'll need a lantern. There's one over there marking the powder shed. Get it.
Tonto, get it.
Look here, stranger. You've made all three of us your prisoners. You've given no explanation. I, for one, demand an explanation at once.
You'll get one very soon, Potter.
Mister, when the law catches up to you, you're going to stretch hemp just as sure as you're born. The sheriff will hear about this.
Wilkins, you won't have to go into town to tell him. The sheriff is coming here.
Huh? Here? What for?
I think you can guess, Colby.
But I am the least...
Lantern. Thanks, Tonto. Colby, I see you have a door across the entrance to your mine.
Of course I have.
With a strong lock on it. Do you want to unlock this door or have us break it in?
You can't do that.
I'd keep quiet if I were you, Wilkins. You'll need your breath to explain to the law later on.
That's private property. You have no right to enter that shaft.
Hand me that bar at your feet, Tonto. Keep these fellows covered.
How to do it?
We'll get inside this shaft.
Oh, wait. I'll unlock the door.
That's better. Go right ahead.
I have my keys right here. There.
Now open the door.
I don't see
Open the door.
Yeah.
All right, walk on in. You two, Wilkins, and you, Potter.
It's dark in here.
I have a lantern right here.
You're going to lock us in here?
No. We're just going to take a look around. Colby, I see you have quite a bit of ore piled here near the entrance.
What if I have?
This ore came from the Lost Nugget?
Of course it did.
At one time, this mine was supposed to have been played out. But you've been doing quite well with it, haven't you?
The vein wasn't played out. There was just a fault in it. We drilled another 50 yards and found it again.
I see.
That's more than I do. What's the sense of this?
Right now, we're waiting for the sheriff, and that's probably him now.
There's more than just the sheriff.
Dave Muncie is along.
Dave?
Yes, and a third man I think Colby is going to be interested to meet.
If that's really the sheriff, it won't matter who's with him. You'll go to jail.
At least one of us will.
One of us? Well, what do you mean?
You'll soon learn what I mean. Sheriff, this way, inside the shaft.
What's going on here?
Sheriff, arrest this man.
What for?
He stole Colby's cash, didn't he?
Shucks, maybe he did, but he ain't got it now.
Found the cash?
Mr. Potter, the masked man never stole the cash. Not to keep, that is, but just to keep you from selling your mine.
Where's it now?
The sheriff's got it safe to home.
Well,
Wait. Dave, is this the man I asked you to bring along?
This is him, all right.
Who are you?
Why, my name's Frank Sims, Mr. Potter.
I never heard of you.
Well, you should have. I've signed more than one assay report for ore that came from your Gold King mine.
He's head of the assay office, Mr. Potter.
Well, what if he is?
Frank, I've been told that an expert familiar with the ore from various veins can always tell from what mines the ore came.
Well, I should say so. I'll do better than that, even if I have to. You just show me gold dust, and 9 times out of 10 I can tell from that alone.
In other words, it would be impossible for you to make a mistake about ore.
Well, I've never made one yet. Why?
I'll hold the lantern up so you can get a good look. Now examine this ore I've just taken from my pocket. It's a small sample, but perhaps you can tell me where I got it.
If you got it from anywhere around this district, I'll tell you.
Sheriff, I protest this. This masked man forced his way in here. This is private property, my property. I want him arrested for trespass, and I insist that we leave here. This is all foolishness, and I refuse to have anything more to do with it.
Colby's right, Sheriff. I'm for getting out of
Don't
here.
move. I won't draw unless I have to. Try to leave, however, and I will.
Are you going to stand for this, Sheriff?
I tell you, Mr. Colby, I'm plumb interested in some of the things the masked fellow's been saying.
Then I order you out, all of you. You too, Sheriff. You can't enter my property against my will without a warrant.
Getting awful legal, ain't you?
Colby's forgetting that his law won't stand up against 6 guns. That's enough from you. Frank, what have you found out about that ore?
Well, this comes from the Gold King. I couldn't mistake this.
Right. I helped myself to that when I was there this evening. Now look at the ore in the shaft here. Where did that come from?
From here, didn't it?
Examine it.
Come on, Wilkins.
Grab him. They're making a break for it.
You get Colby. I'm going to Wilkins for my...
Come back here, you two. You're covered. Come on, Colby, and you, Wilkins. Just step back here easy like. Another break and I'll drill you.
You're arresting Colby and my foreman, but why?
Mr. Potter, here's the answer right here.
What?
I don't know how it got here, but this ore in the shaft came from your mine. I'll stake my reputation on it. If there's any doubt about it, Colby can call in anyone he wishes to check with me.
Ore from the Gold King here in Colby's mine?
Father, Colby's been stealing from you for months. This mine here was just a blind. He gave out the story he'd found a continuation of the vein that had played out to explain where this ore came from.
But Colby couldn't have stolen from the Gold King without Wilkins' knowledge. It would have been impossible.
That's just it, Mr. Potter. They was in cahoots.
They not only stole from you, Potter, but finally forced you to a position where you believed you had to sell. You need cash. You have a legal right to everything Colby has banked in town. It came from your gold.
The whole thing seems incredible. The risk they took.
They took practically no risk. Why do you suppose Colby built a smelter of his own? He did it because if he'd sent the ore to the smelter in town as you do, his trick would have been discovered.
Here he could reduce the ore to pure gold, and no one but his own men would know what mine that gold came from.
Colby, if I were 10 years younger, I'd give you the beating of your life.
Let me do it, Mr. Potter. Just let me teach the skunk a lesson. When I get through with him, I'll take on Wilkins.
Don't come near me, blast
That's all right, Dave. I reckon the spell they're going to get in the jailhouse will teach him lesson enough.
Besides, Dave, I won't have a man who works for me getting into brawls.
Works for you. Mr. Potter, you mean I got my job of foreman back again?
You have not.
Oh, well, I didn't expect quite that much to start, but I...
You won't be foreman, Dave, because you'll be too busy managing the mine.
Huh? I'll be manager? Oh, golly, wait till I tell Mary about this. And the masked man, I gotta thank him. Why, he ain't here. Now, why'd he leave like that?
He always does, Dave.
Huh? You know him?
Not by name, but you've heard what he's called, I reckon. That masked feller was the Lone Ranger.
Come on, Silver, old boy! There's a strange adventure waiting for us on the trail ahead. Hi-yo, Silver! Away! The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Groucho Marx is your host, as some of the most interesting contestants you will ever meet compete on You Bet Your Life. Up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is water. W-A-T-E-R.
Really?
You bet your life. It's Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood and brought to you by the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers. The dealers who have on display the outstanding DeSoto Automatic with fully automatic power flight transmission and the all-new Plymouth, your best buy in the low-priced field. And now, here he is, the one, the only...
That's me, Hernando de Soto. Well, here I am again with $2,000 for one of our couples. George, who's first?
Well, Groucho, we have some people with interesting stories for you tonight. And without further ado, Andy Sanchez and Lee
Without
Whitney.
what?
Further ado.
Oh, that's pretty fancy, too. What does that mean?
Right now, would Lee Whitney and Mr. Sanchez come in, please, and meet...
Further ado. Is this the way you talk in private life, too?
No, No.
You wouldn't say that if you were playing poker with 3 or 4 or 5 fellas, would you?
I wish I hadn't said it tonight.
Further ado.
I sort of like it now. And without further ado, Andy Sanchez and Lee
You're
Whitney.
repeating it, huh?
Andy,
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you find around the house. Without further ado. Liz Whitney and Andy Sanchez, eh?
Lee Whitney.
Lee Whitney,
Yes.
oh. Miss Whitney, obviously I should start with you. Is that okay?
It's not Miss Whitney, it's Mrs.
Obviously I should start right where I started. I should stop right here. However, I might as well find out a few things. Without further ado, where are you from, Lee?
I'm from Detroit, Michigan.
Detroit, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Wonderful place, Detroit. The sun rises and sets there every day. Did you ever visit the DeSoto factory in Detroit?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I modeled for the DeSoto company.
You don't say, a
Mm-hmm.
DeSoto model, huh? Men, wouldn't you like to have one of these models in your garage? What else did you do in Detroit, Lee?
Well, I used to model Chris Craft speedboats, and I
You
did...
modeled speedboats?
Yes.
Well, how do you model a speedboat?
Well, I used to sit on the boat, when it was in or out of the water, and they used to take pictures. I used to wait.
Wait a minute, you said water. You said water, that's the secret word, and without further ado, you get $50. And here's $50 for you with plenty of ado. Now, how did you say you model a speedboat?
Well,
There's no point in saying water again. You've got your $50.
I sit on the boat. You've seen the girls that wave on the boats?
No, no girls
No.
wave to me anymore. The only waves I see are the waves that are in the water.
And they take pictures of the boat while it's in motion and out of motion.
Uh-huh.
And then they put them in various magazines.
I see. Well, Andy Sanchez,
It's me, Groucho.
I used to smoke a cigar with that name. Where are you from, Mr. Sanchez?
Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Albuquerque?
Sir.
What did you do for a living in Albuquerque, Andy?
I sold Carl's shoes.
You sold Carl's shoes? And what did he do, run around barefoot? While we're on the subject of shoes, Andy, tell me, do you have a mate?
Yes, I do, Groucho. Been married 39 years.
Do you have any kids?
Yes, I have 6 grown children, 3 beautiful daughters, and 3 good-looking young men.
Have you been a good father to this large
Very
family?
good. I raised them nicely and advised them instead of using the paddle.
What do you mean? You were out in a canoe with them?
I mean, I never spanked them or used a whip or anything like that.
You mean after they grew up, you were afraid, huh? Somebody once said, never strike your children except in self-defense. Huh? Well, let's return to you, Lee. When did you meet your husband?
Well, I met him about 18 months ago when I was a chorus girl. I met him while I was...
You were in show business, huh?
Yes.
What show were you with?
The Top Banana Show.
Really? Oh,
Uh-huh.
you know, the Phil Silver's the star of that show, is one of my best friends. Did you know that?
Well, I thought he might be.
What do you think? What do you think of him?
Well, I think he's wonderful. I think he's one of the funniest men in the world, really.
Well, there goes a beautiful friendship. Lee, what did you do in Top Banana?
Well, I was the understudy to the leading lady in
Who
the
was
show.
the leading lady? I don't remember.
Well, there were 2, Judy Lynn and Kay Ballard.
Uh-huh.
And I did a lot of chorus work, too. I was the girl with the pinwheels. They had a skit, the very last scene
Well, I
of
was
the
the
show.
boy with the telescope in the second row. What does an understudy do? Could you tell the audience? Because most of them are
Yes.
not familiar with the
Well,
theater.
an understudy is has to know the lines and know exactly what the songs are, and she goes usually through rehearsal twice a week with the cast.
Mm.
And she has to be ready each night on a moment's notice to go on if anything happens. But most of the time she just stands around and waits for the leading lady to break her leg or something to go on.
Well, how often do they break their leg?
And not too often, I'm afraid. No.
It's this kind of warmth and loyalty that proves there's no business like show business. And anyway, if she broke her leg, she'd still be in the cast. Well, it's been fun talking to you two, and now let's see how much money you can win. Without further ado, we're going to go into the quiz. Remember, we start you off with $100. If you miss a question, you lose half your bankroll. You can stop any time you feel you're ahead of the other couples. Is that clear? You're very
Yes, sir.
pretty.
Thank you.
Okay, let's see how much money you can make. You selected music, and remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is.
That was 60?
60.
All right, 60.
$60. One answer between you. Jack Meakin and the orchestra are going to play a great tune written by Maxwell Anderson and Kurt Weill. You identify it. Play, Jack.
September song. September song?
That's right. We just wanted to see if they could play it.
Well, your bankroll is now $160.
Okay, now what do you want to try?
70.
70?
$70. Stranger in Paradise is from what Broadway musical?
Kismet.
Kismet is correct, eh?
You now have $230.
What do you want to do?
What about the $80 now?
You want the $80?
$80.
Wow, all right.
Words and music for such great songs as Strike Up the Band, Embraceable You, and Someone to Watch Over Me were written by two famous brothers. Who are they?
Oh, dear.
Talk it over.
What, can you...
Two famous brothers.
They wrote Strike Up the Band, Embraceable You, and Someone to Watch Over
Oh,
Me.
my.
Two famous brothers.
Not Rogers and Hart.
Talk it over, and one answer between.
Who is it? Rogers and Hart?
No, it's George and Ira Gershwin.
Oh,
You should
my.
have known that.
I should have known.
You still have half of your bankroll, so you have $115.
And there's your last chance to beat the other couples. You can go ahead or quit.
How about taking the $50 one?
All right, the $50 one, I guess.
All right, Gus Kahn and Isham Jones wrote this song in 1924. You tell me what it is. Play, Jack.
It had to be you.
It had to be.
And you wind up with $165.
Well, thanks and good luck to the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Only Plymouth dares to compare. Yes, only Plymouth dares to compare part by part with the other two cars in the lowest price field. Recently, a 1954 Plymouth and current models of the other two best-known low-price cars were taken apart by Plymouth engineers and compared, part by part. The findings, published in a free booklet available at your DeSoto Plymouth dealer, prove Plymouth is America's best buy low-price car in frame and body construction, safety, comfort, and convenience, under the hood. Go to your DeSoto Plymouth dealer and get the complete facts in the free 8-page Plymouth booklet. Then go for a ride in a new 54 Plymouth and see for yourself why Plymouth is America's best buy low-priced car. For example, the Plymouth 6-passenger Plaza Club sedan, $1,582. Factory retail price at Factory, Detroit, Michigan. All taxes, transportation and delivery charges, license, and optional equipment extra. See and drive the new 54 Plymouth, the only car in the lowest price field that dares to compare, part by part. We invited some girls who work for an airline to the show, Groucho, and our studio audience selected Miss Mary Whitney to be on the show. Her partner is a married man, Mr. Ben Frank Bell. Folks, you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you find around the house. Miss Mary Whitney, eh?
Yes, Groucho.
I like my work. You're not married?
No, I'm not.
Engaged?
No.
Would you like to wrap me around your little finger? I'll get back to you in a moment, Mary. Less than that if I can swing it. Ben Frank Bell, huh?
My friends call me Big-Footed Ben.
Oh, it's going to be one of those evenings, huh? Where are you from, Ben?
Texas.
Texas, huh? Gee, I'd never suspect that. I was going to say New Hampshire. You're from Texas, eh? What kind of work do you do, Ben?
I do asbestos work. I cover hot pipe, boilers, and so forth. And then I also put cork and so forth on refrigeration. I cover hot things and cold things.
Your work sounds very interesting, Ben. Do you enjoy it? Is that what you've always wanted to do?
I have always wanted to do public speaking. I know hundreds of jokes and stories, and some of them would do to tell the public.
Well, we're certainly glad to offer you an opportunity to speak here as a public speaker. Let's hear one of your stories. Not a long one. Keep it kind of short.
Well, for one thing, down in Texas, we always believed in doing things the easy way. If you rush through life, you get to heaven tired. And I know my pa had a pond out there, and he stocked it with fish, and we taught those fish to chew tobacco. And then we'd get in a boat and go across this pond, dropping out pieces of tobacco. And when we'd get on the other side, we'd get us up some baseball bats and come back along and knock them in the head when they'd come up to spit.
Well, Ben, it's stories like that that'll make you a big success in the asbestos business. Now, Mary, let's return to you, and I might add the returns are very favorable. What sort of work do you do? Are you a policeman?
No, I'm a stewardess for Pan American.
Oh, a stewardess. No wonder they strap the passengers down. Do you like flying?
Oh, yes, Groucho. There's nothing as romantic as flying.
Have you ever taken a close look at a pelican? Well, tell us about your job. Pretend I'm one of your passengers. What do you do first? Throw me off?
No, I'd welcome you aboard. I'd
You
say,
are.
hello, Mr. Marks. It's nice to have you aboard with us today.
Obviously, you've never flown with me before. Well, go on. What happens next?
And then I'd check to see that all the passengers have their seat belts fastened.
Uh-huh.
And then I'd make the pre-departure announcement.
Now, where do you go in these planes?
We cover the Central and South Pacific. I, for example, go on an Australia trip. I would go to Honolulu, Canton Island, the Fiji Islands, and to Sydney, Australia.
How long does it take you to make a trip like this?
It takes me 18 days.
18 days?
Mm-hmm.
You could go faster than that in a wheelchair bus. Why does it take 18 days?
The passengers go right through, and it probably doesn't take them over 48 hours, but the crew stops
You mean
up.
that the passengers go through without the plane? That's what they call jet propulsion, I guess. Was this always your ambition to be a stewardess?
I think it was, Groucho. Most little girls dream of being a stewardess like little boys dream of being cowboys, I'd say.
Well, I'm just a little boy, and I certainly didn't dream of being a cowboy. I guess there's something wrong with me. All I dream about are stewardesses. Well, it's been fun talking to you two. Now let's play You Bet Your Life.
In the race for the $2,000, the first couple won $165, and the secret word is water.
Let's see how much money you can make. You selected the animal kingdom, and remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is.
100.
100? Well, you're ambitious. What do you call the teddy bear-like animals of Australia that lives in trees and eats only eucalyptus leaves?
Koala bears.
Koala bear is right. Well, you now have $200. You know, I think this is the first time since we've been doing this new quiz that anybody has ever taken the $100 question first.
Oh.
And I admire your confidence and knowledge.
Good.
Now you have $200. You can quit or you can go ahead.
90.
90?
Yes.
Is that all right with you,
Yes.
Mary?
Mm-hmm.
What is the correct word meaning a baby swan?
Baby swan.
Gosling.
You don't know, guess.
Go ahead.
Gosling.
No, it's cygnet. It's spelled C-Y-G-N-E-T, but it's pronounced cygnet.
Well, you still have half your bankroll. You have $100.
Now, what do you want to try?
80.
80 or 70.
80.
80? What is the name of the orange and black poisonous lizard that lives in the southwest part of the United States? You ought to know that, man. You don't know, guess.
The stinging scorpion. Well, that's one of them.
I'm sorry, it's the Gila monster.
Oh,
Well, you now have $50 left.
all right.
What do you want to bet?
Let's see. 50, or should we go up to 60?
60?
Mm-hmm.
What kind of an animal is a Kodiak?
It's bear. Are you sure? A bear or a cat?
I think.
A Kodiak is a bear. A bear?
A bear is right.
And you wind up with $110.
Thanks and good luck
Thank
with the
you,
Soda
Groucho.
Plymouth dealers.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Fenneman, who's next?
Well, Groucho, just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Mr. Louis Murphy, and his partner has an interesting story. She's Miss Frances Kane. So, folks, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you find around the house. Now, without further ado, Frances Kane and Louis Murphy. Mr. Louis Adu, let's start with you, huh? You're a fine figure of a fellow. I'd say you were about 35. Is that right?
Thanks for the compliment, Groucho. I'll do the same for you someday, but I'm 52, and call me Murph, will you?
Call you Murph?
That's right.
Okay, I'll call you both Murph if you want. Where are you from, Louis?
Larimore, North Dakota.
Larimore? Well, that's down in the cow country, huh?
Well,
Oil country, huh?
It's oil country now, yes. Of late.
What sort of work do you do?
I'm a plant guard.
A plant guard? What
Yes,
kind
sir.
of plants do you guard? Do you chase the daisies away from the bachelor buttons?
No, I work for a General Plant Protection Company out on 6900 South Hoover. We have about 500 men doing guard duty.
500 men doing guard duty?
Yes, sir.
You guard this one plant? There's 500?
No, we do industrial guarding, industrial plants throughout the industrial area of Los Angeles and the county and Southern California.
Well, tell us something about
we
this.
check the windows, the doors, fire equipment, burglar alarms, if there are any there. Or we take care of all entrances. And we listen for strange noises and strange silences.
What do you regard? What? You
We
listen
listen
for
to-
strange silences. Well, how do you hear a strange silence?
It's quite simple because...
You mean if you don't hear anything, you say, what was that, eh? Let's see. You are Frances Kane?
Kane.
And where are you from, Frances?
Bakersfield, California.
Frances Kane from Bakersfield. I didn't realize that they raised Kane in Bakersfield.
They did.
They did, huh? Did you?
Well,
How long have you lived in L.A., Frances?
about 30 years.
30 years, huh?
Mhm.
Yeah, how old were you when you left Bakersfield, Frances?
Well, if you want to know my age, I'm in the late 40s.
I wasn't
don't
prying
know.
into your age. I was just curious to know how old you were when you left Bakersfield. That's all. But you answered my question. Do you have a job, Frances, or do you keep house?
Oh, I work at the Hollywood Call Board. I'm a telephone operator.
Oh, telephone.
It's a
That sounds
telephone
interesting.
secretarial service.
Is this a full-time job, Frances, or does it leave you any opportunity to pursue other interests, like
Well-
betting on the horses?
Well, I take time off now and then, write popular songs.
You're a
I hope.
songwriter?
Mhm.
Is that so? Have any of your songs ever been heard by the public?
Yes, as a matter of fact, one of them sold over 1 million records.
Really? What was the name of it? Stardust?
No, it was called Rose of the Mountain.
Rose of the Mountain. It sold 1 million records?
Mhm.
How come I never heard of it if it sold that many? I listened to records.
Well, it was on the back of Rosemary Clooney's recording of Come Out of My House.
Well, she certainly was lucky to be on the other side of such a big hit as Rose of the Mountain.
I think 2 people heard it, and I'm one of them, I think.
You heard it?
Mhm.
Is there much money in your songwriting?
Well, there is now, finally. I've got a 3-year contract after about 15 years.
Is that so?
Mm.
Huh? Do you write the words or the music?
I just write the lyrics. My brother told me when I started writing songs I'd go from bad to verse, so I guess I did.
Your brother is quite a clown, isn't he?
He is.
What does he do, Francis? Is he a comic writer?
He collects rocks.
I think he's got a few of them in his head. Francis, in addition to Rose of the Mountain, have you had any other big record sellers?
Well, I had another one that was on the wrong side of a record. It was on the back of Wheel of Fortune. It's called Heart of a Clown.
Well, you're apparently the most successful other side songwriter in America.
I agree with you.
Have you written any new songs, Francis?
Well, I've been specializing in hillbilly songs. There's gold in them dar hills when you write hillbilly songs.
There is. Well, do you know anything about hillbillies? Or isn't that necessary?
I don't think so.
What kind of a hillbilly song have you written?
Oh, I've written with Cliffy Stone and Tex Williams. And I had one called She Was Pure as Snow, But She Drifted.
Well, you don't know where she is now. Could you sing us a few bars of this song, Francis?
I couldn't carry a tune in a bucket. I'm sorry.
Well, I can bet Fenneman to bring in a bucket. It wouldn't be any trouble. He used to work in a bucket shop, and it wouldn't be any trouble for Fenneman at all. No. Could you give us the lyrics of this song? Just a few lines of the chorus? You can recite it if you don't want to sing it. I like the one about the slush song, yes.
She hit the honky-tonks in Kentucky. She hit the taverns in Tennessee. But I want you to know she was pure as snow till she drifted away from me.
There's nothing personal in this lyric, is there?
No, I don't think so.
Well, I think it isn't easy writing successful songs, Francis. And I hope someday soon you'll be on the right side of the record and make a lot of money.
Thank you.
Now, let's play You Bet Your Life. You understand how we play this game?
Mm-hmm.
In the race for the $2,000, the first couple leads with $165.
You selected Movie Quiz, and we start you off with $100.
Well, what do you think?
Which one do you want? 10, 50, 80, 100?
30.
30.
30. Mm-hmm. Who is the star of the Western picture Hondo?
Oh, John Wayne.
That's right.
Well, you're on your way. Your bankroll is now $130.
Now, what would you like to try?
40.
Who produced such great film shorts as Seal Island and The Living Desert?
Walt Disney.
Walter Disney is correct.
You now have $170.
Now, you can quit or go ahead.
We go ahead.
Let's just take 50. You're doing so
right,
this
50.
way.
50. Ethel Merman played the title role of Annie Get Your Gun on Broadway. Who played it in the movies?
Betty.
Talk it
wait a
over.
minute.
What's that?
Annie, get your gun. Wait a minute.
Annie Get Your Gun.
Betty Hutton.
Betty Hutton is absolutely right.
You now have $220.
You want to quit or go ahead?
We'll
It's
try.
your last chance to be the other couples.
We'll try.
Let's try 60.
What we? 60.
60 you haven't had. That's a nice
Okay.
round figure. In what successful movie thriller starring Orson Welles and Joseph Cotton was a zither used for background music?
The Third Man.
The Third Man is right, Francis.
And you wind up with $280.
Thanks and good luck for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
And that means that the songwriter and her partner, with $280 in just 1 minute, get a chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $2,000 question. All right, Groucho, here comes the winning couple, the songwriter and her partner, all set for the DeSoto Plymouth $2,000 question.
Here we are back again, huh?
Same day.
Now, you probably win. To win this money, you can write a song about it, huh? Brother, can you spare $1,000? All right, here we go for $2,000. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you. Think carefully and please no help from the audience. Are you ready?
Mm-hmm.
The Bible lists 3 sons of Adam and Eve. 2 of them were Cain and Abel. For $2,000, who was the 3rd son? Talk it over. What is the answer you two have decided upon?
I just don't know.
Well, guess.
Sorry. Cain and Abel.
Well,
I'm sorry, I just don't know.
it's Seth, S-E-T-H.
I wouldn't have guessed it.
So that means the big question next week will be worth $2,500. Well, you lost the big
thank
money,
you.
but how much did they win the quiz, George? Without further ado, tell me.
Without further ado, $280 in the quiz.
Pretty good.
Well, congratulations,
Well, thank
and
you.
thanks to both of
Thank
you
you.
and to all of
Thank
our
you.
contestants on the show tonight.
you, Congratulations.
From the
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at the same time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $2,500. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also brought to you by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember that the dealers who sell the outstanding DeSoto Automatic with fully automatic power flight transmission also have on display the remarkable new Plymouth, engineered and built to be your best buy in the low-priced field. DeSoto, Plymouth. 2 great new cars. Both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to see the DeSoto Automatic.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. When driving, remember that courtesy is contagious. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell. Directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jack Meakin. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You Bet Your Life is heard by our armed forces throughout the world.
Hear ye, hear ye. Alexander Wolcott, the town crier.
This is Wolcott speaking. The town crier coming with good news to the microphone. This broadcast is a piece of personal testimony. I have just undergone the memorable experience of witnessing the best moving picture I have ever seen. I can testify that no moving picture ever stirred me as deeply as this one. It is called Goodbye, Mr. Chips.
Never be afraid, Chips, that you can't do anything you've made up your mind to. As long as you believe in yourself, you can go as far as you dream. Certainly you'll be headmaster if you want to.
This is the screenplay that has just been made in England from a story written 6 years ago this fall by an obscure young Englishman. At that time, he was comparatively unknown. A writer named James Hilton. Now, translated into a screenplay by the same Englishman to whom we owe the unforgettable tragedy called Journey's End. Directed by an American, Sam Wood, who crossed the Atlantic for the purpose, and with the schoolmaster himself superbly embodied by the magnificent young actor named Robert Donat. Hilton's gentle masterpiece has at last found its way to the screen. I approached its preview with deep and legitimate apprehension. I realize, and none better, what havoc some movies can work with books that I have known and loved. I am the more obligated, therefore, to tell you that this time a beautiful and perhaps immortal story has been translated from one medium to another with tenderness and imagination and genius. In a year in which the great nations of the world seem to be choosing partners for a dance of death, this cavalcade of English youth becomes suddenly an almost unbearable reminder of something which in a mad and greedy world may be allowed to perish from the earth. But I am here only to testify that in my own experience, the most moving of all moving pictures is the one called Goodbye, Mr. Chips.
Goodbye, Mr. Chips. Goodbye.
Oh boy. Who did you just get off the phone with, Sid? You're as white as a sheet. Those French mobsters got my number. They really want their money for the Eiffel Tower. What are we gonna do? Put more stale pastries on the lawn? No. Yeah, that's what I asked them, and they said something about doing to me what they did to King Louis. I'm not up on my French history, Matt. What did they do to King Louis, and how worried should I be? Let's just say you should probably give them their money. Oh boy. See you next time, folks.